Hello, everyone. Welcome to Meticulous Talks on December 18th. I'm, as always, Cursed Chords.
And I'm Hithroc, and we're trapped.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, we are at the bottom of a deep hole, and every step out is marked with one of the cards from set 13. And we can't take a step until we both put a number on that step.
I mean, we already did put the number.
It's that's true. That's true. We already did put the numbers. We just have to.
All right, stream is over. Goodbye.
Yeah, just share the document. Problem solved. No, we need to explain why we gave those numbers out.
Doors are locked. Yeah, there's 161 doors, and we'll have to unlock each one.
Only 160, I think. The spreadsheet.
Oh yeah. The first I counted the rows, but I forgot the first row is titles.
Yeah. And yeah, we thank everyone in the chat to stick around. You don't have to be here for the whole time. It's going to be a long stream. Feel free to drop in, drop out. But whenever you're here, we'll appreciate the comments. Fan man, simulcast on Discord. We don't. That's a legitimate idea. Do you know Hithroc? Would that take like double the bandwidth?
I mean, probably, but the stream shouldn't take that much bandwidth anyway because it's a static image most of the time.
I guess so. Yeah.
But the problem with that we would need to move to an LPCG Discord and then set up things there. We should have thought of that earlier.
Yeah, that's a legitimate idea. Well, we'll make a note of it. So anyway, let's not spend too much time on the preamble. Let us get to it, I guess.
Yep.
Alrighty. So, you'll notice that I do have the timer down in the bottom left corner there, set to 2 minutes and 45 seconds. It seemed like the right time given the invitation. It kind of put me in mind of the invitational with the 2 hours 45 minutes. That's not a hard limit. That's just there to give us a guideline. If we doing the math, if we do that amount of time for every card, it's a 7-hour, 20-minute stream. So that gives you a good benchmark, at least, of how long this is going to take. Before we start, I would just like to say, and I don't know if you'll agree with me, Hithroc, this was a very hard set to rate.
There was one card that I switched my rating 4 times, and it was both 2, 3, and 4. And really? I think I settled on 3.
I think I might know which card you're talking about. Maybe. It's.
I don't know.
Yeah. So basically, and saying these reasons now will maybe save us from talking about them later. Essentially, for one thing, this is the final set of a block. So the set of cards available in core is as big as it's going to be for this current version of core, which means lots of possible decks.
Mm-hmm.
For second thing, the most recent core season ended with a big ban list adjustment. So it's unclear if some of those decks are going to remain good into this new season. And for 3, there are just a lot of really interesting new cards in this set.
Yeah.
And all that put together makes it really, really hard to figure out what the meta is going to look like.
Do we want to recap the rating system before we begin?
Probably a good idea. Yeah. You can go ahead and...
Okay, so we rated cards from 1 to 5. Each of us. Pages has some 0.5 in there. But I think me and Cursed just have straight up integer ratings from 1 to 5. 1 means... And the rating here mean the upcoming meta. predictions, so to say.
Yeah.
And 1 means that the card will see no competitive play. 2 means that some people will play with it for a little bit, but then it will die off. 3 means that some people will play it, but not top tier decks and not consistently. But we will see card from time to time. I think 3 also includes sideboards, right?
Yeah. Cards that are included conditionally in top tier decks. Yeah.
Yeah. Another thing, 4 is consistent inclusion in top tier decks, and 5 is cards that define top decks, like cards that are being built around or they change the way the meta works and stuff like that.
Precisely. And it should be clarified that we're talking only about core. We're not considering adventure or harmony.
Yeah, this is only core. I think I broke a spreadsheet, but that's fine.
Okay. Yeah. So with that in mind, sure. Let's get to it. And we start with
Starlight.
Yes, Starlight. The limited, or the main that was built and designed for limited play, and so is a fairly solid 1 across the board.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like very many reasons you would want to play this in Constructed.
Yeah, I mean, you can just play a Sequestria main. Unless you or student, I don't know of a deck that would want to choose a color at the start of the game and not have anything else on their main.
Mm-hmm.
But even in limited, this card is not that amazing, but it's all right.
Right. Yeah, it's
Popper. Can Popper include fixed? Oh, I think it can, right?
Popper can. Yeah.
Okay. I think still, in Popper, you have better options against Sequestria mains.
Yeah. Yeah, the Sequester mains are pretty good standbys in Popper generally. But yeah, if you want a wild card main in regular Constructed, well, you have Student 6, which is probably going to be your better call most of the time.
Yeah.
Alrighty. That was 1 down, 159 to go. Alrighty, so I have to give up time. Okay. Princess Cadence. Friend of the family. Pink main. At the end of your turn, sorry, be careful. Home limit 2, which is important on start side. At the end of your turn, if you have friends at home in excess of your home limit, put any number of your friends into their owner's hands and turn this card over. On the boosted side, home limit 4, when you play a friend, if it is the second friend you've played this turn, choose 1, either put a +1 power counter on that friend and up to one of your other friends, or draw a card. It's a lot of text, actually. Having seen this in action, this is really, really good. It is surprisingly easy, actually, to flip relatively quickly. And then it's not hard to consistently play 2 friends every turn. In particular, because Pink has Eager in this set, so you have the card draw to keep supporting that. Yeah, I think this main's really good, and I'm willing to hand it my first 5.
I'll stay at 4, but yeah, this main is alright. And you don't even need that much card draw to get more friends, because, this main draws you cards.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, geez, I forgot about that. You just
Is it a 6 now?
It's really hard to give mains 6s. Which, by the way, we didn't talk about that, but that's the hypothetical. This card's definitely getting banned rating.
Main 6s.
Right.
But yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we should mention that we mentioned earlier. Pages was kind enough to give us ratings. He was a 1 also on Starlight. And
4 on this one.
4 on this one, yes.
More good Pink mains.
That's one thing that's going to become a theme for my ratings later as well. Pink just has lots of amazing mains in core, and that's going to, impact how the other cards are thought about. Alrighty, let's alternate maybe talking about the cards.
Sure. So the next card is Celestia Royal Tutor. If you have a 3 or more events in your discard pile, turn this card over, which in purple should be fairly easy, although having a main and starting side makes it a little harder. And on the flip side, if you play an event, you may exhaust this card to search deck for a unicorn and alicorn friend with power less than that event's power. Reveal it and put it into your hand, then shuffle your deck. A lot of events have quite a fair amount of power, and I mean, even an event with free power, which is one like there are events that are lower than that, but you're probably playing an event with power 3 or more. You can still find some good friends. Like there are a lot of unicorns and alicorns. For example, Twilight and Fluttershy with Meticulous too.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You can always search for Twilight and Celestia, the new one, because there's 0.
Yeah.
Lusterdon is a great one to find. She's 2 printed power.
Professor Twy is a good option as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yes, there are lots of good options. I think I've already tried doing this for purple aggro. I actually don't think it's the right way to do it because you really don't want to be exhausting your main in an aggro deck most of the time. You want to be confronting with it. So I think not in that direction, but on the control side of purple, this is probably pretty good.
Yep. Let's find Paper Twy. Oh wait.
Exactly. Yeah. I guess in Harmony you can still do that, right? Or no, she's gone in Harmony too, isn't she?
Yeah, I think she's gone everywhere. It's very sad.
Right.
But maybe I can't remember now. But I gave this card a 3. It's a good card, but I don't know where it fits really.
Yeah.
In control, I think I would still run Tempest.
That's a good point. Tempest is good competition. For what it's worth, I agree with you on 3, as did Pages. Yeah, it's good value. But yeah, it gets outcompeted by other mains. Tempest for control, probably Spell for that for aggro.
It'll be amazing if this main worked the other way around. It was Harmony Unicorn or Alicorn. When you play Unicorn, search for an event. Giarno on the main. Who doesn't want that?
Who doesn't? Absolutely. Alrighty.
Next card.
Next card.
I see 0 seconds on the time.
Yeah. I mean, we were a little bit over. Princess Luna, double your fun. We didn't. Well, anyway. Home limit 3. When you flip a card with 3 or less printed power for a face-off, turn this card over. On the boosted side, 3 power, home limit 4. When you flip a card with 3 or less printed power for a face-off, double that card's power as long as it remains flipped. So this is a really interesting yellow main. Kind of.
Is she outdated?
Interesting. Oh,
I'll check.
Was there an update to the card image? Perhaps there was a late change that I agree. Face off, flip an additional card.
Oh yeah, it now says your flipped cards with 3 or less printed power have their power doubled.
Oh.
Instead of so it's not a trigger; it's just a continuous modifier.
Bugle's given me different start limit, different start size text. During face off involving this card, flip an additional card.
Oh yeah, that's changed too.
Yeah. Okay. So fair enough. This is the image that was initially spoiled. And yeah, if there had been a change, then I guess I wouldn't have gotten it.
You should have downloaded like the entire image set.
I did, but not the mains, because no one had said anything about them getting changed or whatever. Well, anyway. Oh, just read this again. We're definitely going to go over on this card. Okay, so that definitely increases her utility on the start side. I guess, yeah. What I was going to say is that she doesn't fit any of the established archetypes that yellow already has.
Yeah, I agree.
Yellow usually doesn't want to win face-offs, or wants to lose them, or just doesn't care when you're playing with aggro. The text seems to say farm, but like if you're playing yellow farm, why don't you play Thorax? Is usually better for that.
And also, generally, you'll have troublemakers, so you don't like in your deck, so you won't benefit from the ability.
Yeah, she's interesting, but just doesn't have a home yet. And so I've given her a 2.
Yeah, I also given her a 2. Pages gave her 2.5.
That's right. Pages with the first of many 0.5s because he wants a 10-point scale.
Yeah, I think he has like half of the ratings at 0.5.
Alrighty.
Next card?
Sure. That's you.
Oh, 1 second, sorry. Training 1, which is a new keyword in this set. When the card enters play, if you have a friend with higher power than this card, you may draw a card and then discard a card. Which I think, like, it's a really good name for such an ability. Like, I really appreciate the naming of this keyword.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But to the card. When you discard this card, you may pay 1 to put it into play. Well, I put this at 1 because, I mean, blue has some discards, especially with this new training keyword. But, like, do you really want to run this card to just, like, get 1 AT 2 power friend? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, one of the things that really colored my ratings for blue was that, Bugle mentioning she's entry, I think that most decks that run blue will run it as their primary color. I think blue is not usually a secondary color. It's usually a primary. And so blue entry
blue-yellow?
is... okay, I'll admit blue-yellow is an interesting point for the yellow main.
But, like, blue has so much good entry. Like,
Right.
are you really gonna run this over Loyal Pony?
That's also true. Blue tends to have very good entry. Now, as a, training is better on cards with lower power because it's easier to proc the trigger. You need to have less powerful things out in order for the trigger to go off. So that's good. But yeah, I also agree with you that I think there are better entry options, and I agree with you on the 1.
Yeah, Pages gave her a 2.
Pages
is very optimistic. Like, I'm looking at this ratings.
Yes, yeah, we'll see toward the end. Pages is the most optimistic of us, I think.
Yeah, usually I'm the one who's the most optimistic. I'm like, oh yeah, people will play this.
So,
but today the tables have turned.
To some extent, yeah. Now, people bring up the Chrysalis mate. That's a good point. Being able to put stuff into play without actually playing it is a legitimate thing in this world of Chrysalis. Chrysalis wasn't a major force in the last season, and I didn't give her a whole lot of consideration in these ratings, I'll admit.
I don't think you'll run this card like it's just one main that you might see or you might not see.
Right.
Like, I don't think this will even worth the sideboard.
Oh, Prism Light, you were talking about the other one, Chrysalis Love Vampire. That's another... Well, yeah. There's a card coming up relatively quickly that'll allow me to talk about what I see for that Chrysalis. But the short of it is, I don't think she's going to be a major presence in this set.
Yeah.
All right. Next card. All right. Gallus. Cleaning up. 3 cost, 1 printed power, 3 rec, training 2, same as training 1, just 2 cards instead of 1. When you discard a card, put a +1 power counter on this card. Now, as I said, training is a lot better when it's on a friend with low power. And here's Gallus with 1. Should be very easy to proc that training, and when you do, you get to put 2 +1 power counters on him right away, which makes him a 3 for 3. Pretty much goes without saying that you're never going to play this card if you're not going to get that training.
I mean, there's some value in the repeated. Like, you can continue gaining power counters on him, but nah.
It is true. And that kind of brings me through to the actual point of the rating. The fact that when you discard a card, you get a +1 power counter on it. Blue, I think out of all the colors now, probably has the most support for discarding cards. Because it has the
Pink?
training synergy. Pink,
Pink is you're gonna go against Pinky Sense?
that's a fair point. A fair point. It is a card that gets run all over the place, but like, blue has so many cards in this set that discard stuff. So I think there's a legitimate, like, Gallus is going to legitimately get quite a few counters on him. So I'm willing to give him a 3.
I'm giving him a 2 because I don't think power counters are good enough reason. Like, this is just like you might as well play Red Delicious if you want power that much. Because, like, yeah, he will get some power counters, but so what? That's not what you care about in blue. In blue, you generally don't need that much power.
That's a fair point.
And, like, for free AT, I'm running Mullet every day.
Right. Now, Gallus is a Griffin.
I guess he's a Griffin. I think there are better Griffins, though. Sorry, Gallus.
It's a fair point.
So I'm giving him a 2. Pages gave him a 3.
Yeah. What an interesting world that we're in, where you can just say, but it's a Griffin. And everyone has to be like, oh, that's true. Yeah. Speaking of Griffins.
Next card is also a Griffin. It's our first super rare, I think. Gigi? I don't know. Roll the dice. Chaos, when you flip this card, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. Hasty, when you win a face-off by 5 or more power, you may banish this card from your discard pile to score a point. Isn't this the one? Oh no, it's not that. Our ratings are not that different. So I gave this a 3 because, yeah, like, scoring points for free is nice. And with, like, discard synergy and things, she might end up in your discard pile. But I don't think that blue will really build around discards. That's what I don't believe in. And that's why I gave her a 3. I think people will try to play with, like, a lot of this training and discard stuff, and then it will kind of
Yeah, that's a fair assessment.
Slow down a little bit.
So I'll admit my first impression wasn't particularly positive when I saw this card. But at some point I looked at it and be like, okay, it's got a good power to cost ratio, tasty. I've seen that when you win a face up by 5 or more power thing before. Where did I see that? That's right. That was Night Glider's text. And this is a card that also scores you points. Now, obviously, this is nowhere near as good as Night Glider.
Yeah, that's closer to the Rainbow Dash from the starter deck.
Yeah. But as a 2-cost investment, that you don't even need to pay the 2 cost to score that extra point. She just needs to be in your discard pile. You're fine with paying the 2 cost because she's a pasty friend with 3 power for 2 cost. So yeah, Bugle brings up farm. That's a legitimate question. I think aggro decks will play her. I don't think you really need to build around the discard synergy per se.
But how do you discard her then?
You retire her to home limit.
That's like a very convoluted way to score just 1 point, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, you played a hasty friend for 3 power and 2 cost. You probably want to face off
for 4 rec.
For 4 rec, that's not a problem. You're playing, you're playing, I don't know, Seleno and something. 4 rec in blue's not a problem.
Nah, I'm not gonna change my opinion.
Okay,
fair enough. in farm, it's even harder to get her in discard pile, I think.
In farm, that's legitimate. Yeah. Pages. If I didn't say it, I'm giving her a 4. So is Pages.
And I'm giving a 3.
All
right. Next card.
Right. Gourmand Ramsney. Admittedly, I think Aura went a little bit too far on Anyway, 1 blue, 4 cost, 3 wreck. When this card enters play, you may frighten a friend here. If you do, put a number of +1 power counters on this friend equal to the frightened friend's printed power. So this is removal with an upside, but it's expensive, quite expensive. And it's enters play, not when you play. So some considerations there. But blue this isn't a good enough effect to go in Reanimator, I don't think.
Oh no.
Yeah, and so blue doesn't really have many ways of not just having to pay the cost.
Should I cut my Midnights and put this in my deck?
Yeah. So, granted, he's going to be he isn't even necessarily going to be even cost to power ratio. You'd have to frighten at least a 3 power friend for that, and does have upside to potentially be more than that. But doesn't have the potential to grow that Gallus does. It's only going to be fixed at his power level, and so you can't really get over that high cost entry.
Yeah, 480 is huge, and the wreck is high, and there's also a location restriction here. So I don't know. It's just 1. There's no redeeming qualities.
I have to agree.
Pages is a little more optimistic at 1.5.
Yeah. I'm also on a 1.
Right, speedrun, next card.
Next card.
Meadow Flower, Dizzy Spell. 2 cost, 3 wreck, 2 power. Banish 2 cards from your discard pile to move this card. I think it'll be a really good card in Limited, I think, that's for sure. But in Constructed, I just think there are better things you can put into your deck, even though the effect, I think, is pretty good.
Yeah, it's like, I'll just say it. I give this card a 2. I wanted to give it a 1. Like, so many times I went to that keyword like, oh, it's totally a 1. And then every time but that effect is actually not bad. Like, it's legitimate. Just move it for free. That's not.
Yeah, it's just moving 2 power for free isn't that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's not good enough to say this is definitely going to see play, but it is interesting enough that I can see it getting experimented with. Yeah.
Yeah, so I put it at 2 as well, and I think it's if this had like more power or maybe some extra ability, be easily 3 or 4. I think.
Yeah. If this had 3 power, I think that alone would probably be enough to just.
Yeah, I agree to just put it at 3 and not 2.
Mm-hmm.
But Pages is more optimistic again. 3 for this card.
Yeah. Right. Let's see. I had a few comments in the chat.
Oh, I think that's about the
right. Okay. So yeah. On to Rainbow
Next
Dash.
card. Yeah.
Property damage. 2 cost, 2 power, 2 blue wreck. At immediate speed, exhaust this card to choose an opposing resource. That resource loses and can't gain abilities. Sorry, can't have abilities. I assume that doesn't mean have any distinction until the end of the turn. So, blue resource removal of a sort. Blue resource deactivation, which is something the color is in sore need of. So that's definitely really good. Now, blue has found a way to play without resource removal up to this point. Basically, Spearhead has existed for a long time, and basically doesn't get used. So, and that's largely because either blue finds another color to do its resource removal for it, or just doesn't care. And those facts haven't changed, which is why I have this card as a 2.
I like how we have the same rating but different reasons for it, because my line of thinking was a little bit from the other direction. So first of all, it's not a permanent removal, right? It's 218. You have to use it on 1 resource all the time. Like, you have to upkeep it, and it's only for 1 turn. It's not even across the turns.
Mhm.
It's useful if you want to disable something like stick right on their turn. That's pretty good. But against some resources, it's not as good. But I guess it's really good against Desert Road as well. Like, there are a few resources that are good, but a few that are not as good. So it's kind of like tricky to use, but that's fine. I think that will be fine. The problem is that we have Winter Zilla, which costs exactly the same amount of AT. Yeah, it's not a friend, but it gets rid of the resource like permanently. Well, it's a hard removal. What I'm trying to say.
Mhm.
So that's why I gave it a 2 as well. Like I think it's a good effect and a good card, but in the presence of Winter Zilla, I don't see a reason to run this over that.
It's a pretty fair point. Yeah. For what it's worth, Pages is much more optimistic than either of us.
Yeah, 3.5.
Yeah. Which is fair. We have a couple seconds. I want to bring up resources is going to be a theme this whole set. I mean, this set probably has some of the most resource synergy of any set. And so I'll say that I do see a meta going forward where people are running a lot more resources than they necessarily were before. And that's going to color a few of my ratings as well, which we'll get to when we get to them. Okay. So,
all right.
Yeah. So one of the things that made this set really hard to rate was the existence of these friends. So I'll just run through quickly. Ruffled Pages, 3 power, 3 cost. If you control no blue friends, you may pay 1 less to play this card. In the last few sets, there's always been, there always is a common fixed entry cycle, and you generally just give them all once, because there's generic entry that's much better, right? Whether it be Fire of Friendship or Speech or yada yada
I'm
yada.
definitely giving Professor Twilight and Loyal Pony 1.
But this entry cycle in this set is surprisingly good. It is not easy to just say that they're all ones. Now, I am only giving this a 2 for the reason that I said earlier. I think most blue decks will be primary and don't necessarily need blue entry.
So here's my. So I gave it a 1, and that'll be also a repeating pattern across most of the entry of the cycle, but we'll get to each one individually. Like, I have rated them individually, not as a whole. So this particular card is a 1 because sure, you can get you get the power efficiency in some cases, like 2 for free, but is that really better than other blue entry? Like, I'm not going to run this over Loyal Pony or what's the other one? The Professor Rainbow Dash that frightens a friend.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are just much better than this, and I don't see a real reason to run this. And this is kind of a one-time thing as well. Like you play it power efficiently, cost efficiently only once. After that, it's gonna be free for free, which is, I mean, cool, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, that's true of all of them. It is worth pointing out that it's not blue characters; it's blue friends. So
Yeah.
this is 2 for 3 even in blue decks, as long as it's the first friend you play.
Yeah, but what are the chances
I
of
think,
that?
yeah, in blue decks especially, yeah, you're going to run Loyal Pony, you're going to run Professor Dash. Those are much better entry cards. Staff,
I think outside
probably.
of blue as well.
Even you consider Seleno herself is the main, is basically blue entry. So, yeah. I think, I didn't give almost any of this entry cycle ones, I don't think.
So, the thing here is that the other entry cards that we have, in blue at least, they get better as the game goes later on, which is a good thing because you need, you play entry once per game, maybe twice per game, and your other entry cards don't become dead cards. They are still useful, like Loyal Pony. But this card is exact opposite of that. It's good when you play it as an entry, but it's bad otherwise, and I don't think that's a good property. So I'm giving it a 1.
Yeah. I mean, that is...
If blue had no other entry options, and if we didn't have things like motivational speech, then maybe it would have a higher rating for me. But otherwise, no.
I guess you could say it a bit of an investment for the future for post rotation.
Yeah.
Pages at 2.5.
Next card is Scootaloo, Looking Up, which is a very simple card. It's 1/1/1 and training 1. And also the number is 11. I'm just pointing that out. I mean, it's a very cheap training card. It's likely recycles itself quite easily. It can power your Gallus. So I don't know if people will like play it necessarily, but I can see it popping up like in a deck or two.
Yeah.
Initially.
This is part of the I guess a mini cycle of the CMC, which I like. It's weird that like you would have thought, well, 3 new keywords, all of them 1/1 fulls, but no, both Apple Bloom and Sweetie Belle are handy. But anyway, yeah, I think like it has the benefit, same as Gauss earlier, being cheap, low power, easy to proc that training, but is just that is just a 1 cost, draw a card, discard a card, which is a little bit uninspiring.
Yeah,
it's interesting enough to be a 2, but unlikely.
Well, so I think the reason I gave it a 2, like it's a 1 card for me, but it has a 1 rec, and blue doesn't have a lot of cards like that. At least I don't think so. So just for the rec, I bumped it up to 2. That maybe someone will play it once.
That's a fair point.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking like, you know, I'm in a position where I am kind of predilected towards thinking that blue decks just run Seleno, and so rec doesn't matter.
I guess.
But I mean,
guess
there
well.
are other blue mains. It's true.
Yeah, there are. And the Rainbow Dash Wonderbolt is pretty good still. It doesn't see play, but it's a good main.
It's true. I've heard rumblings of Gallus potentially seeing play this set.
Oh yeah.
Yes, pages at 2.5.
Next card.
Yep. Oh, this is me. Yep. Solar Wind. Cost 3, 4 power, 1 rec, and just agile. Now, agile is an interesting keyword. It's was it Friends for no? Which set was it that agile came up? It was
Friends Forever.
Oh, it was Friends Forever. Yeah. I think we've learned since then that it's not as good as we initially thought it was. 4 is a pretty big number for an agile card, and it is at a low rec spot, and it is power and cost efficient.
Counterpoint: Flash Magnus is 4 power, agile, swift, and never sees play.
Yeah, I mean that's. I gave it a 2 as well. I was winding up to say, but it's not good enough. Yeah, basically.
Agile without Swift is just too expensive. Like paying 280 to move power around at immediate speed is usually like blue usually tries to find a way to move friends cheaper, and this is not cheaper.
Pretty much, yeah. AT comes at a premium in blue.
Mm-hmm.
We see people doing the aggro math all the time, and in the troublemaker phase, you can sometimes spare the 2 AT for an agile card. But in the score phase, usually not. Yeah. Bugle does make a good point about Flight Instructor. That's a good point. Having a 4 cost body to move around is good in those decks.
And then it also says that that's a good limited card, and then I agree it's a really good limited card.
Yeah. Power to cost efficiency with any keyword is, and then the
agile
rec.
Is the limited, really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Next.
Pages agreed with us at 2. And that takes us out to the end of the Blue Friends.
If pages agreed with us, that means we were too optimistic on this card. Okay, the next card is Apple Bloom, plain and simple. And it is actually quite plain and simple. It just has handy, and it's a 2 for 2 with 1 rec.
Yep.
I mean, handy by itself, I mean, it can be useful sometimes, but I don't think you'll play a friend just for handy. So, 1.
Mm-hmm. I think that of the 3 new keywords in this set, handy is the least useful of them. So, allow me to say, it's the least generally useful one of them. Like, yes, if you build your deck around it, it's very good.
Don't have to, just run stick.
I mean, kind of. Okay, I mean, that's a legitimate point, I guess.
There are plenty of resources that you want to ready. There's pirate ships, there are sticks. In Orange especially, when you see decks like... was it Josh's deck? Pink-orange mid-range?
Mm-hmm.
That runs that runs a shovel, that runs a pirate ship. Snack stands is a good card. There are a lot of options to ready your own resources. So I think handy is pretty useful. You don't necessarily have to build your deck around it because there are already a lot of resources that you run anyway in the exhaust. So I think handy is all right as a keyword, but I wouldn't run a friend just for handy.
That's a fair point. I don't know. I tend, it can be good and still be the worst of the 3 of them. Although I guess
I like training less than handy.
You're saying that training is the worst, I suppose, which is a fair point. That's a legitimate way to look at it. No argument, by the way, that eager is obviously the best. And for the record, we are both giving this card a 1.
Page is 2.5.
He must really see the handy deck coming, I guess.
Yeah, maybe it's just a good card for mid-range pink orange.
I mean, it could
2
be
for 2.
2 for 2, low rec spot. Sorry,
yeah.
Does pink orange play? It plays Cadence, right?
What Cadence?
The main.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So pink orange usually doesn't run an orange main, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it is 1 rec, and I can see this card in the deck, to be honest, but I also don't see this card.
Yeah, fair enough.
I might budge on 2 for this card, but it doesn't really matter.
Okay. Applejack, price fixing. 2 cost, 2 power, 3 rec. Stubborn. Main phase, exhaust this card to pay 1 less for the next resource you play this turn. Now, I am actually going to bump this card up. I'll admit. I had it at 2. I realize that I am applying a double standard here, and I'll explain it quickly here. As you mentioned, just last card, plenty of resources. In orange, in white, and pink, there are lots of resources that want to get played, particularly in these handy decks. And this card is good synergy with those, in those decks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think that people are not going to adjust quickly enough to that. I think there is lots of resource removal in core that should be getting played, but people aren't going to run enough of it at the start of this meta. And for that reason, I have rated a number of resources higher than I would have if
Fair enough.
there was enough resource removal that was going to get played. And I think for that reason, I should rate this card also higher. Because decks are going to be able to get away with playing more resources than they necessarily should be able to. And so I'm going to give it a 3, actually, than the 2 that I was going to give it.
I will remain at 2 for this card because it is an AT generator, basically, like all of the cards like this are. But it's fairly restrictive one. like I did say that Orange will have a lot of resources to ready, but at the same time, you're like having a lot of resources doesn't mean you play a lot of resources. Like, it's a very it's not kind of card you exhaust every turn to do something.
That's true. Cloud Chaser, this is not for sure.
Yeah, or Apple Bloom Remarkable.
Mhm.
So I'll keep it at 2. I think it's just like I think there just won't be space for it in the deck. That's what I think.
No, there's nothing wrong with that argument.
And Pages is at 3.
He's at 3, yes.
Right, next card
Yep.
is Big Hoof, Charge On, 2/2/2. Immediate, during a face-off, retire this card to flip an additional card. Immediate, during a face-off, banish this card from your discard pile to flip an additional card. I mean, good in farm, I guess?
Yeah, basically. I for this one, it's pretty much give this card a rating that corresponds to whatever you think farm's going to be in this set.
The problem with farm that I see is that will farm like to play this card? And if not, how does it get it into a discard pile?
It's going to have to use Let Down Hard. Which that's the Grogar farm that I saw Grandpa's playing last week. That was the way that it did it. That it did it. Or in the case of farm specifically, you reveal it off of Pony of Shadows.
So just to retire it to the first ability, you have to play it, and I don't think you really wanted to spend 280 on this. Maybe you do.
Now, I don't think you would farm. It would be a less optimal play for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can think of this like that, right? Farm gladly runs 180 flip an additional card.
Mhm.
This is 280 flip an additional card.
It's
And
280 flip two additional cards potentially.
Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, you don't. I don't know. I 2.
Yeah, it's a fair call. Pages and I are both at 3.
Oh, I see the next card.
Sure.
Must be really good.
Yep. All right, Bonbon. 2 power, 3 cost, 2 rank. Handy. In main phase, if you exhausted a card this turn, you may pay 1 to put this card from your hand into play. Now, we all saw the amazing things Bugle did with this card last turn or last week. I don't know if you saw that stream.
I don't think I did.
Okay. He was playing Pink Orange, and he sure did a really good job of selling this card to the audience. Putting it into play, but putting it back into his hand, doing all kinds of great handy stuff with his resources.
As I would expect from this card.
Absolutely, this is the card that has built-in synergy. You are virtually guaranteed to get the handy proc because you exhausted you didn't necessarily exhaust a resource in all situations.
Hopefully you exhausted.
Hopefully you exhausted a resource to get her into play that you can then ready and then use again. It's very good. And yeah, you're never going to pay the 3 cost, and you can absolutely build decks that can do well and be able to get her into play consistently for the 1. So yeah, she's a very clear 4.
Yeah, I agree. Even though I didn't see the stream or how people play with it, but I think the self synergy and the fact that, again, that what I mentioned earlier, that Orange has a lot of good resources that exhaust, all of those things combined, makes this card really good. And the fact that you only get her effect for 180, it's really good.
Totally agree. And Pages is with us on 4.
Next card is
Sure.
Globetrotter. It's another entry cycle, but for Orange. So I gave this card also a 1, just like with blue. Even though orange has not as amazing orange entry as blue does, I think the other orange entry is still good enough. And the things like motivational speech are still good enough. That you, like, again, it has the same problem where, unlike all the other entry, it's only good when you, like, first time play it, and for the rest of the game, most of the time, it's not as good. So yeah, I like the Applejack that gives you power counters when you play it. I would rather play that, I think.
So,
There,
sorry, go, finish up.
yeah, there is a consideration for this entry cycle in general that they give you free power straight away, unlike the other entry options. But again, there's motivational speech.
Yeah, that's legitimate. So the particular consideration that came into me from Orange is that Orange has a lot of excellent events. I think there are a lot of decks and colors that will want to go into Orange for the utility, not necessarily for the friends.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and there are going to be lots of colors that want to do it. So Orange entry comes at a premium, and getting to that 3 right away is really good if that's what you're doing. If you're just like, maybe this is the only orange friend you're playing, and now you have the rec for sudden closure or for melted expectations, or I haven't named any 3 rec cards yet. Very what's the rec on the combo meal? Is it? And anyway,
I think
like,
it's free.
yeah, it's you're just getting into yeah, for the events, for the utility, and so that's why I'm giving it a 3.
I'll just play speech.
Ah,
I
combo
mean,
meals
there.
4 rec. Thank you.
Oh, very sad. I mean, there is some, like, so compared to speech, this is like in your scenario. Compared to speech, this is 180 more expensive, but you do get free power for it.
Right, and it's useful if your main's not flipped yet.
I guess, but for most of the decks, flip your main is objective number 1.
For most decks, not always.
Okay.
Like, we'll get to the yellow one later, but like for example, both the yellow and the purple ones have the advantage that you like a card like Magic Overload is a bigger objective than flipping your main over, and getting
Okay.
to 3 rec level is super important.
Sure. I still think it's a 1. I don't have the belief in this entry cycle.
Fair enough. Pages is also at 3. Okay. Limestone Pie. 5 power, 5 cost, 4 rec. Stubborn. And at immediate speed, exhaust this card to choose a player with 4 or more cards in hand. That player discards a random card. At its best, it's a Parasprite.
Yep.
That costs 5 and has 4 rec and 5 power. It's always hard. It's always hard to talk about these cards with super high costs, unless they obviously go in Reanimator, which this card.
Yeah, I think it's really easy to talk about these cards.
Yeah.
Oh, it has 5 costs. Nobody's gonna play it.
Kind of. Yeah. Basically. Yeah, and yeah, that's the distinction generally. It's like, okay, it's got a cost of 4 or higher. Does it go in Reanimator? No. Okay. I guess it's a 1.
Yeah, I mean, Parasprite effect is like pretty powerful, but it also has like a 4 or more hands cards in hand restriction. Like, I get why that restriction is there. Otherwise, this card would be really annoying. But like, a lot of decks actually run lower than that, lower than 4 cards in their hand.
Relatively quickly. Yeah. Lots of aggro decks for sure.
Yeah. So, and for 5 cost, like, that's too much.
For sure. Yeah.
Like, if it was free for free, maybe it would be something.
That's a legitimate point. Yeah. But yeah, 4 or more on the cost is when you really need to start evaluating how good the friend is.
So we both gave it a 1, and Pages gave it a 2.
All right, moving on.
Okay, next card is Smolder. This is the card I talked to you about before the stream.
Oh, really?
I told you wouldn't know which card it is because it's a surprising card to struggle on rating, but I did for some reason. So Smolder, percussive maintenance, 3 cost, 3 rec, 2 power, handy. When you exhaust a resource, you may put a +1 counter on this card. So the reason I struggled with this card a lot is kind of the same reason as Gallus. This card can easily grow to a lot of power. And unlike Gallus, it's much, much easier because in Orange, again, you have a bunch of exhausting resources. You're going to exhaust resources all the time. And it has Handy to help with that even. Because you probably exhaust the shovel, you play this card, you use the shovel again, and this card already has 4 power. So, and it will continue to grow because you're going to keep using all those things. You're going to keep using sticks and things like that. So it's much easier to grow than Gallus, and the reason I struggled with the rating is I had to measure how valuable this power is, right? Because my counterpoint with Gallus was yeah, but nobody really cares about a lot of power. And that's what I was considering here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but in the end, I gave it a 3. But it was swinging for me between 2, between 4.
Yeah, it's similar, right? To some extent, it's somewhat boring, perhaps, and it is a 2 for 3. And yes, power is good, but not great per se, unless you can accumulate it very fast, right? Like restricted section is good when you can play it as a 7 for 2, not when it slowly grows over the course of a game.
Yeah.
But orange is probably the color with all that resource energy that can get this card big fast, which is what is needed to give it high impact. I'm pretty sure that I had some difficulties with this card too. I think maybe not as much as you. I have it as a 3 kind of max because I think it is when decks are getting built, there's gonna come a time where you're cutting cards, and you're gonna probably have cards that are better than this. And that's when it's gonna get cut. So
yeah, I agree. And for once, Pages is lower than us, 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like this card, and I do think it's better than Gallus.
That is fair. Okay, on to pink. I've already lost track. Is it you or me?
It's you.
It's me. DJ Pony on shuffle, 2 power, 2 cost, 3 rec. With Chaos ability, when you flip this card, you may shuffle a card from a discard pile into its owner's deck. In main phase, banish this card to shuffle a discard pile into its owner's deck. So, this card is better if we are thinking that the meta is going to go super long and you want to shuffle card, you want to recycle your discard pile.
But does Pink want to do that?
So,
in core?
It depends. Control decks might.
Why wouldn't they run Living to Laugh?
Living to Laugh is still partying is a legitimate point to make. But I think pink purple, which is absolutely going to be a legitimate control deck option, is going to have a harder time getting to Unity 15, and is just going to want that longevity to recycle.
Maybe.
Yeah. I'll admit, on the basis of vanilla just looking at the card, I would have probably agreed with you and given this card a 2. And I was to some extent influenced by seeing that Bugle was already putting it in lists.
I haven't looked at any lists yet.
Okay.
I mean, it could be a free. Like, I can see this as a sideboard card for sure.
Mhm.
But
Yeah. Bugle does bring up in chat that it is to some extent a counter to still partying as well.
yeah, it is. But I don't think you will see it a lot.
Yeah.
Still partying. I mean,
You don't think we'll see still partying anymore? That's interesting.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that is one assumption that I made, was that deck will still be competitive. In a different form, obviously, but it'll still be around.
But like, will it be around enough for you to sideboard against it, or just not? Like, you can.
Oh, yeah. When I say around, I mean consistently top fours at tournaments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. That's fair. I mean, sure.
Right. And Pages is a 3.5, even more optimistic than both of us. Also, hello, Grandpas. I see you there in chat.
Right. Next card, since we
Next.
have 0 seconds.
Next card, yes.
Featherbang's Mare Magnet. When you confront this card's problem, you may put a 1 Earth Pony Friend token into play. I mean, it's a pretty weak effect. Like, it's an on-confront trigger that gives you an Earth Pony, which is not that much. We have way easier ways to get tokens. It's a good limited card, though.
Yeah, it's an excellent limited card. I got to agree. Yeah, there's other great ways to get Earth Pony Friend tokens. It's legitimate, true. Confront a card's problem. This is Pink's version of put a +1 power counter on this card, basically. Except it's better because tokens can be used as fodder for a variety of Pink effects. Like, for example, retiring to Gunter is 2 cards away. But yeah, a certain Griffin.
I just think you can run like better cards for sure.
Yeah. This is just it's a little bit too bland, I guess. Now, yeah. Prism Light brings up a very good point. Legitimately, turns over Cadence. Actually, no, that's not true. Now that I think about it, because if you want to turn over Cadence, you'd want to you want to play stuff to home, but you can because this has 1 home limit, but then you're not gonna. Oh, Earth Point to home limit every turn.
Yeah, but you need to confront the problem, though.
Yeah, that seems a little bit less good if you're playing into control.
Like, you'd need something else other than Featherbanks as well to confront the problem and get the Earth Pony. And if you already have something else other than Featherbanks, it's like 2 friends already.
Not necessarily. You start Cadence with Buckball and you confront with her.
Yeah. I mean, searching high and low is definitely a thing, but no.
It's a legitimate option, I suppose. Perhaps that's why Pages has it at a 2, a bit more optimistic than either of us.
Yeah.
We are both at 1 here.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Next card.
Giarno, our pink entry into this cycle. So I have this card at a 2, which is like, for me, that's low for the fixed entry cycles. And that's simply because, as we mentioned at the start of the stream, Pink's mains are all excellent. If you are playing Pink, you are playing it as your primary color almost all the time. So there is not much need for Pink entry, generally speaking.
And the entry we have is already amazing.
Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much the sum of it.
Yeah, like if for previous colors I said that the other entry options are like better, for Pink, I think Pink has the best entry of all colors. So let's see, we have Holiday Spirit, which is a really good card. What else do we have? We have are they Sea Ponies? No, the Loyal Ponies. There we go. That one draws you a card, which is pretty good. What else do we have? And we have the Dismissal one, which is also really, really good. Like, I don't see a reason to run this over those. I mean, you get 1 extra power, but like with Holiday Spirit, you'll probably get 4 power a lot of the time.
Yep.
So I don't know. All things combined and the mains and everything, that's also 1, just like the rest of them. Not all of them.
We are getting some pretty significant pushback from the chat on this.
I know that free rec is huge. I touched on it on the previous, on the orange.
Yeah, Grandpa's, you weren't here for our earlier discussions on the cards from this cycle, where we talked about 3 rec and the fact that it works as entry, and it's they're legitimate points.
Yeah, like I know that 3 rec is huge.
Hithroc is definitely wrong for what it's worth. He's rated them all way too low.
No. Like, maybe I'm too pessimistic on this entry, but I really don't like that it's kind of the opposite of other entries, where it's only good when you first time play it, and for the rest of the game it's pretty much a dead card in your hand. And I would rather play motivational speech, I think.
I mean, yeah, that's legitimate. There are definitely cards coming up where I agree with you for the logic on that. This is another one where
it's also a Griffin.
It is a Griffin. That is a good point. And that is a legitimate point. Like, it is a Griffin, it's in the right color.
Fine, it is a Griffin.
Oh, are you actually gonna...
just for the Griffin, I might give it a 2.
Okay. And this is another one where Pages was more optimistic than either of us, but only at 2.5. All right.
Fine. Just because it's a Griffin.
All right. I brought this card up earlier. Gunter. It's just business. 2 cost, 2 rec, 3... Sorry, 2 power, 3 rec. Your friends in all zones have as an additional cost to play this card. You may retire another friend. If you do, as you play this friend, draw a card. Mentioned this earlier as a great reason why you want Earth Pony tokens. Fodder for retirement, to draw more cards as you play more cards, basically. Excuse me. It is, to some extent, I think, what Still Partying decks want. It's a little bit tricky, because Unity 15 is a lot. You need to be careful about your friends in play. Like, you're going to love the card draw, but you're going to, you need to be careful to keep your Unity 15 up to actually be able to win with that thing. But in general, this is going to be just lots of card draw. I think it's a super valuable friend to have in play, because chances are you're going to have tokens, whether they be tokens or friends at home or cards that you kind of want to, well, not necessarily want to get rid of, but don't necessarily have a vested interest in keeping around anyway, which you'll be happy to retire.
Yeah. I really like this card. I think recycling friends for more card draw is really, really good. Unconditional as well. So I gave this card a 4.
As did I.
And Pages is pessimistic here. He is at 3.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, 4 is saying that we expect, to see this a lot. Perhaps Pages just has a different read on the way the meta is going to develop.
The thing for me is that this card is just such an easy inclusion for you, because when it's just 2 for 2, right? It's a pretty cheap friend for a pretty powerful effect, and you don't have to retire things. If you can't afford to retire something, you just don't retire. Like, it's a May. So I you can choose when you retire and when you don't retire, when you want to draw, when you don't want to draw. So I think it makes it quite an easy inclusion in some of the decks, especially in pink of all colors.
And it is a Griffin. I think
it is a Griffin. All right, it's a 5 now.
I think this is one of the last times, well, before we get to the multicolor cards at least, that we get to say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next card.
Next card
is Lyra, Totally Wired. 3 cost, 2 power, 2 rec. Eager. I think this is the first card with Eager we see. At
Yes.
the start of the turn, once per turn, if you have a friend with Eager at home, you may draw a card. It's basically like Studios, but instead of winning face-offs, it's a thing at home. If you have at least one Eager at home, you will draw one extra card. After Eager, when you draw a card, if you have drawn 3 or more cards this turn, you may pay 1 to put this card from your hand into play. I gave this a 2 because of Eager, and like drawing 3 cards for pink is really, really easy.
Mhm.
So I can see people like including or thinking about this card in their deck. Like I didn't even look that it costs 3 because I think it's irrelevant. I think you'll never play her. You'll just put her into play with 1. It's also a way to enter your pink by just drawing cards, which is really good. And like Eager is a good keyword, so I think we'll see people at least thinking about this card.
Mm-hmm. It's a legitimate point. This is one of the cards that I was really I'll just say I have it as a 1, but that was a really hesitant one. Where because it's true, Eager is really, really good. It's not that hard at all to put this into play. I mean, if you have another Eager friend in play, then you've already drawn 2. Granted, if you have another Eager friend in play, then you don't necessarily want another Eager friend in play. But it's not hard to draw 3 or more cards per turn. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And the value of Eager is really, really good. For me, this kind of comes down to I think there are other Eager friends that you would prefer to play, and there have to be some good cards that are 1s.
Okay, but think about this. You can include this card in non-pink decks in order to run Pinky Sense.
Is Pinky Sense... I was about to ask, is Pinky Sense that good that you would want to do that? And the answer is obviously yes.
I mean, we've seen decks do that.
Yeah.
Like, if you're not in pink, you can still run this card, and just for Eager, I guess, and for maybe some it's a good way to splash into pink without like.
Well, so here's a question. If you want Eager, why are you going for pink rather than yellow?
Because I'm not yellow.
But yellow is one of the best colors. Yellow has so much extra utility for dealing with resources, which are going to need to, because there's going to be resources everywhere in this meta.
Maybe. But it was a side point anyway. Like, I think this card is good in pink.
Yeah, that's a fair call. Pages is with you on the 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Pinkie Pie. Reckless Endangerment. 3 cost, 3 power, 2 rec. Hasty, and players can't confront this card's problem unless they have at least 3 characters at that problem. Really interesting ability.
Yep.
And obviously going to be super great against farm, generally speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I'm not sure if it's going to be generally useful. It seems a little bit too conditional for me.
I don't necessarily agree. I think the problem with this card, so it's a control card. It's a trick card to stop a confront.
Mm-hmm.
It's in a ways it can be better than Dismissal. Well, it depends on how like the board goes on, but sometimes it can I think it can catch your opponent off guard if they don't think about this card when they confront.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, the rating basically was not how good is this card, but I was thinking about white-pink control, and I think white-pink control would consider this card. Like as a trick, and it still remains in play and continues to be annoying, and you can continue like dismiss their stuff or whatnot. So, and another thing, like using dismissal as a means to stop confront also becomes easier with this card, because if they are at exactly like 3 characters, you remove 1 and that's it. They can't confront anymore.
That is a fair point. And it's
it's also a Pinkie Pie.
It is also a Pinkie Pie. I was thinking that too. Transform Pinkie Pie gets played sometimes.
I mean, there is a Transform Pinkie Pie in the set, I think, right? Or am I remembering something wrong?
There's a Transform Fluttershy.
Oh, Fluttershy. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Flutterbat.
It is a legitimate point, and like as I'm thinking about it now, like it's true. 3 is like 2 is the standard number of characters for confronting problems, generally speaking. So you like, yeah, I think this is the first one this set where you're going to argue me up to a 3, which makes Pages the most pessimistic of us again at 2.5.
2.5. I wouldn't say again though.
Well, yeah, not very often. Okay.
All right. Next card is Pipsqueak, Old College Try. It's just like the thing we've seen before. It's a 1/1/1 with Eager, and probably one of the best one. Like out of the cycle of these cards, it's the best 1/1/1.
I agree.
Still not good enough though. Like I don't think you would play it just for Eager. It's just 1 power, gives you like 0 tempo. Well, gives you some, but like not a lot. It's not gonna be meaningful. Thing.
It's true. Yeah. I definitely considered making this card a 2 because Eager is that good. And it is true. I was going to bring this up. Bugle beat me to it in the chat. As a card that you play to your home early to get Cadence to flip.
Yeah, I guess Silverstream also likes this card.
And also later, as a easy friend to play if you want to get to your second friend trigger on Cadence as well. That's a legitimate point. Now I'm bringing all that up to say I think that's what made it a tough decision. I still agree with you on giving it a 1. But it was a difficult decision for those reasons.
Yeah, out of the cycle, this is the best one, but I still don't think people will play it. Prove me wrong.
It sure sounds like Bugle's going to.
Yeah, maybe Steel Parting lists include these.
It's a fair point. You still that Pinky main still has 5 home limit, right?
I think so, yeah.
Right. Which again, less.
But why would you need 3 of this if you're planning to draw your deck? Like you can only get 1 Eager trigger.
Yeah, it's true. Getting Eager into play early, as
yeah,
brings up, is really good. I mean, I know I'm not moving from 1.
Yeah.
Pages is the optimistic one among us at 2.
All right.
Alrighty. Silverstream. Now this is, I think, the first card that we have a disagreement on. A
Oh,
significant
yeah.
one. Yes. So Silverstream, go fish. 3 cost, 3 rec, 2 power, Eager, and when you draw your second card each turn, put a +1 power counter on this card. And I think this is coming down to the exact same disagreement we had about Gallus.
Yeah.
And about Smolder.
Yeah.
Because functionally, and actually now as I'm looking at it, like I argued myself up to 4, which is what my number was on the spreadsheet last night as I was looking at this, because it is, the Eager being in play automatically procs that trigger. You're going to draw 2 cards per turn and put a +1 power counter on this card.
Well, but as long as it's at home.
As long as it's at home. That's the thing that I'm thinking about. Because, like, obviously, if a friend is at home, then the +1 power counters are not super important. So maybe 4 isn't that right.
Yeah, it's a weird card where it wants to be at home, but at the same time, it doesn't want to be at home. It's kind of counter-synergizes with itself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could have other Eager friends, but like if this card didn't have Eager and would just say when you draw your second card each turn, put a +1 power count, it would be, I think, definite 1 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But like with Eager, it's like there is this counter synergy thing. And I don't know. I gave it a 2. I think some people will try it, and I don't think Pink cares about loads of power anyway.
It's well, I mean,
I mean, power is always nice.
It's true. I
But
suppose
it's not nice enough to run a free cost friend like this, I think.
you can say that
I think
Cadence
there are
main's just
better
going to
options.
draw cards. Yeah, I think I'm going to chalk that down to just being a little bit tired last night. I'm only going to lower it down to a 3. But yeah, it's not 4 material. And Pages is with you on 2.
Okay, next card is Ellie, Bargain Hunter, 4/4. When you have 7 or more cards in your discard pile, this card has +3 power. While this card is in your discard pile, your hand limit is increased by 2. I have this card as free because of the second ability. It's really easy to get things into discard pile in pink, and I think hand increase by 2 sometimes is a really valuable thing. Maybe I'm overvaluing it, but I think it's really nice.
It's interesting. I think I was gonna say pretty much the exact same thing as you, except replace the number 3 with the number 2. Like those were all the reasons that it became a 2 instead of a 1 for me, basically.
Okay, I would run this in the combo deck.
The sim version of Living to Laugh combo, I guess. The one that wants to use the blue-pink Gallus Gabby to discard your whole hand and draw it back. Hand limit increase.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Makes a lot of sense there.
And not just in Living to Laugh combos. Like if we see a combo deck pop up, I can see this card being there. And you don't I don't think you'll ever play it, and I don't think the first ability will ever be relevant. But the second ability was enough for me to give it a 3. And it's also increased by 2. It's not set to 10 like some other cards say, so it can be more than 10. It can be 12 or 14.
It's a legit point. I guess to some extent, then this kind of comes down to whether or not you see such a combo deck arising and whether you're willing to hedge your bets on it. I guess I'm not.
I'm hedging. I'm at 3.
Right. Yeah, I am at 2 with Pages. Okay. Baby Flurry Heart. Peas was never an option. Everyone's in agreement this is the best name for a card in the set. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, 3 cost, 3 rec, 3 power. When this card enters play, you may banish an opposing resource. If you do, gain a number of action tokens equal to that resource's cost. So, almost certainly going to cost you, well, it is going to cost you 3, but you're going to get some amount of it back. I did the math, i.e. looked at the resources in this set, and unfortunately there is no way to go positive by donating resources to your opponent. So sad. But it, more often than not, is going to effectively cost 1 or 2, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
Purple needed more resource removal because mysterious disappearance can be a liability sometimes. Some would even say more often than not.
Yeah. Luna's Futures is pretty good, though.
Luna's Future is good, but that's just 1. Remember,
Hyper Beam.
Hyper Beam is true as well. That's legitimate. But I mean, well, 2's not enough, I think.
Yeah. So in Adventure, we had, well, in Old Core anyway, we had the Special Beam Cannon, which was a 180 resource banishment. It was a really good card back in the day. And I think this and ever since Core rotated, we didn't really have such cheap resource removal options in Purple anymore. And I think this card kind of fills that niche because, yeah, most of the time it will cost you just 1, which is a resource banish for 180. We played Event for that cost already, which also had free rec, I think, Special Beam Cannon. But here you also get a free power friend, which, I mean, maybe for Purple it's not as relevant, but it's better than just an event.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
it is.
I mean, there's event synergies and stuff, but I still think it feels a good niche. This card feels a good niche.
Yeah, it is searchable with Celestia being a friend, being an Alicorn friend, which is perhaps in certain situations that's really useful if you need a particular resource removed from your opponent's side.
Yeah. I gave it a 4. I think it will see play. I think it's a good removal.
Yeah, I agree. I think this will be in most purple decks for sure. As a 4. Age is only at 3.5.
If you remove Desert Road, you get it for free. Oh wait.
Go ahead.
Cozy Glow. Think big. When this card is flipped, put a Troublemaker from your discard pile into play, face down. Troublemakers here have Epic. When I read this card, I was curious, why does it say face down? I think it doesn't have to, but maybe it's for clarification.
I think so, yeah.
It's a really cool effect. We've seen a card that makes Troublemakers Epic once before. It's Alicorn Amulet.
Mhm.
But that was like a very specific resource in 2 colors on the one Troublemaker. Well, this one is also probably on the one Troublemaker, but can potentially be more than one, I think, with the behind enemy lines.
Yeah, when has that card ever been relevant?
Maybe now. Yeah, I mean, so what I think about this card is that this card is cool, but it's not good.
Yeah, I'm looking at the spreadsheet. I'm a little frightened that Pages sees some synergy here that neither of us saw. And he's at 2.5 and we're both at 1s.
Yeah.
Like I agree. It's a super cool effect. I haven't been able to think of a way to make it good.
Maybe with Cozy Main something, I don't know.
Cozy Main. She's the one that says troublemakers don't prevent you from confronting, right? When she's there.
Yeah, but maybe you can like farm or something. I don't
know. And yeah, that's the obvious application of turning troublemakers into epic is being able to
I think
them.
that's the only application.
Yeah. Which
like there's no reason to turn troublemakers epic other than if you want to farm them, I think. Unless it's some like 5D chess chicken game.
Kind of.
They're like, oh, I'm not going to confront this because my troublemakers are epic.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess neither of us sees a purple farm emergent.
Yeah, not in core anyway.
Not in core. Okay. Thank you do. 2 power, 2 cost, 1 rec, training 1. So in general, I certainly have found, having looked at it, that training is a lot worse in purple than it is in blue. Which is not to say that the abilities are any worse. It's just a lot harder to get yourself into a board state where that training is going to go off. They don't have the sort of natural synergies that the blue cards do with being low power and having sort of ways to compensate for that. In order for this to go off, you're going to need to have a 3, and not even like just a flip main. It's got to be a 3 power friend, which is that's not so easy to do in the early game of purple, generally speaking.
Yeah, and it's just a card draw, and then you also have to discard a card.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, you don't discard cards in purple. Like you don't. I don't like discarding cards in purple anyway. Whenever I play purple decks,
purple doesn't have nearly as much discard synergy as blue does.
Yeah.
I say that, and then Celestia main is here, and also the she's coming up soon. The Twilight that wants you to have 2 events in your discard pile.
Nah.
But yeah, less so.
1.
I agree. 1.
Page is set at 1.5.
Alright.
Next one is Doctor Who's Research Grant. 3 power, 2 cost, 2 rec, but 3 cost doesn't matter here because it's one of those cycle friends. Studios. Main phase. While you have 6 or more action tokens, you may reveal this card from your hand and pay 1 to put this card into play. I think in purple, it's really easy to get to 6 action tokens. In the late game, it's gonna be just, gaining your AT per turn, and like if you had 1 AT left over, which you usually do in purple, you're just gonna get this trigger. And I think that's good enough to get a Studios keyword. I think like paying 1 to get this card into play and get Studios I think it's worth it in some cases. So I gave this card a 2. I think it can be like some people will think about including it.
That is a legitimate way of thinking about it. I can tell you that I looked at this and essentially treated Studious as blank space.
I disagree.
I don't consider it to be a particularly worthwhile piece of text. When you treat it that way, one cost 2 power friend in the late game isn't super impactful, and you're definitely not going to save the action tokens in the early game. I didn't really think of a situation where I would want to play this.
Maybe I see this through the eyes of blue, purple, white player who farms troublemakers in his control deck.
That is a fair point. I'll admit that blue purple has been a traditional blind spot for me that I do need to think about. But
it's also an entry.
It is also.
I don't think it's better than purple entry we have, but it is.
That same old refrain again. It's true. Yeah.
It's also a griffin.
Yeah, it's a 1 for me.
Yeah, I'm at 2, and Pages is at 1.5.
Okay. Ocellus, Gift Exchange. 2 cost, 2 power, 2 rec, training 1. When you discard a non-friend card, double this card's power until the end of the turn. There's a lot on this card, actually, that is tempting to like. Seeing the training and the synergy of sorts. You want to discard non-friend cards. Double is always tempting to see that on a card, and this has the potential to double lots if you discard a few friends per turn. At the same time, I looked at the back of the fast like, wait a second, how many times has double actually been a relevant modifier? And the answer is almost never. Like, how many cards...
On Rockhoof, it's relevant.
Rockhoof doesn't actually have the word double on it.
I mean, yeah, but the effect is double. Like, it's double.
It is, I suppose. But yes. Like the actual dependent modifier style doubling is actually, like, generally speaking, not been good enough.
Yeah.
And we've got the same problem that training in purple is a lot less relevant than it is in blue. I just kind of don't see enough there to make Ocellus worth playing, and so I give it a 1.
The way I thought about this card is that we have Trixie, Smoke, and Mirrors, which is also a double effect when you play events. And like in purple, you usually don't want to discard stuff. Not only it's hard to discard stuff in purple, usually you don't really want to discard stuff either. Like, I'd rather play my cards. Because like purple is usually stocked on events, right? That's the purple's thing. And you kind of want to play your events instead of discarding them. And if you don't want to discard your stuff and you want to play your stuff, Trixie is just the better option, because she always is. Compared to this card, and like training is not really anything you want. I know it's a very specific effect, and like double just until the end of the turn. A lot of things going on in this card, and none are useful.
Yeah,
so I won.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Animoy. I was thinking of Trixie, Smoke, and Mirrors as well, and that was one of the cards that I thought, like, oh, wait a second, this is a doubling effect in purple. It's been easy to pull off, and all the times I've tried to play that card, it is underwhelmed me to a great degree.
Yeah, like Trixie, Smoke, and Mirrors doesn't see play, and I think that card is much better fitted for purple than this one.
Pages agrees with us on the 1. All right, next card.
Yep. Is it mine?
I think so.
Oh, okay. Princess Twilight Sparkle Conspiracy. 4 cost, 1 rec, 3 power. Training 2. While you have 2 or more events in your discard pile, you may pay 2 less to play this card. So, I mean, you'll probably have that effect in purple, right? But all you're getting, like you're getting 2 for free, and you're getting training on a free power card. It's like, meh.
Yeah, I have this here as a 2 because I think there are 2 obvious possibilities to have in play that'll proc the training. Those being Sunset Shimmer, Clever Calculator, and a restricted section with at least 4 power.
Yeah.
Which, admittedly, those aren't going to come out early. Those are going to be mid-game-ish plays. But in that situation, which I don't think is particularly difficult to set up, you have 2 events in your discard pile, and you are going to get the training. Then I think it's worth playing.
Okay, so the way I see this card is without the setup that you just described. This is a vanilla friend, 2 for free. That's all it is. With a restriction on play, like it's not always 2 for free. But let's assume the best case scenario without the setup, which is, I mean, you'll probably have 2 events in your discard pile. It's a 2 for free vanilla friend, which is not great at all.
It's
but
true.
With the
We've
setup,
spent this whole stream talking about how you don't think 2 or 3 vanilla friends are very good.
Yeah, and in purple especially. And with your setup, with like restricted section or Sunset Shimmer, it's a tank. It's a blue tank from High Magic. Like, okay. 1.
That's, you do make a pretty convincing argument in that.
So, like, with the setup, with 2 events in your discard pile, with a specific friend in play, it's a blue tank from High Magic for 280.
Right. Like, it is... Purple wants to get some more cards into it. Like, purple... Actually, you've been saying this for a while. There is one particular reason why you want to get events into your discard pile in purple. That being Spirit Siphon. Which, admittedly is nowhere near as good of an argument as Legacy Leech was, but, well, fair enough. But yeah, I suppose I kind of agree with you there.
Yeah, so for me it's a 1, and Pages has it at 2.
Alrighty. Our 4th time through the chorus on this entry cycle, with the purple version. This is, for me, is much the same reasoning as I use for orange. I think purple has really good utility events that are going to make colors want to include purple, and so it is valuable entry. And so, yeah, this should be there. And I give it a 3.
Have really good utility events. Why wouldn't you include Professor Twilight and get them twice?
That's, well, okay. Headmare Twilight, you mean? Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Handmares.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, not all of them are necessarily, worth copying. And this has the particularly important point of being one of the cards you enter into if you want to play Magic Overload in your yellow deck.
Yeah, yes.
And it's a dragon.
Okay. Not a Griffin, though.
It's true. I have, admittedly, I haven't seen the deck, but I've heard that dragons are something in this set. And I mean, we'll be getting into a few purple-orange dragons later in the multicolors that are like actually pretty good.
Out of all entry cards that are in the cycle, that I gave a 1. Like I think I gave 5 out of 6 a 1, and this one is a 1. I think this one is the closest that comes to 2. Not considering the pink one, which was a Griffin, and he's cheating.
Fair enough.
So like I'm kind of in between. If I was Pages, I would give this 1.5. 1.8. It's gonna go further than Pages. Gonna divide it even more.
Yeah.
I don't have belief in this entry cycle. Sorry, entry cycle.
Fair enough. Next card?
Yeah. Spike, Grabby Claws. When an opponent flips a card during a face-off here, if that card has higher power than this card, banish that opponent's card to beneath this card. This card has +1 power for each card banished beneath it. 1/1/2. What did I give it? I gave it a 3. So the reason I gave it a 3 is it's like if you're playing control, I think it's a really good way to defend your troublemakers. Like at one point, sure, Spike will have a lot of power and you won't be able to do that anymore. But I think it can easily get like 4 or 5 cards beneath it. And that's like 4 or 5 face-offs that your opponent didn't have a flip in.
Yeah,
I think that's a fair effect.
Yeah, I think this is quite legitimately, granted with considering the locality restriction, this card is win the next 2 or 3 face-offs that are here, which there's definitely value on that. If you're obviously the opponent knowing that will make sure that they're way over in terms of power before they challenge.
Sure.
But that's good deterrent.
Yeah. I mean, if your opponent making sure they win the face-off without the flip, means they're spending resources on that.
Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely good enough value to be worth potentially including in some metas. I think it's a pretty clear 3.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, like neither of us have talked about the fact that it gets power for doing this, because that's irrelevant.
Yeah, that's super irrelevant. Who cares about it?
In fact, I would prefer it to not get power.
Of course. It'd be a little bit too good if it didn't get power, I don't think.
I mean, given the locality restriction, I think it'll be still fine. Maybe not. Okay. All right, next card.
All right, so I actually need to take off for the facilities here. So I'm going to allow you to talk about this next card here a bit.
Okay, so if we look at the art box, it has Trixie on it, so it's a 5. It's a game-defining card. That's it. Oh, actually, curse went away. I didn't get that. Sorry. So yeah, Trixie, is this your card? 1 for 1, free rec. When this card is flipped, you may put it into your hand. To put a card from your hand into your flip zone. At the start of face-off here, you may draw a card, then put this card on top of your deck. It's a really complicated effect. Basically, she lets you replace flips with things. And I gave it a 5 because it's a Trixie, obviously. Cursed gave it a 1. And I think as far as like competitive gameplay goes, I don't think it will see that much play. I think some people might consider it into their deck, so I would honestly give it at least 2 or 3, not a 1, if I close my eyes on the fact that it's Trixie. And Pages gave it a 0, but actually 3. So yeah, I don't know how long will Cursed be gone. Oh,
I'm back.
Hi. I talked about the fact that it's Trixie, and that's why it's 5. So
yep, absolutely. Okay.
Why
so
1?
This is the one where that is actually So, what's your actual thought?
2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Like
okay.
I'm with Pages here.
2 or 3, right? Let me quickly read this card again. Throw our face off here. Draw a card. This card. Right. We had this discussion during our last stream, didn't we? About how this is actually somewhat useful.
Yes.
And it's easy. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
Like I think people will at least maybe look at this card at some point. Like I wouldn't say it's like a definite one. Nobody will ever play it.
Yeah.
I think you might see it here and there, and maybe like I think 3 or 2 is a fair rating for it.
I that may have been another one where I was just tired and trying to get through the card ratings. I'm always wary of giving too many cards 2s because some of them need to be 1s, but yeah, this is legitimately true. And you mentioned Pages says 3?
Yeah, Pages says 0, but actually 3.
Okay. Citrine Spark, our white entry. of the white entry cycle. Haha. So white. Let me see here. White has traditionally been a secondary color. White has a good main now in Chrysalis. But white has traditionally been a color that you want to get utility into. I didn't spend a whole lot of time thinking about purple-white control, which I'll admit I probably should have. And this is actually like not a bad entry there, because you can search for it with Celestia to get your white entry up.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, Grandpaws. Seeing your comment there, you've got 2 screams upcoming, I'm afraid. As Hithroc and I both have it at a 2.
Hey, I have it higher than any other entry of the cycle.
It's true. It's true. Hithroc rated it the highest of all the entry cards.
Yeah, maybe I'm very pessimistic the entire cycle, but this is the card I'm most optimistic about out of all entry cycle. You can see it like that. So yeah, well, I mean, there's some things going on here. There's like all of the things you mentioned, but also the fact that, I mean, white doesn't really have a like amazing entry. There's some like okay entry in there, but nothing that's really amazing. And out of all entry cards, I'm most optimistic about this one.
Pages did give it a 3.
Yeah, Pages did give it a 3.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Next card is Claude, Dance Puppets. I really like the flavor.
I agree.
4 rec, 2 coast, 2 power, handy. When this card enters play, you may put a puppet counter on a non-attachment resource. Resources with puppet counters on them lose and can't have abilities and are friends in addition to other card types. So I have this card at 2, and you guys have it at 3, I see. The reason I have it at 2 is just I don't think it's that good of an effect. Like, it is amazing. It's really cool effect. It's a really cool card. It does something we haven't seen in a very long time in a very interesting way. Like, I actively enjoy that this card exists. But I don't think it's competitively viable. Because usually you want to keep your resources, like you put your resources into your deck for a reason. And it's not often when you want to, forget about a certain resource and like turn it into a friend. And when you do turn it into a friend, you also need to move it, and like it's just a vanilla friend. I don't know.
Well,
I don't see any value.
Not necessarily. If you play it on one of the resources that gets played to a problem, then it's automatically there at that problem.
Yeah, Grandpa's points out that you can blank opposing resources, which is, I mean, I guess, I guess that's good.
Oh, you can't.
You can't do that.
Are
Does
those
it say opposing?
Well, no. He's saying like resource. Oh, they're all attached to problems. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think those were attachment resources.
We actually, yeah, they're all attachments. I actually checked that, because if they were not attachments, there was some fun ruling things.
Fair enough.
About that. Yeah, they're all attachments. So, yeah, most definitely the resource you play this on is going to be at home, because that's the only place where non-attachment resources are. So yeah, like it's a lot of hassle for nothing. That's what I feel like about. Right. And yeah, you can blank opposing resource, so it's in a way it's like a resource removal maybe, but like run Winterzilla.
I'll admit, actually, I hadn't thought of the fact that you can blank opposing resources with it. That's legitimate. The thing that got me from 2 to 3 was the fact that those puppet counters don't go away. So the next one you play is giving you 2, and then if that one goes away, then the next one you play, now you've got 3 that are turned into
yeah,
friends.
I mean, you have 3 friends at home now that are just vanilla friends with like 4 or 5 power. Maybe 7, but are you really going to put a counter on your stick?
I mean, maybe.
I don't think so.
I mean, you're turning 3 power into 7 power.
Nah.
Yeah, I think there's enough Like, certainly, I'm happy that the chat has illuminated me as to why 3 was a good number.
I don't think blanking is good enough to make it for me 3. I have it at 2, and I think it's a 2.
Okay, and Pages also has it at 3. Okay, Matilda, backup plan. 2 cost, 2 rec, 2 power, 3 rec. A big chunk of reminder text that doesn't mean anything, and discard's problems confront requirements are reduced by 2. I am only half joking about that part about inspired not meaning anything. I kind of similar to what we saw last set. There still aren't enough cards with inspired for it to be useful at all. Now, the bit with this problem's confront requirements reduced by 2, that's legitimate. That is effectively is a 4 power friend. Only having 2 power, granted, does apply to the opponent as well, which has some interesting applications to it. I think the effect is kind of, as we've been saying with the whole stream, it's interesting enough. I'm not willing to give it a 1. I'll give it a 2.
I don't think the effect is that big of a deal, and it is basically a 4 power friend for 2 cost, which is not exciting, I think. And we had Coloratura, which was an 8 power friend basically for AT. But not only that, it didn't apply to her problem. You could apply it anywhere, even if she's at home. But granted, she was a 4 cost friend, and 2 cost friend is a big difference. But I don't think this card will be played. I don't see an application for this card, to be honest. Why would you include this card and not some other card?
Right. Well, you're playing white aggro, clearly.
Sure.
Which
are there not better options?
In white aggro, fair enough. That's a potentially.
Also, this card is a donkey.
So, you have something against donkeys?
We need Harmony Donkey because there's so many of them.
Actually, there are a fair number of them. There's been one of them every set for the last little while, hasn't there? Whether it be Cranky or Matilda, there's been quite a few of them.
Yeah.
Now. Pages is the most optimistic out of both of us at 2.5.
Sure.
All right, next card.
Next card, Octavia, Mixed Media. 3 cost, 2 rec, 2 power, showy 1. When an opponent spends their last action token, you may pay 1 to put this card from your hand into play. I thought about this card. I actually maybe thought including it, putting it at 2, because it's like a hidden trigger, right? Your opponent will probably spend their last action token at some point, so you can get this card into play. But then I thought, you'll get it into play, and you'll get Fleor from Equestrian Odysseus for 118, which is okay.
Yeah.
Just doesn't do anything, really.
Yeah. And this card, you can't tell anyone, oh, but this is entry. No. You do not want your entry to be conditional on something your opponent does.
Yeah.
Ask the other Cadence main. Yeah, and I'm a little sad that you didn't also say some reminder text that doesn't mean anything, because that's also kind of true in this case. Showy 1 is, we've seen time and again, not really useful at all.
Yeah,
and I'm with you on the 1. As is Pages.
Oh, I like the flavor of the next card.
Alrighty. It's true. Yeah, the flavor text on this one is actually really good. I'm not sure on the pronunciation. I'm going to say Petiole. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I would agree.
2 cost, 2 power, 2 rec, Harmony Changeling. As this card enters play, choose another one of your Changeling friends. This card enters play as a copy of that friend. So, this is one of my first, I think, properly hot takes from this review.
Okay.
I think that this is the season for Changeling aggro. This is the set that it's going to work.
It's time.
It's time, yes. And this is one of the cards that gets it there. Amazing synergy with all the things that those decks have. They've got that. Well, the Thorax and the Pharynx that all give you boosts whenever you play a Changeling Friend, etc. comes into play. You would love to play an additional copy of either one of those. So
Sure.
yeah, I think that this card is going to take it up there. Well, this card and the other white-yellow cards that we're going to see, and this is the year that it's going to be good. So I'm giving this card a 4.
I'm giving it a 3 because I'm not as convinced as you are, but the effect is pretty good. I think we will see this card pop out from time to time. Like if Changeling aggro is a thing, yeah, this card will probably be there. I just don't have as much belief in Changeling aggro yet. Maybe we'll see.
It's a fair point. If you're listening, Joking Luna, I'm talking to you. Play the Changeling deck. It's good.
Prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Pages has it in between us at 3.5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, so Grandpa's in the chat brings up in mono white control Changelings, Chrysalis Main, presumably, which is a legitimate point. 2 cost additional copies of Pharynx. That's fair. That's a good application. Yeah. Like I say, I'm still judging it based on changing aggro, but yeah, that's a legitimate point.
Sure.
All right.
Still keep it at 3 though.
You're up.
The flavor is really good though.
Flavor is excellent. Yes.
Okay, next card is Rarity Disturbing the Peace. 3 cost, 3 power, 1 wreck. Showy 1 with a reminder text that doesn't mean anything. And Prepared with reminder text that doesn't mean anything.
Oh, that's a low blow for Prepared, I think.
I mean, everybody knows what Prepared does. Okay, in fact, I would like my opponents to forget what Prepared does.
Okay, you say it that way, that's legitimate. That's fair enough. The reminder text doesn't mean anything because everyone knows what the keyword means.
Yeah, Prepared matters, but the reminder text doesn't. And in fact, I would like to forget I would like my opponent to forget what Prepared does. That's when Prepared is the best. Mm-hmm. This card is a 1 though, because it's a 3 cost, which is a lot for a 3 power friend, which is Showy, which doesn't really matter, and Prepared, which I mean does matter, but is it worth it to run a 3 cost card for that?
Yeah, I gotta say, I did to some extent, yeah, evaluate the same as you. Eyes come over that Prepared, that Showy. Prepared is meaningful, but if I wanted a little bit of Prepared, I would run Summoning Bell probably, or Bodyguard.
Yeah.
There are plenty of great ways to get into play. It is entry. Always gotta preface. It is entry, and is a unicorn. Me of the Celestia main, this set, gotta keep remembering that. But there are other ways to get this. Yeah, so I'm with you on the 1.
Yeah, and another thing is that I think Prepared kind of counter synergizes with Showy. Like Showy kind of discourages from going to the problem, but you kind of want Prepared to be somewhere where your opponent will be.
This is true.
So it's a very small counter synergy, but it is there as well. It's 1 all around for us.
Yeah. Okay. Sandbar. 3 cost, 2 power, 3 rack. Handy. When you play this card, you may put a resource from your discard pile into play. But it's kind of interesting. Like we've had over the years, mostly in past sets, cards that could protect resources and stop them from leaving play, which didn't see a whole lot of play, probably just because they were super inefficient. But this is really good. We have a lot of... Okay, maybe I shouldn't say really good, because I'm only giving it a 3. But, there are a lot of great value resources that are going to get removed, because everyone's going to be running more resource removal in this set. And here, you get to have it back, which is great. The Handy is a nice bonus. Not super synergistic in white, with the exception of Summoning Bell. Or, I guess, Storefront. But it's pretty solid, useful ability, which is not that hard to build around. So, pretty clear 3.
Yeah, I agree. Don't really have anything to add here.
Oh.
And Emma mentions a resource animator. Do you mean Sweetie Belle main?
I mean, it's true. She was like useful-ish in her time.
Yeah, I mean, I think one deck won Continentals with it, no?
No,
that was Rarity.
Yeah.
Oops.
Kind of.
But it was inspired by that deck.
It was inspired by that deck. It's true. Yeah, and Pages is with us on 3.
Okay, next card is Sweetie Belle, Scrap Quilting. It's just a 1/1 handy, one of those cycle friends. And I have it at 1 because by itself, it's not really like it's just a one-time handy effect. I don't think it's good enough to do anything.
Yeah. Is it worth it? 1 cost. Is it worth it to pay 1 cost and a card to get a handy effect?
No.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, we were talking about Apple Bloom and saying that 2 for 2 is actually
That's orange.
That's orange, right? And that's the distinction. In orange, there's synergy all over the place for resources that you want to exhaust and ready. Again, there are some in white, but not nearly so many.
Yeah. I'm gonna ready my Changeling Throne. Doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything. No, there's no use for it. Right.
No.
Like you could. If you turn Changeling Throne into a friend, then you can double its trigger with Mirror Pool. But yeah, you can't ready it in time.
No, you can't because you need to play friends, and that's in order to play friend, you need to have a priority window.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh well.
Okay.
2 yellow.
2 yellow, and the last round 6 of static entry friends. So I have this one out of 3, which is for 2 reasons. First, because as I said, I think the changeling deck's going to work. And hey, here's a efficient entry changeling. If you're coming at it from the white direction, like if you're running Ocellus main rather than Thorax main, which is a choice. You can go either way on that one. This is also the card that purple mains are going to use to get into Magic Overload, which I know is a thing that can be done. I've played it a few times already, and it's legitimate. It's good. Right? This lets you get there on turn 2 if you're playing a main that isn't necessarily going to flip early. So yeah, I think it has absolute applications, and we'll see some play. So I'm willing to give it a 3.
I am giving it a 1, just like the rest of them. I think just yellow has better options for entry. I mean, maybe if a changeling deck is like the next big thing, and maybe you know what? If changeling, well, no, my argument doesn't really work. But if changeling decks are the next big thing, I would consider running Thorax entry, which is 2 for 2 experienced, so it can be 2 for 3.
That's a good point. So that again, it goes back to your argument of you prefer entry that gets better as you go further into the game.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, that's legitimate.
So I don't know. I don't know. This entry cycle was not for me. It's a cool entry cycle, but I'm not sold on it at all. And if I'm wrong, so be it.
Fair enough.
That's my anti-hot take. Like everyone is like, "Oh, this entry is so good," and I'm like, "No,
no, you're just here to throw water on everybody." Yeah, Pages
has it too.
Correct. Okay. Yours, I think.
Oh, yeah, Autumn Blaze, Heated Argument, Hasty, 2 cost for wreck, 2 power. Hasty, your cards involved in face-offs have +1 power for each card your opponents have flipped during that face-off. Now, I mean, it is +1 power basically most of the time, but also yellow really likes your opponent to not flip any cards at all, so I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, yellow really likes to either, your opponent doesn't flip cards, or else you either want to lose the face-off or don't care at all. Like, generally speaking, wanting to win face-offs where the opponent is flipping cards is very not yellow. It wants to be like anything other than that so far from all the stuff that yellow has been doing for the last few sets.
Yeah, and that's not even considering that, like, yeah, this card can give you more than +1 on everyone, but only against, like, one color, maybe. Sometimes. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's just anti-synergetic with yellow, I think, in general, and other things. It's one.
Yeah, it is 2 or less printed power. It's always an important thing to take note of in yellow decks.
And it is hasty, I suppose, so you can play it when it will make a difference, like a trick. But I don't know.
But yeah, these are the countervailing points when we both gave it a 1.
Yeah.
Pages gave it a 2 though. Alrighty, Featherweight. 2 cost, 2 power, 1 rec, eager. Now, I'll admit, having gotten here, it's a little strange. Let me reset the timer here quickly. A little strange that I gave this card a 2 while I gave Pipsqueak a 1, right? This is just a more expensive version of a way to get eager. And I don't know if I have a good argument against that.
Well, it is yellow and not pink. Pink has a bunch of card draw anyway, but not so much yellow, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I put this in my purple-yellow Magic Overload deck because I wanted to have eager, and I wasn't going to go to pink for it, and this seemed like the best card for the job. Now, is that necessarily good enough? I don't know. But I guess, the answer is yeah. Given that I considered playing it, it must be a 2 and not a 1.
I have it at 1, even though I think it's better than Pipsqueak in the fact that it is yellow, and yellow is not the color of card draw, and card draw in yellow can be really valuable, be you playing control or aggro. But I still have it at 1. I don't think it's good enough on its own. I think they're just better cards you can have in your deck. Like,
We'll be getting to one of them. Although, spoilers, and I'm sure, well, it's true. Hithroc, not super optimistic on yellow cards in general.
Oh, yeah. So what, we are at 3 cards, all 3 were 1s so far? It's a pattern.
Yeah, let's just say that, yeah. Pages, over 2.5 on this one.
Cool.
Okay, Fluttershy. She's your card.
Oh. Fluttershy, harboring a fugitive. 1 cost, 1 power to wreck. Immediate discard 2 cards to put a 1 creature friend token into play. Well, I don't know if you want to discard cards in yellow. Like, I guess you can do that, but do you want to? And you only get 1 creature, which admittedly in yellow can be pretty big. It can, like, creatures can go as high as 4 power in yellow, or even higher if you try really hard. But a whole lot of 2 cards for that is just so much.
It's true. Yeah, the only reason I considered playing her was in accordance with other colors that have reasons to want to get cards into the discard pile. That being, I suppose, orange would want to. I considered her as an additional avenue to flip Celestia over if I didn't draw events.
Yeah.
But that's a pretty small application, and admittedly, I cut her from that deck before I posted it for Adventure. I think actually you've argued me down to 1 here as well, probably.
Yeah, I am at 1. I just don't see this card being played. Cute art though.
Tis very true. Pages is over at 2, by the way. That completes us on the crime cycle.
Okay, this one is yours.
Yes. Mary Poppins. Bird Feeder. 3 power, 3 cost, 3 wreck. Is an earth pony and a critter that says your other critter friends here have +1 power. Seems like a good limited card. I feel like I've seen this effect from time to time over in yellow. There are other ways in yellow already of giving your critter friends globally +1 power. Globally, not just locally like this one.
Yeah.
So it is a pretty, I kind of want to say unoriginal kind of design. In core, is that true? There's Professor Fluttershy. There's Bring Out Your Best. Okay, maybe it's only 2.
Yeah, but this is local and expensive and high rec.
Right. Yeah. If you want locally +1 power, you play Diurnal Amulet. Right? That's what that card does,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Like I don't know. One.
Mm-hmm.
One thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say that's also 1.
Yeah, one thing I want to like. I'm kind of curious. I thought this like screen cap in the show was reference to Home Alone, wasn't it? It's interesting that the card is called Mary Poppins.
It could be. Now that I think about it,
it's Home Alone 2. Like
yeah. I know which movie you're referring to. I actually don't remember which episode this was from.
2. I know it's 2.
Sorry, no.
Where she goes to New York.
Yeah.
Episode.
Which episode of NLP? Sorry.
Yeah. It might be. It might be the Christmas special. No, I think it's from there, but maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, that would explain it then.
Best gift ever. I think
yes.
It's called.
Yes, I still haven't seen that one, unfortunately.
I think it is. Oh, you should definitely watch it.
Okay. I mean, you're like the second person to tell me that, so good.
Yeah, I mean, it is really good. Either way, tangent.
Yeah. We've kept it pretty clear on the tangents.
Yeah. I think we've been doing pretty good so far.
I mean, I would say we've been doing pretty bad. We've only had like 2 of them. Pages has this card at 1.5.
All right, next card, Mint Jubilap and Lemony Jam, Backhoofed Compliment. 5 cost, 3 rec, 2 power. When this card enters play with 3 +1 power counters. Remove a +1 power counter from this card to put a -1 power counter on an opposing friend here. Activate this ability no more than once per turn. All that sounds amazing, but at 5 cost, it does nothing useful.
Yeah.
So 1.
Yeah. I'm very happy to see -1 power counters being in just yellow now. It's not necessarily an only yellow-orange thing. It's a generally yellow thing, and I hope to see many more yellow cards in the future that have -1 power counter things happening on them. We kind of covered this with Limestone earlier in the stream. It's 5 cost. Yes, it comes into play at 5 power, but yeah, if 5 cost, does Reanimator play this card? No. So it better be something real good if you're gonna pay 5 cost for it. And I don't think this is good enough for that. And
yeah, it does so little for so much cost.
Mm-hmm.
Like even without Reanimator, it's just even in limited, I don't know if I would play this card.
So okay, there is an outside chance, like maybe if you have some other synergy with cards that have +1 power counters on them, you're going to use those +1 power counters for other purposes.
Maybe
that's a stretch, and it's not boosting it up to a 2 for sure. Obviously, 5 cost is still 5 cost. But yeah, that's the direction my mind goes in. For what it's worth, though, great to have these 2 on a card finally.
Yeah.
Okay. Solo Mare. Early arrival. 3 cost, 2 rec, 2 power, calming 1. While you have no friends, you may pay 1 to put this card into play. So we've been talking a lot this stream about cards that are good early and then awful later. Which not even to the extent that this card is. This is amazing as your first card, or your first friend, I suppose, which isn't necessarily your first card. Fair enough. But then, yeah, if you've got friends in play, this is a really awful card to have in your hand.
Yeah, why is it 2 then? Tell me.
So, wait, I have it at 2?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. So it is really good at the start of the game.
Is it?
I mean, it is a 1 cost entry, and that calming is like the first couple of turns are like the only time where calming is not completely irrelevant, and it's not completely irrelevant at any other time if the opponent forgets about it, but it can be impactful placed correctly on like the first turn against a main that needs to confront a flip.
And for the rest of the game, it's a dead card because you're not playing it.
Yes. Now I'll admit that math definitely seems to go in favor of it being a 1, but I can't ignore the possibility that people will try it for that opening turn value.
No, I don't like play gummy.
Fair enough. I think it
I
will
do not believe.
very rapidly fall out of favor, but I think people will try it in like the first couple of weeks.
Sure.
And Pages has it at 2 as well.
Not convinced. Next card is Yona, Make a Path. 3 cost, 3 rec, 2 power, Eager. At the start of your score phase, you may exhaust this card to contribute its power to confronting a problem. So it's like Control at Citizens, but without the home limit thing, and with Eager.
Mm-hmm. So would you?
And this card.
Sorry, go ahead. Well, I was going to say, would you pay 1 extra cost for our Control at Citizens with Eager?
Absolutely. So yeah, this is the only card that I read at above 1 for yellow. The rest of them were 1s, and this is 2. I think this card is better than Control at Citizens, that's for sure. Even though it costs 1 more, and I think it has 1 higher rec. I think Control at Citizens has only 2 rec.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, but Eager like puts it a little bit higher. And you know what? Maybe I can be actually convinced into a 3 for this card. But for like, I see it as a 2. I think you'll probably maybe want other cards, but maybe not.
It's like
it's hard between 3 and 2 for me.
I'll admit it could be like I look at it and say, well, Carolot Citizens is a card that gets played consistently. Granted, not all over the place, only in certain mostly nurturing nature lists, but it certainly does get played. Would those lists be willing to replace that card with this card? 1 extra for Eager. I think Eager is worth 1 extra AT on a card that is also useful. So yeah, I think it almost certainly sees play in those decks.
Okay, fine. It's a 3. There we go.
Okay. Pages has it at 4, by the way. He's even more optimistic than either of us.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good card. It's the only good yellow card.
Fair enough. Hey, you rated the main higher than 1.
Did I?
I think so.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, out of the friends, because I think I have some events, yellow events and stuff, higher than 1. Because I was more optimistic about events in the set than friends for sure.
It's a reasonable point, yeah.
Anyway, I'll be back in 1 minute.
Okay. So I'll just try to quickly fill time for Hithroc here. We are at the end of the single color friends. We are actually, about a third of the way through the set. 53 out of 160. We're just a little short of a third of the way through. But of course, the multicolor friends and the events and the resources, that's where, and the ultra rares especially, that's where the fun is to be had. To give you some quick summary, some quick statistics right now, Hithroc is the most pessimistic about this set out of all of us. Pages is the most optimistic, and I am about right in the middle in terms of average ratings. Hithroc is an average about 2.2. I'm about average 2.4. Pages is average 2.7, a little bit less than that, 2.69, which is a little surprising. That's usually not the way that it works. Usually I'm one of the more pessimistic people, and Hithroc tends to be somewhat optimistic because he's, well, to some extent because he's skewed because every Trixie is a 5, but also just in general.
I'm back.
Okay. I was talking about the summaries and our average ratings.
Okay, what are the summaries? Real
Just
quick.
just of that, basically. That it's said that it's unusual that you're so pessimistic.
Yeah, I'm usually more optimistic, but this time my averages are way lower than. I think I don't have a single 5
You do.
out of my entire. Well, Trixie.
No, I'm looking right here at the multicolors out of 5 in your column.
Oh, do I? Oh yeah. That's 1 5 that I have. Sure.
Okay, fair enough. And it's not this card, but we'll get to it. Moving on, Smolder. Too cool for school. 2 cost, 3 reckon, blue and orange, 3 power. Agile, and your friends can't be frightened. We kind of I think the reasoning was kind of covered earlier. Agile on 3 power is not significantly a big deal. And your friends here can't be frightened is legitimate. That's good use. You can imagine perhaps swooping in before a villain gets uncovered, or well, I mean that's probably the main legitimate point. But it's still not all that much. Probably the agile doesn't really give you all that much.
Yeah.
And orange blue in particular, it's got some really good cards in it that are much better than this.
It would be hard to justify this card. And this card would be a lot better if replacement modifiers didn't change.
'Tis true. Yes, it's true. Yeah. In the world where this plus persistent means
Nothing.
well, it means everything. Yeah. Nowadays, this plus persistent means nothing.
Yeah. So yeah, we both have it at 1, and Pages has it at 2. Next card is Gilda. Smell what she's baking. Harmony Griffin. When this card, when this card or another one of your Griffin friends enters play at a problem, if you have no other characters there, you may move one of your Griffer characters to that problem. I don't know. I don't see this effect as being extremely impactful.
Right.
Like, well, it is a free move, and I mean, it is a 2-for-2 friend. It's pretty cheap, and the Rex are all right. So I can see this, like, people including it and thinking about it, but I don't think it will see any consistent play.
Right. So it is true that, as I kind of mentioned during last stream, Griffin deck, air quotes, means living to laugh combo deck, basically, or well, still partying in the current meta, and so you might think, well, those decks don't need this kind of effect all that much, but in the new direction that it's going, where you do have to score points through other means, unless you get all 3 of your still partyings out, confronting problems is going to matter, and you are actually going to want effects like this, I think. And so for that reason,
in one of the in the Griffin Living to Laugh, you do need to confront problems. And this helps you with that, I think, right? You need to move Gabby.
In that matter, I suppose, yeah.
But I still don't like. I'm not too convinced, so I'll have it at 2.
I've seen the chat mention Gallus a few times up to now.
Yeah, maybe Gallus is the next. You know what? If Gallus is the next, like what Beagle said, control Gallus, I'm all for that.
Yeah, I mean Gallus was so much hype around that main when it first came out, and it totally fizzled.
Yeah,
I would love to see him see use.
I don't think this card goes in control Gallus, though. To be honest,
seems unlikely. Yep, seems like the kind of card that would have gone in your Gabby combo, probably.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Next.
I don't know if we mentioned Pages at 3 also.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Daybreaker, Scorched Earth. 2 cost, 3 power in blue and purple, 3 rec. Swift, and when you discard a card for the first time each turn, gain 1, 18. So when I looked at this card, I was put in mind of another card that is kind of, well, I have bad memories of it. That being Daring Do. I have bad memories of it because I rated it very poorly and got, it was turned out to be an amazing card.
Flashback.
Absolutely. And this looks very similar to me. 2 cost, Swift, 3 power instead of 2 power, has a way of gaining a T on it. Admittedly, a little bit like you do have to discard cards rather than just confronting a problem, but blue is a good color for doing that. And so I think this is a chance for redemption. This card is a 4, and I'm not going to miss out on that value this time.
Nah, I like Daring Do was amazing because Swift was good for her second ability. Like Swift helped you to get to problems, and basically moving her to problems was free as long as you confront them. And as long as you keep confronting them, you get more and more value from Daring Do. Here, I mean, Swift is only useful if you need to confront it. Doesn't help you gain AT in any way, and you're not getting that AT back. That's one thing. Another thing is that discarding cards in purple, as I mentioned before, I don't think you really want to discard cards pretty often in the purple, and it's really hard to do that. Like in blue purple, what do you have? You have all the training cards, but that's about it, right? There's some other cards in blue, but there's not a lot of them. What I'm trying to say, and I just don't think you will actually use the second ability pretty often. So, like, yeah, sometimes you will gain one, but that 180 you just discarded the card. You like it's a 180 you can like draw that card back or something. Just not a lot of value. And Daring Do you get it for free.
I mean, it's those are legitimate points. I think I think Swift is on its own useful to blue purple because blue purple is not it's not a slow list. It's an aggro deck. It's an aggro combination.
Have you played against my blue
Like
purple
I
decks?
know it's not for you, but you're the exception.
Do you want another anniversary stream for 2.5 hours?
Yeah, actually, Prism Light, good example there. Follow my lead. That's a pretty legitimate synergy right there, actually.
But how are you discarding it?
Um,
Like if this was orange, I would have
right.
zero
Okay,
questions.
actually, yeah. Okay, that's a legitimate point.
Like my point here is not that you like, even though my point was that usually you don't have cards to discard, but even if you do, aren't that many ways to do it.
It's legitimate, but I hope you'll forgive me for wanting to err on the side of optimism this time.
Sure. For me, it's I actually rated this at 3, so you know what? I will change it to 2.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry, that's yeah. Gonna change mine there. And Pages, well, I was gonna say Pages is between us. I guess technically it is, just not directly between us anymore. He's
Yeah.
he's at 3.5.
Yeah, I don't think this card will. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong for changing this from 3 to 2, but it's definitely not a 4 for me. I'd like. You know why? I'm going to convince you. You know why it's not a 4?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think there will be a consistent competitive blue-purple deck. That's my take.
Okay, and you are one of the experts in that field.
Well, only in control.
Only in control. We'll see. Okay, next up is technically yours.
Sure. Coco Pamel, Flight or Fashion. 2 cost, 2 power, blue-white rec, 1 rec. When resource is attached to one of your characters, you may move that character. So, what did I give this card? I gave this card a 3? Why did I give this card free?
I'll say,
Okay.
yeah, this card was super hard to rate, because hats is a meme. We all know
Yeah.
it. We all know hats is a meme. It's always been a meme.
I think that's why I have this card at free.
Yeah, no matter how much extra synergy cards we've thrown at hats as a deck, it's never been good. Now, this time, I still don't think it's going to be good, but it's not going to be bad. This is finally enough to make it not bad. It's going to be at least playable in this expansion, primarily because of Golden Horseshoe, which we'll get to later. So that's why I give it a 3.
I think when I was giving it a free, I remember now, I was thinking like, yeah, there's like that rarity that puts like a lot of resources as well into play, and there's like a lot of things that copy stuff. It's a lot of free moves. Like maybe you can like, because that Unity rarity, right? With this card, I think she moves the entire board pretty much, right? Because they put copies of resources on everyone.
I guess
or
so.
Something like that.
Yeah, now that you mention it.
So I thought, like, yeah, maybe that's actually maybe good. Maybe like people will try it, and maybe we will even see it sometime. So that's why I put it at free.
Could be. Cheerleading outfit, fair point. Yeah. Also a zero cost resource, and Coco here is she's in the a good rec spot.
Yeah.
Are we looking at the blue-white angel wings here? Maybe not.
Nah.
Pages is with us on 3. Okay, Shadow Bolts, 3 cost, 3 power in blue and white, 2 rec. If you would frighten a friend that can't be frightened, you may turn that card face down instead. When an opponent unfrightens a friend, you may exhaust this card to frighten another one of their friends with equal or lesser power. So, as much as that opening text is cool, and probably good that it exists, it's not super useful most of the time, I would think. It's probably not worth running a card purely for the ability to frighten stuff that can't be frightened anyway. There's not that much stuff in the game that can't be frightened.
Yeah, it's good only against single color, which is orange, and it is in 2 specific colors. The only thing I can think of is playing it against Reanimator as a sideboard card.
Right.
But that's only if you're playing blue-white, which is like very specific. And I don't know, maybe we'll see more blue-white, but maybe we won't. So I have this card at 2. Like, I think it's a consideration, especially against Reanimator. Like, if you're playing blue-white, I think you do include this card as a sideboard, at least against Reanimator. I think you do that. But otherwise, not really.
It's a fair question. I'll admit, the Twilight Tricorn is a legitimate point. That would be enough for me to go from 2 to 2.5 if I believed in 0.5s. Unfortunately, I don't, so I have to stay at 2.
Yeah, same.
Pages has it at a 2.5 though. Okay. Yours next.
Next card is Cloud Chaser, Aerial Rescue. 3 cost, 3 power, 3 rec for blue-yellow. When this card enters play, you may discard up to 2 cards, then reveal your hand. If you do, and you didn't reveal any friends this way, reveal the top 5 cards of your deck, put any friends revealed this way into your hand, and put the remaining cards on the bottom of your deck. That's a lot of text.
It's a big, long sentence is what that is.
Yeah, but what it says is that if you don't have any friends, you might get some.
Succinct. Well put, yes.
So, I mean, it's a good way for blue-yellow to regain its steam, right? But it has to be like one of the last cards you play from your hand. And you also, like, you can discard some extra friends in order to trigger it. But I don't know if you would do that, really. Maybe you would. I don't know. I have discarded 2. I think it's an interesting card. But blue-yellow just has so much good stuff in it that I don't think this card really has spot in decks.
Yeah, I like... I don't see blue and yellow as colors that are going to have a small number of friends in their deck.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and yes, I know you're going to do this when you have an empty hand. That's the obvious synergy, or at least a very small hand, and that's fair. Discard up to 2. You get to reveal the top 5 cards of your deck. So you're potentially getting up to 5 friends back.
Yeah, probably
which,
like 3 or 4.
Yeah, 3 or 4, that's semi-legitimate. There are potential use cases for that. So it is to some extent useful, but it's true that blue and yellow, even with Chillax gone, perhaps especially with Chillax gone, there is it's still a deck with lots of viable cards to want to run.
Yeah.
And so it's a difficult call. And so yeah, I think 2 is the right number.
Yeah, I agree. Pages has this at 3.
Alrighty, Shoeshine.
It's a blue yellow Shoeshine. Not that one.
'Tis true, yes. 1 cost, 1 power, 2 rec in blue and yellow. Agile, and when you confront this card's problem, choose a problem. Your characters at that problem have +1 power until the end of the turn. Now, I'm sure you're interested in hearing what I have to say.
Sure.
Because I have a 1, Hithroc here has a 3. And I'll admit, this is a card that I am open to being argued up on.
Okay.
But I see, Agile for 1 power is awful for all the reasons that we talked about Agile for 3, except worse. So what you're effectively asking is 2AT. Is this card worth it as a 2AT repeatable immediate speed event that gives all your characters at a problem +1 power till the end of the turn? Which, having put it that way, that was the first time that I'd ever actually phrased it that way to myself. That doesn't sound that bad, actually, now that I think about it.
I mean, the first time you use it, it's 180.
Oh wait, no, sorry. When you confront this card's problem, that's right. Okay, so it's not just when it's not when
you have to move it.
Okay, that's still not awful. I guess I could. I guess I should probably put that as a 2. I'm not willing to call it a 3 though.
That's fair. Yeah, maybe I over optimistic on it, but I do have it at 3. I mean, it's kind of between 2 and 3 for me. Just a little closer to 3, maybe. Like, it's not a definite 3.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think the effect is good enough. And Agile, I mean, I don't think Agile is really relevant in this card. Maybe it is, but I don't think you'll use this card for with Agile. I think you'll just do it during main phase or whatever.
It is a really interesting choice to print Agile on a 1 power friend. I think this is the only Agile 1 power friend in the whole game.
Well, if you confront with her, and then you move to the other problem that you buffed, she will be 2 power.
That's okay. Yeah. Okay, that's fair, I guess. Yeah.
But that's still 2 for 2 is not too much. But there'll be other friends. She will give you, I don't know, 3 or 4 power at least, I think. Which is, for 180, I think is pretty good, to be honest. Even if you use her once.
Could be true.
So that's why I have it closer to 3 than 2. I think she's at least a consideration. But the counterpoint here is that blue-yellow already has so much good stuff.
Pages is 2.5, which was between us. Now it's... no, it is between us.
No, it is between us.
Right between us, yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah, this card.
This is the 5 I was alluding to earlier.
This is the 5. Daisy, Lily, and Roseluck. Peak Melodrama. 2 cost, 3 Rex, 2 power. When an opposing friend or resource becomes exhausted, you may exhaust this card to dismiss that friend or resource. It's a good card. I think Orange had only 1 resource removal, good one, is Big Mac, right? It's a really good resource removal, but it's the only thing that Orange has, at least reliably.
Yeah, you could make arguments about Torque Wrench if you're willing to dip into purple, but yes.
Yeah, not dipping into purple. And pink doesn't really have anything. It has like Winter Zilla at best, right?
Mhm.
And now I think that's a really good addition to that arsenal of resource removal. A lot of resources become exhausted, and with all of the handy stuff that you might run in orange pink for yourself,
Mhm.
that handy now becomes an option to dismiss a resource as well. So, as I said earlier on the stream, I believe in handy. I think handy in orange pink is particularly handy. Um, and a lot of resources like sticks and other things exhaust by themselves anyway. Having this card is at least a deterrent for an opponent to use their resources, and at the best you can actually dismiss stuff with handy as well. So I gave it a 5. I think we will see this card for sure. And another reason why I gave it a 5 and not a 4 is because I do believe that orange pink is is going to be a meta deck.
Yep. Yep.
Like it has been before.
Having seen Bugle stream, I agree with you on that. But yeah, this upgrades all of your handy into resource removal. This upgrades all of your orange exhaust events into friend removal, and is also just useful in general against lots of opposing stuff.
This card is really, really good.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute cornerstone of pink and yellow. And I also have it at 5, and so does Pages.
Yeah. Best card in the set?
It could be. It's definitely in the running. Alrighty. Garble. Clawed over. One of the 2 dragons I was alluding to earlier as kind of goodish dragons. Do cost 1 rec, purple and orange, 3 power. At the start of your main phase, start a face-off involving this card and opposing friend. Non-optional. Remember that. The winner of that face-off gains action tokens equal to the difference in cost between this card and that friend. So, given that this costs 2, you're not going to get much by targeting something with a lower cost. It's going to have to be something. Well, if you want to go for it and gain a lot of action tokens, it's going to have to be something with a higher cost. Probably something exhausted, because generally speaking, high cost stuff doesn't have low power. There are a few, but generally speaking, yes. Bugle points out tokens do cost 0. That's a legitimate point. And is nicely. I do appreciate the nice on flavor of Garble picking on all the little guys. That's very good. I like that. Good design. This is it does have the potential to kind of bite you if you try to get too aggressive with it. But I think in general, you can fairly reliably get some amount of action tokens with this. And in particular, you're playing a dragon deck that's probably got a lot of face-off synergy. You can perhaps even punch above your weight with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this card. I mean, one thing that you kind of mentioned but also didn't is that it's a reliable way to start a face-off. Some decks really like to start face-offs. And in purple-orange especially, there are a lot of face-off synergies. But in general, like, this is just I see this as high T with restrictions. That's how I see this card.
Sure.
Like, sure, we can start face-offs and things, but
it's a fair point. We can agree that it has some value. Then it kind of comes down to a judgment on whether you think there's like a viable dragon deck that exists, right? Which perhaps I certainly think so, which is one reason that I put this into a 4, and you and Pages perhaps not. Have it down to 3.
Yeah, I have it at 3.
Alrighty.
Next card is Mar. Another dragon. Hold my Molten Dew. 3 cost, 3 power, 2 rec, orange purple. Harmony Dragon. During a face-off involving at least one of your dragon characters, if you have more power in the face-off than an opponent flips 1 fewer cards for the face-off. This is a yellow effect in my orange purple, and I love this.
Kind of. I mean, it comes with some strings that makes it more orangish and more purplish. But yes, Yeah, this is a really good face-off trick. Many people have pointed out there are lots of ways to inject dragons into face-offs that wouldn't necessarily include them. Yeah, spike in these colors. Ember, if you want to dip into blue. We just covered a card that's going to start our face-off with a dragon in it every turn. It seems in the right setup. Pretty easy to make this go off, and this is a pretty good, I don't want to say guarantor, but way to win some face-offs if you have this. This card doesn't need to be involved in the face-off, just one of your other dragon characters. So,
yeah.
Seems real good.
Sad, though, that it doesn't work on Troublemakers without Spike. But at least we have Spike.
Tis true, yeah. Well, Ember would jump into the Troublemaker face-off, too.
It does work if you're farming. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I like this card, and I have it at 4. I mean, maybe 4 is too high. Like, I think the rating of this card is your belief in Dragon decks.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Like, if you think Dragon decks is a thing, then this card will have good rating, and if Dragon decks are not a thing, this card will have bad rating. So it's in between 3 and 4 for me. I'm not completely sold on Dragon decks, but I also kind of secretly want Dragon decks to be a thing.
Don't we all? I've wanted them to be a thing ever since Forever.
Yeah.
Pages has her down at 3.
No believe in Dragon decks.
All right, next for you.
Oh, it is. Applejack.
Oh, no, it's me. Sorry. Applejack, Apple Jewel. 1 cost, 1 rec in orange and white, 1 power in orange and white. Handy, which this is the right colors for those. I say knowing that orange and white are the only colors that have handy cards in them. Opposing exhausted resources lose and can't have abilities. So that text is a lot less relevant than you might think. Given that a lot of resources that exhaust sort of are an activated ability on the exhaust that will still happen, even if the resource is exhausted. The stick will still start the face-off. The main character will have -3 power, but the face-off will still happen. Shovel will still put the counter on the friend. The modifier created by Snack Stand will still exist too, I think, right?
Let me read it.
So yeah, it's unfortunately a lot less useful than you might think it's going to be. Now, admittedly, it is in a good rec spot, and handy's not nothing. But I have this card as a 1.
Yeah, it will still exist for next time. So I have this card as a 2 because orange. I think orange likes handy, and there could be like some synergy there where you might want maybe to consider this card. But yeah, like this is day and night compared to like Daisy Lily and Roselight, which is kind of similar effect, but also way worse. I wish this dismissed resources or banished them.
Wrong
well,
colors.
I guess banished.
Yeah.
I mean, Petit Sneeze is a thing.
It's true. So maybe. Yeah, Pages also had this at 2.
All right, next card is F-Stop, Framing Shot. 4 cost, 4 Rex, 0 power. This card enters play with 2 +1 power counters on it. At the start of your turn, you may put a +1 power counter on this card. At the end of your turn, you may exhaust this card to put a card with power equal to the number of +1 power counters on this card from your discard pile into your hand. That's a lot of text. Good meme.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a fun card. I think it'll be fun to include it into your deck. It costs a lot, which is, I think, why it'll be unplayable. But I think in like some maybe like less competitive, more casual deck, I think it'll be an interesting inclusion.
Yeah, it's like, yes, when it comes online, it's actually even better than F-Stop as we used to know him.
Because it's free.
It's free and it's not just events.
Yeah. But it is at the end of the turn, not during your turn, which is...
Yeah. But it is expensive and it takes some work. And even then, like it is only at the power level that he's currently at. And if you want to go up, then well, I guess there are ways to take him back down. But yeah, it requires some scaffolding, I guess you could say, to make it work.
Yeah.
The way you probably want it to work, which is certainly, even given how powerful we know that this effect is, it's probably too much extra effort.
This card reminds me of was it Celestia Cadence, which was Traveler, and you can remove 2 power counters from her to get the card back.
Mm-hmm.
And pay 2, I think, as well, or something. Oh, no, you just remove counters, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, like, it's a good meme. I appreciate this card is there, but it's a 2.
Yep, totally agree. Pages, slightly more optimistic, has him at 3.
That's very optimistic.
Alrighty. Next card is Fluttershy, Flutterbat. 4 cost, 2 power, 2 rec at orange and yellow. Transform 2. Hasty. At the start of a face-off involving this card, put a -1 power counter on each of the 2 friends, opposing friends or troublemakers involved in the face-off, and put that many -1 power counters on, +1 power counters on this card. Right. So expensive, but that doesn't matter as much because it's transform 2. There are plenty of Fluttershys to transform, and plenty that are played in orange and yellow.
And have enter play effects.
And yeah, indeed. If you have a spare AT, you could even transform your treading water. Because you definitely want to put it back into play after you take it out of play. It is at the magic number of 2 printed power in orange and yellow. And given that those decks tend to run lots of low power friends because of treading water, +1 power counters are good. And so all of that seems to put together to say that that is it seems like a good card for that deck.
Yep. Big also points out that she can bounce Frightened Trading Waters, which is a really good point, I think, because that card gets frightened a lot.
It's a legitimate point, actually, yeah.
For one reason or another. Yeah, I think all of the like combination for like the fact that it's actually 2 for 2. I don't think he'll play it non-transform. I think he'll always try to transform it. Hasty is a nice trick. You can play it right before a face-off, and it can get pretty big amount of power counters in one go if the situation allows for it. So yeah, overall it's an interesting card, and I have it at 3. I think we'll see it pop up from time to time.
Mm-hmm. You say, I don't think people will pay the full cost. They'll always pay the transform cost, as if anyone has ever played a transform friend for something other than its transform cost.
I think I have seen it once.
Okay. I don't think I have. But anyway, yes, it is 3s across the board from all of us.
Yep. Ooh, this card. I love this card.
I did. So do I. I think it's yours.
Oh, Discord, Happy Trees. 2 cost, 3 rec, 2 power. Hasty, Vexing. When this card enters play during a face-off, end that face-off. This card is really, really annoying. It's not Selena Blue or anything, even though it has the same cost and recs. But it is really annoying, and I think it's a really good face-off trick. Like, you can end Troublemaker face-offs, you can do whatever you want, really, and Vexing. Like, this card is useful after you use it as a trick, as Vexing.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think this card is fairly good. I'm giving it a 4. If Purple-Pink is a thing, I think if Purple-Pink is a thing, I think it'll run at least 1 copy of this card.
For sure, yeah. This has legitimate uses. both as a troublemaker defense tool and also actually as a dilemma defense tool if you want to just play it for its vexing effect.
Yeah.
Which, like, generally speaking, that is kind of the dichotomy that often goes to control decks. It's like, okay, you have ways to defend your troublemakers, but do you have ways to deal with dilemmas? Admittedly, you're not super happy about using this card for that effect, but it is a legitimate way to use that. So yeah, I had the opportunity to play a game with this one using a properly built deck, i.e., someone that someone else built for me, and so I was on the giving end, not the receiving end, but that felt really, really good. Managed to get him into play with tender taps a couple times, which is a nice ability.
I actually want. No, go ahead.
Sorry, no.
Actually, I want to ask you, why aren't you happy to play this to a dilemma?
Oh, just because you have to retire it, which I guess isn't that
Oh,
bad.
I mean, yeah, it's vexing. You have to, like, if you're using vexing at all, you're gonna have to retire it. But just I was thinking, like, if they play a dilemma and they go for double face off, you stop the double face off, and then the next turn they can't confront the dilemma. I think you're very happy to do that.
Oh, doing it that way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably the better way of doing it.
I mean, the problem with this play is that if they are going for double face off, they probably scored 2 points from 2 confronts, which is a lot. But I think it's still better than to just prevent the confront once without stopping the face off.
If you're willing to give them those 2 points, then yeah, that is probably the better way to do it.
You give them only 1 extra point because they're confronting one of the problems even with vexing.
Yeah. And you're that gives you 1 extra turn to find a way to more permanently deal with that dilemma, i.e., with a troublemaker. So anyway, as far as numbers go, I'm willing to give Discord a 5.
Yeah, I'm actually with Pages here on 4.5. Like, I have it at 4, but it's in between. It's a really good card. Probably second best card in the set.
Yep, that's fair. Okay. Plurite. Our pink and white, 2 cost, 2 power, 3 wreck in pink and white. When this card enters play, you may exchange control of this card and an opposing friend until this card leaves play or is frightened. So, this has particular synergies, or I guess particular use against tricorns, generally speaking. It's one of the few ways to be able to get your opponent's Tricorn Twilight out of play when it's in play.
Sure.
And also, I think is broadly speaking useful in a variety of other contexts. 2 cost, gain control of an opposing friend. Granted, you give them this one, but still, 2 cost, gain control of an opposing friend is one of the more competitive stat lines we've had on that effect. So yeah, I think this is just pretty solid and worthy of being a 3.
I'm not as convinced because it's temporary. Like, if they do anything to this card, it just goes back. Like, the control goes back to them, and I don't like that very much. I prefer more permanent solutions like Zesty Goom. Is it Zesty? It is Zesty.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Zesty's the one that just takes and never gives.
And like other things that White has, I don't remember what take control effects White has, but it has them. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
I just Zesty came to mind as like the one card I remember.
Yeah, it's the one most commonly used.
And like Zesty does cost more, but it is permanent, and if they want to get it back, they have to frighten their own friend. But here, like they will frighten the thing that you took control of, so they will have to unfrighten it then. But here it kind of works the other way around, right? They do anything to this card, and they get their friend back for free without any strings attached.
Right. Now, the theory, I suppose, goes that you get rid of their friend before that happens anyway. You retire it to bodyguards or...
Then use all of the pink tools that, like, use Pinky's Present, or use Minuet, or, like, the Pink has tools for that. Like if you actually want temporary control of a friend, you use pink utilities that are better than this card, I think.
That is actually a fair point. I think about it. And Piggy's presence
So
is like, now that Cadence is gone, Piggy's presence is actually not awful against Reanimator anymore. Huh.
yeah.
You do actually make a good point. I feel like I might join you on 2.
Was not my intention to change your opinion, but like I think 3 is still a fair rating for this card, but I'm not convinced on it enough to give it a 3. I think it's a 2. I think just these 2 colors have better tools for whatever you want to do with this card.
Fair enough. Pages isn't here to have his number argued down from a 3.
Okay, it is me, right?
It is you.
Yeah. The royal family, heartwarming guests, free power, free cost, free Rex. Card number 69, nice. Hasty. When you play this card, each player may put a friend or resource from their hand into play. What do I have it as? I think I was like, this was one of the cards that was hard to rate for me.
Really?
I have it at 2.
I found this card to be really easy to rate, I actually tell you, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, so it is a kind. Okay, so I rated it at 2, but I can be convinced to go up. Maybe I'm over pessimistic, but I see this card only be played like in Reanimator, maybe.
Okay, I'll admit, if you think it's Reanimator, maybe that's fair. My logic was pretty straightforward. Reanimator is still going to be tier 1. This card goes in Reanimator, therefore it's a consistent card in a top tier deck, and therefore it's a 4.
I mean, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can be like, maybe it's a 3, maybe it's 2. I will not change my rating for this one, but I am on the edge.
It's fair. Like, yeah, if you think that it's not an always include in Reanimator, then that, fair enough. It's true that Reanimator, like, it isn't losing any reanimation ways, and did just fine with the ones that it had. So, fair point. You don't necessarily want to go this direction.
Will you have? Does Pink even get? Oh, does Reanimator get Pink early?
It hasn't. Like
so you think it will because of this card?
I think. Well, you have a rush makeover, and now it's your student 6 starts white as it always has, but now it's kind of a game time decision. Are you going for Orchard Blossom or are you going for this? And that's a choice that you make. Admittedly, the 3 racks are harder because you can't just do infiltrating rush makeover. So perhaps this will be more commonly a mid-game play.
But I think what I think is that it'll be really awkward to run both Orchard Blossom and this card in the same deck, because this card wants you to keep your things in hand, but Orchard Blossom wants you to not keep things in hand. So what do you do?
Well, you discard things as long as you need to. I mean, having watched enough Reanimator games, I know you tend to have a few tricorns in your hand too. Even when you wanted to discard them.
Maybe. I know. I'm not like
now.
I'm still at like maybe this goes into Reanimator, not definitely.
I'll admit that to some extent, my logic. By the way, this is the first card we've gone way over time on. To some extent, my logic that Reanimator is definitely still going to be a tier 1 deck was predicated on the idea that this set would have 2 more tricorns in it. Which obviously it doesn't. So that might hurt it a little bit, but not enough to stop it from being tier 1. I don't think.
Like, I don't think Reanimator will go away. I don't disagree with you on that. I just don't agree that. Well, not necessarily agree that this card is a definite inclusion there.
Yeah, okay.
But maybe it is, and maybe I'm wrong.
That's fair. I don't know if we mentioned that Pages gave it a 3.
So in between us.
Okay. Selena Blue. Grand Exit. 2 cost, 3 wreck in pink and yellow, 2 power. Eager. And when you retire this card to your home limit, draw a card for each of your characters at home. So, the first obvious thing to say is that, due to the way triggers process, you're not going to ever draw 10 cards with this.
It's exactly why I didn't rate it higher.
Yeah, it is. If you're retiring stuff to your home limit, you're going to draw, well, I guess your home limit plus 1 cards, unless for some reason you were allowed to keep other things in play, which there are ways to do. Still not awful, and Eager is still good.
Yeah.
To a large extent, I'm giving this a 2 because these 2 colors just aren't usually that good together.
Says the person who tried those colors the most, I think.
Yes, but I mean, not like, Strawberry is not a serious deck.
Yeah, well, when I first saw this card, I thought, okay, but that actually doesn't draw you a lot of cards if you have a lot of friends. It only draws you up to home limit plus 1. But then I thought, okay, but most of the home limits are 4, and that's 5 cards. And 5 cards at the end of the turn is a lot of cards. If it drew more than that, it would still, you would discard most of those cards you drew anyway, right? Because it's the end of the turn.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought maybe that's not that big of a deal, but then, I don't know, this how often do you need this many cards in these colors? I just don't see it. I don't see it in this card, so
yeah,
I have it at 2 as well.
That's very fair. Pages at 2.5.
Adorbzard, I agree.
Tis true. You?
Oh, me. Capper Dapper Pose. Hold up. 2 power, 2 cost, 2 Rex. Training 2. Opponents must pay +1 to play events for each of your face-up troublemakers. I think I rated this at 3. Yeah, I rated this at 3. If I believed in the power of Purple-White in this upcoming meta, I would rate it at 4, because I think it's a really good card if you go for Troublemaker Control, and you probably do go for Troublemaker Control in these 2 colors. Because this is basically mimics, right, for events. It doesn't restrict resources, but restricting events is still really, really good.
And if you have very hard not to read that and just think, oh, mimics, right?
Yeah. And if you have 2 troublemakers in this kind of decks, you hope to have 2 troublemakers. +2 to play events is a pretty big jump. I think Cadence had +2, right?
Exactly so.
Yeah, so this effect is impactful. Training, I don't care about training. You can remove it from this card, and this wouldn't change my opinion. But the +1 thing for troublemakers, I think, is really, really good. But I still give this card a 3 because I don't think it will be I didn't think these 2 colors will be a thing.
Yeah, I kind of agree, and it's for a similar reason to what I spoke about earlier. The questions of control has always been, and this was true back when Mimics was legal too. How do you deal with opposing events? How do you deal with opposing resources? Which is to say, dilemmas. This card is great on the events, but in order to deal with dilemmas, you need to be an orange because you need Monumental Evil. And so that is kind of a vote against purple-white control in general. In this set. I totally agree. This is an amazing card. You got to be very careful when you evaluate it because, yes, mimics. It's not even that hard to get all the way back to proper mimics. Even having 3 troublemakers out is not hard.
Yeah.
And this card is unique, thank goodness.
Yeah.
But yeah. I'm right there with you on 3. I think if purple white was totally going to be true control, then yes, this card would be absolutely in it.
Yeah, I agree. This card should say at the start of your opponent's turn, choose resources, events, or troublemaking.
Maybe a little too on the nose. Okay.
Pages has it at 3.5.
It's true. Oh, I get this one. Twilight and Celestia study program. 0 power in purple and yellow. 3 cost, 2 rec. Meticulous 1, and this card has +1 power for each non-token friend in play. We covered this in our last stream, in our top 5 favorite cards, and how this has some great synergy with Celestia main because you can search for it with any event. It is likely to have lots of, well, at least a good amount of power if you play it in the mid or late game because it does count opposing friends. And it has Meticulous, which is hard to get in core these days. A lot of, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, there just aren't that many good cards with core with Meticulous.
Yeah.
So I was very tempted to put this even into my purple yellow deck, and I think there probably are, like, most Magic Overload builds will probably include it. Mine didn't, but I think that card is viable and probably will have some. So I think this is pretty reasonable at 3. I think this card is basically bound to have the same rating as the Celestia main.
Let's see, what did I give Celestia main? I gave it a 3. No, I'll still give this card a 2. So I have this card at 2. Honestly, I like. It's again, maybe I undervalue power again. I just don't see power as being very impactful. Like, and yeah, it's like what it will have. It's, you know which card it me reminds of? The entry Changelings, which
Changeling Citizens. Yeah.
Yes, Changeling Citizens, which is kind of the same effect, except they were the entry card, and you never. Well, you used to see Changeling Citizens, but now you don't see them at all. So the only difference between Changeling Citizens and this card is that this card is harder to play, but it has Meticulous. And Meticulous is the reason I have this card at 2 and not at 1.
That's a fair way to think about it. Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm at 2. I don't see this card as a 3.
I would probably. That's definitely been one of the themes of the stream for you. Is that big cards aren't enough. Which, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. I like my text. I don't look at your numbers.
Yeah. Pages is right between us at 2.5.
Next card is Pharynx, Intruder Alert. Cost 3, 4 rec, and 3 power. Chaos. When this card is flipped, dismiss an opposing face-up troublemaker. And at the end of your main phase, you may challenge an opposing epic troublemaker here with an opposing or epic troublemaker here with all of your characters here. I mean,
I'll just point out you missed a relatively important couple of words in the chaos text there. That it is face up or face down troublemaker.
Oh, face down, yeah.
Anyway, continue.
Sure. Doesn't change my rating, which is a 3. You have it at 5, so you'll have some explaining to do. But the reason it's 3 for me is because yellow already has so many ways to get around troublemakers that this card doesn't seem to be worth it for me, especially since it's location restricted. Like, you actually have to move it to a troublemaker, and it's just annoying. And 4 rec is a lot of rec for this card. So I think it's just easier to use other tools for the same thing.
Fair enough. Well, I kind of gave my reasoning earlier in the stream, in that I said this was the set for yellow.
Oh,
white,
changelings.
Changeling aggro, and yes, the reason why this is a 4 rec is because this becomes by far, I think, probably, with the possible exception of some of yellow's dilemmas, one of the best ways for changelings to deal with troublemakers. Like at the end of the main phase is when all your friends have huge power because you played a bunch of friends and boosted them all up. And usually the troublemaker phase is when you're awful. You haven't been able to play any friends this turn. Everything has its printed power, and you're not able to take advantage of like the abilities that your friends have, basically. So being able to move the challenge to the end of the main phase is exactly what the changeling deck wants for being able to not just get around troublemakers, but actually beat them.
I think it's easier to get around them than to rely on winning a face-off. Like, winning a face-off against a troublemaker is an uphill battle, because whoever put that troublemaker there has means to defend it. It's much easier to just not rely on winning face-offs and just play a dilemma or like sanctuary construction or something, or do some other things.
Could be. It's true. I'll admit
like the reason I have this card at 3 is because I think winning face-offs is unreliable.
That's fair. 5 was super aggressive. I think I'm okay with getting. I was perhaps a little bit too much on a high last night when I gave it that, but I'm not going. I'm not going down below 4.
Sure.
Because this fills in a hole that changeling deck had that is good. Like imagine if Octavia could run this. Similar idea.
Yeah. Right? I mean, if Octavia could run this, well, she could run this. It will be yellow, and yellow already has good tools against troublemakers. You can Pinky Sense this, but like, sure. But you can also play events.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Last of the multicolor friends is Thorax, Moss to a Flame. 2 cost, 2 power in white and yellow, 3 wreck, eager. And when this or another one of your changeling friends enters play, that friend gets +1 power until the end of the turn, and changing friends you play can't be cancelled. Eager, as we've covered over the course of the stream, great keyword. Also very useful for yellow-white changelings, which tends to run lots of small stuff, and you want to play friends because that's how your synergies work. Same thing with this friend, has that +1 power when it enters play or another changeling friend enters play. The changing friends you play can't be cancelled thing is, I mean, it's not useful. It's great against Chrysalis, but it's primarily just a little piece of flavor on the end there, which is great. Always good that Thorax is the counter to Chrysalis. But in general, I think this is another card that goes great in that deck, and it's getting the same rating as all the other big changelings I've given so far.
Yeah, that's fair. When I saw you rate this at, was it 4 or 5 originally? Like one of those.
Yeah.
I thought like, well, this card that doesn't seem that great. But now I see that you're really sold on changelings, so that makes sense. I am, however, not as sold on changelings, so it is a free for me, but it is a good card.
Yep. I mean, yeah, it's like I said, it's changelings. I feel like have always been like they're like a tier 3 deck right now, and they've never been great, but they've always been close. They've always been like, yeah, I guess kind of like Octavia. They've always been like they've had potential. They just didn't quite have the tools to do what they needed to do. And I think, not that I think it's necessarily changing deck's going to win Continentals or whatever this year, but I think it's going to be like a solid contender in the final rounds of tournaments now.
Sure.
Pages was with you on 3. Okay. We're into the mono, or sorry, not the monocolor friends. not again. The no color friends. I guess this is
Flim and Flam, fair deal. 2 cost, 2 power. All players must resolve maximum hand size and home limits during each player's wrap-up step. This is a really cool effect, but as cool as it is, it's not particularly useful in the current meta. Nothing really keeps it's like not many decks draw their hand during the opponent's turn.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can't think of any.
Well, there's Honorary Yak on the pink combo decks, but those don't care about discarding more cards. The fact that they drew the cards is all that matters.
Yeah. So Like, this card is completely irrelevant in the current meta, but it's cool that we have it. Nice thing to have in the card pool.
Yeah.
So 1.
Totally agree. It's got certainly questionable utility, but it's always good to have. And I think to some extent this is one thing that colorless friends can be good at, is being neutral, sort of anti-tech cards. That
silver
can
bullets.
exist there. Precisely, yeah. And yeah, perhaps it's a silver bullet without a gun right now, but maybe in the future. Pages, for what it's worth, gives it a 2. Moving on, Lotus Blossom. This was the first Fond Memories card we ever saw, I think, right? Pretty sure it was.
I can't remember now, but sure.
2 cost, 2 colorless power. When this card enters play, choose one of your characters and a color. That character has that color until the end of the turn. So, good meme. We can all just agree on that, as it always has been. It's a little bit like, as far as 2-color generic entry goes. Well, there's a lot better things you can do at 1-power generic 1-cost generic entry these days, generally speaking. Rush Makeover, Speech, even Fire of Friendship to some greater or lesser extent. It's a good meme, but it's not a good card. And
I would rather run any of those entry cycle from the set, even though I give most of them 1.
Yeah, and actually, I apologize here again. I have been drinking water to keep my voice up, and it's just going right through me. I have to leave again for a moment here.
All right. Yeah, I mean, this card is like a worse version of Kevin because it's very temporary. You can get more power than the Kevin, but I don't know. I'd rather play Rushed Makeover. Like, there's no reason to play this card when Rushed Makeover is a thing that exists. Oh, by the way, Pages gave this card a 2. I don't know why, but he gave it a 2. And that's a thing across like it's kind of the thing across all of the scores. I'm the most pessimistic one, and Pages is the most optimistic one. Pages doesn't have a lot of 1s at all. Most of his cards are rated at 2 at least. And my average is 2.2, and Pages' average is 2.7, which is a big difference.
All right, sorry about that.
Welcome back. We sure spent a lot of time discussing this card.
Yes. Ready to move on?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's you.
Oh yeah, Princess Twilight Sparkle, Twirling Tunes, 3 cost, 3 power. If you would choose one effect, if you would choose one effect while playing a song card, you may choose 2 effects instead. I gave this card a 1 because in core it's completely, well, maybe not completely, but mostly irrelevant. And at this cost, like, people don't play that many songs. People play some songs, but I don't think people play enough songs to include this card.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a 1 for me, but I really enjoy the flavor. And I'm actually wondering if this can replace Spike in Midnight Sonata deck.
Oh, gee, it's been a long time since I heard it last thought about Midnight Sonata.
Might be a thing in Adventure.
You know, that's a fair point. It's obviously easier to play than Spike, not having any Rex in general,
and one cheaper as well.
Yeah, and I think most of the songs you actually only wanted 2 of them, not 3 of the effects.
Spoilers! It's absolutely does.
Yeah, double confirmation from the chat that that's totally the truth. And there's.
I want to play that. I liked the deck back then, and I will like it now, I think.
Yeah, But as far as core goes, kind of totally agree. It's like, admittedly, it's really easy to get, but I just don't see any songs right now that have that sort of amazing that suddenly become so much better when you can get two of their verses rather than just well,
Yeah.
for all of the fond memory songs, it's actually both of their effects, I guess, rather than
Yeah.
anyway. So yeah, it's a 1.
And we're to the 80th card, which marks halfway through the entire set.
No, it's the 80th row. It's a 78th card.
Oh.
Yeah.
79th card, right?
I suppose, yes, because we had a 0. So like, yeah, we're super close. It's the end of the
Yeah.
no-colored. It's the end of the Friends. It's the end of the
Hooray!
Friends, which is always a big milestone. Anyway,
Except ultra rares, but sure.
Yeah. Chrysalis, Love Vampire. We've alluded to and talked about and kind of talked past this card for a lot of the opening Friends.
Yeah.
Cost 4 rec. Characters lose and can't have colors other than their printed colors. So this is a really interesting card because, I think it is going to see play because it counters Student 6 so hard. And as far as other Friends go, I think, and this is a part where I know I'm going to disagree with you, Hithroc, I think people are going to use the entry from this set, and so this card is going to be a lot worse because of that. Which is why I gave it a 2.
I think this card is too expensive for anyone to run it. Yeah, it counters Student 6, but I don't think that's a big deal.
It's the Reanimator main.
I mean, yeah, but by the time you get this card on, you have to get this card really early for that to matter, because otherwise they already have their tricorns and stuff. So you play this card and yeah, their main doesn't have a color, but so what? They already have colors from other sources. They have their tricorns. They have their counters on their Student 6, which just put things straight into play. So
Okay.
well, maybe it does host Student 6, but I'm not convinced. I give this card a 1. Maybe it will be sideboarded by someone. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but I don't know. I remain unconvinced.
Well,
and I know people alluded in the chat to this card, oh, the entry cycle is actually good because it disables all of the resource, it disables Rush Makeover and motivational speeches and stuff like that. But nah.
Yeah.
It's also a changeling, but it is not a griffin though.
Looking ahead, I'm just going to quickly look ahead into the spreadsheet to a card that I believe you rated quite highly. What about the fact that people are going to be running Bloodstone Scepter in this set?
Yeah, they will, but so the problem is that you will kind of be on the losing side by playing this card, I think, because it is a huge investment, which is extremely easy to remove. And they play their Bloodstone Scepter for 180, and you pay 480 to counter that. Okay, I think. Okay, so in a way, maybe this is a meta-defining card, right? Because maybe when people build their decks, they will think about this card, oh, what do I do if they play this card? But I actually think that nobody will play this card. Everyone will think about it, but nobody will play it.
It's funny. I kind of totally agree with you on that. Yes, it is meta-defining because it's not going to be played. People are going to adjust their decks to the point that this card is not actually good anymore, but it is still meta-defining in that sense.
Yeah. Maybe this card should be a 5 because of that, but it's not a good card.
Yeah, that would be definitely a 5 with an asterisk. In that sense, I guess.
So yeah,
I'm not actually going to make it a 5, but yeah.
I mean, according to our rating descriptions, in my opinion, it's both 1 and 5, because 1 means this card will not be played, which is true, and 5 means this card defines meta, which is also true.
Okay. I suppose what this is saying is we do need to make our make our ratings categories a bit better, because it is possible for a card to define the meta without getting played.
Oh, that's amazing. Good card just on that thing.
Good card, I guess, yeah. Pages is the most optimistic of us at 2.5. Okay, on to the events.
Now we must be halfway through. Oh no, still one more card.
Yeah. Well, yeah. A Kieran Tail. 3 cost, 3 rec. Flips for 6. At main phase, put a friend into an owner's... Put a friend into its owner's hand. Then choose 1. An opponent loses 2. Or your characters have +1 power until the end of the turn. So the songs in general in this set have some interesting effects. They are a bit on the expensive side at 3 cost to flip for 6. But you do get the one, like, you're getting 2 effects each time. The one guaranteed and the one that you choose. Main phase, put a friend into its owner's hand. Unconditional, admittedly, but main phase timing. So not amazing, honestly speaking.
You can use it on your own friends.
Tis true. You can use it on your own friends. That's legitimate. I think yellow in general doesn't want to replay stuff, though, right? Like blue will.
Didn't you build a Celestia Harmony deck that?
I mean, yes, but that wasn't a. That wasn't a. That was a meme. But I suppose it's a fair point. It's not nothing. I mean, whammy does exist in yellow, I guess. Regardless, I think I don't want to steal your time. A little bit expensive for its effect. That's why I'm giving it a 1.
Okay, so what I think is that I don't think you will use loses to AT pretty often. So for me, this card seems bounce a friend, give everyone +1 power. And I think that can sometimes be worth 3 AT, to be honest. Like, bounce a friend is 1 AT generally. Maybe a little bit more than 1 AT because it's unconditional. And give everyone +1 power is also like 2 to 3 AT. So I think this card is pretty... Like, it's not really, really good or anything, but I think people will at least think about it to include it in their decks, aggro decks anyway.
Yeah.
So I gave it a 2. I have optimistic view on it, and that will actually be a theme for a lot of events here.
It's a fair point
for me.
Bugle, I think, does make a legitimate point that, if your opponent has that AT banked, bounce plus drain 2, that's legitimate. And it's a fair point to say that the opponent probably will be, well, at least a lot of opponents do have AT banked, and as a main phase action, you get ahead of them before they have a chance to use it. It's a legitimate point. I don't think it's enough of a point to move me off of 1.
Sure.
Page is on 2.
Next card is All Under Control. It's a white event for 3 cost, 3 power, 3 rec. Choose a problem you confronted this turn. Score points equal to that problem's bonus. I gave it a 1 because I think, so for 3 AT, scoring like 2 points, which is like, maybe you'll use it on a 3-point problem, but maybe not. I think that's a lot of AT for not a lot of points. That's what I'm thinking.
So 3 AT for 2 points is the most reasonable use case, and admittedly, it's not particularly efficient. Like, the reason that you would want to play this is you are in a deck, light decks can do this, that like your sole thought is scoring points as fast as possible and being as efficient as possible in turning your AT into points. That's it. And in that particular context, I think like having a few of these in your deck to help yourself along might be good. I don't think that deck necessarily is going to be particularly good, but I think that's enough of a use case that I'll give it 2.
Nah, 1 for me. Pages is the most optimistic though at 3. Maybe he saw RTO in it.
Could be. I mean, Grandpa's is there in chat talking about blue-white, and I'll admit, I think I've played against that blue-white deck, or at least a version of it. And yeah, blue-white can score points real fast. He's there with another deck
Sure,
list.
still a 1.
Sure.
Even though, like, I guess apparently people are experimenting with it, so maybe I'm wrong. Just on that thing alone. Anyway, next card.
Next card. Beat the Rush. 2 cost, 3 power, 2 blue rec, immediate speed, move up to 2 of your characters. Blue event simple, as they always are. But super good value. 2 cost,
Incredibly good value.
2 immediate speed moves.
2 rec.
2 rec, yes. So my choice to give this a 3 rather than a 4, I see you at, is primarily a meta call. I am a little bit less confident in blue aggro, which, now that I think about it, sounds like a really stupid thing to say. Has there ever been a set where blue aggro was bad?
Like, some blue aggro will be okay.
That's a pretty legitimate point.
You know what? I would run this card. Maybe I would run this card in my control purple, blue, white. Could be as a one-off there. But yeah, this is like extreme sledding except immediate. And I think, it's exactly like extreme sledding, but immediate just has lower power. I think this is really, really good. And I think if there is a blue deck in the meta, it will run this card.
Yeah, I think it's hard. It's pretty hard to defend anything less than a 4 here, probably. Which I am allowing myself to be argued up there.
Yeah. I mean, it is like Mullet, except without a friend. That's what this card is.
Yeah, gee, put it that way. Actually, very true. 2 cost Mullet.
Now, I wouldn't call it meta-defining, because it, like, blue already has tools like this. It just makes blue a little better. And yeah.
Yeah. And Pages is also with us on 4.
Next card, Becoming Popular. Gain control of an opposing friend with printed power 2 or less. Printed power. Then choose one. Opposing problems lose and can't have abilities until start of your next turn. Or choose a resource, then each player puts a token copy of that resource into play. I gave it a 3 because gain control is pretty good, especially for printed power. Like, you can get rock hoofs, you can get training waters. There's a lot of really good printed power 2 or less cards. And the modes are pretty good. Like, getting a token copy of a resource can be useful. Like, if you see opposing stick, you can get a stick of your own, and they won't get anything because the stick is unique. And there are some other things like that. Like, Desert Road is another good candidate to use this card on, because 2 Desert Roads don't do anything compared to 1 Desert Road. But having a Desert Road for yourself is pretty good. Like, there are a lot of targets for this mode. And problems lose and can have abilities can be useful sometimes, especially when you see something like a final question and other things. But yeah, so I think it's a good enough event for a 3.
Yep. I think this fits pretty solidly into the category of sideboard inclusions in top meta decks makes 3. Because there are absolutely matchups where you're totally going to want this card. And I think there are also matchups where it's maybe less good. But yeah, it's a really useful card to have as an option in your white deck. And that is a 3 in our system. So that's what I give it. Pages being slightly more optimistic with 3.5. Although for all we know, maybe he's not being more optimistic than we are. Like, as has been decided, 3.5s from us are still 3s because we truncate to no decimal places. Anyway, changed. Cost 1, 4 purple rec. Flips for 5. At main phase speed, dismisses an opposing friend. If you do, that friend's controller reveals cards from top of their deck until they reveal a friend with a different name. That player puts that friend into play at their home, then shuffles their deck. So, I'll admit to being a little bit conflicted on this one, because my instinct says it's not a good card, because you don't know what's going to come out of your. Well, I mean, you have a good idea of what subset of cards could potentially come out of your opponent's deck, but in general, you don't know what might happen.
In general, the rule of thumb is that opponent has good cards in their deck.
That's generally true, yes. But at the same time, this is cheap, unconditional removal in purple. And that is, those are enough good words to at least make me want to try it, and probably have it be proven to me that the card's not good, but at least want to try it. And so for that reason, I'm willing to give it a 2.
Nah, I'm giving it a 1. I think if I were playing a purple deck, I wouldn't put this card in it. I mean, I think purple at this point has better options to deal with friends. And like, do you really want to give them a friend? Like, people run Pony of Shadows for a reason, Yeah, you're getting rid of something.
Yeah, it would only be in the circumstance where, well, yeah, you're willing to take that chance. This friend that's in play is really, really impactful and winning them the game at the moment, and you can't possibly be losing the game worse than now. So
I would like it more if it was immediate.
That's a legitimate question or point. Pages also
yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Sorry, Pages has it at 2 as well, like you.
Yeah. Okay.
Next card is Costume Change. 0 AT event. 2 white wreck. Immediate. During a face-off, choose a player. Put a card from that player's discard pile into their flip zone, and then put another card from that player's flip zone into their discard pile. I think this card is pretty good. You can put something bad in there, and you can remove a friend, you can remove a card from their deck, essentially. Because otherwise it would go on the bottom of the deck.
True. I feel like once upon a time we were talking about a card named Sudden Closure and saying that the bottom of the deck is almost better than discard pile.
Sure, but consider this. I think this card is great against farm. It's kind of like what was that? Was it Cracking the Case? But it's a little worse. But you can choose what their power will have, what the power they will have,
right?
And you can actually plan for that.
Well, you'd think about Wrinkle in Time, which is the other.
Oh yeah, Wrinkle in Time. Cracking the Case banishes Troublemaker. That's right.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's not a better version of that card, but it's not a worse version either because it costs 0 and has 2 rec. So yeah, like Grandpa says, using this with proper timing can be also really strong. Opponent's discard pile is empty. Play after flip, they have no flipped card. Really good. Like, if you believe in changelings, in changeling decks, I think they run this card, no?
Kind of depends. I mean, who's your main? If your main's Thorax, then you don't care about face-offs.
Maybe not. But what if they move away Thorax?
That's a fair point. Like it's true that it's really hard to rate 0 cost cards because the opportunity cost is so low on well, it's 0 literally and a card.
Yeah.
And so I'll admit these ones are hard, and what do I have it as a 2?
Okay, get this. Okay, I'm about to change your opinion, right?
Okay.
You play Changeling deck.
Yeah.
And you play Thorax that puts Changelings you flip into your hand, it is, or in play. One of those.
That one. Yeah.
And you choose yourself, and you get a Changeling from your discard pile and put it into the flip zone. Oh, but it doesn't flip it. Never mind. That's very sad.
Right.
That's very sad.
Yeah.
But it is a kind of a recycle. Like, you can put things back from your discard pile into your deck.
That's not. I'll admit It's not nothing. I think
He
you've
gets sticks
argued
back.
me up onto the high side of 2, but probably not over the threshold to 3.
No, I think this is a definite 3. For me, it's definite 3, but not higher than 3.
Fair enough. Pages is with me in 2. It's always easier for me to lean on Pages to say, okay, but he thought it was a 2 too, so I'm not the only person.
Pages is our second opinion.
Yeah. Alrighty. Double take. At a cost of 1 in purple for 3 rec. At immediate speed, choose one of your characters at a problem, another one of your characters not at that problem. Send each of those characters to the other's location, which is a send, not a move, as a reminder text tells us. Yeah, I didn't put this in my first purple aggro deck that I built, and then wondered why I didn't, because it seems like a perfect option. I think, yeah, it is always your characters, yeah. So this is only for purple aggro mid range, not for purple control. But oh,
if you're farming, it's a really good card. Makes so much easier to work with Storm King because it's a send.
I guess that's true. What purple main farms?
Well, if you Tempest, if you really want to, like again, blue, purple, white.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, no, Tempest doesn't farm. She counter farms. We've had this discussion.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay, this card is good in counter farm then.
Fair enough.
I mean, we all have it at 3, but we have it for different reasons.
I guess so. Yeah. Well, yeah. Threes across the board.
Yeah, and bonus point for this card for having send. You don't often see cards like that.
Send had been it'd been a white thing. Well, because it was on Reliving History. It's hardly a white thing when it's just one card. But yeah,
cool card. And also flavor as well. Next card is Eyebrow Raise. 4 power, 1 cost, 3 orange rec. When this card is flipped, you may pay 1 AT to put an opposing flipped card into its owner's discard pile. And main phase, name a card. Your opponent reveals their hand and discards all cards with that name. So this is like Family Feud, but on an event. And with some chaos text, which, I mean, kind of a nice bonus, but I don't consider this to be like the primary thing of this card. And I think like Family Feud was a really, really good problem, but it was free. And it was good because of the recs. Like the recs were high and good for orange. This has none of that. This has just the effect. So, and given that, I believe that pink-orange will be in the meta, and we'll definitely see orange in the meta. This card is a free for me. I think some orange decks will consider running this card. As a sideboard, at least.
I mean, that is a legitimate point. I was about to say that, like, there's a lot of cards that compete to be in that deck. But the sideboard is a legitimate point. Against certain decks where a fight like this is important. And that deck's obviously going to be at the top of the table.
Yeah, so if
honestly,
orange,
I think you may be right that 3 is by definition the right number.
If I didn't believe in the power of orange, I would rate it lower. But because I think orange will be around for sure, this card deserves at least a free. For sideboarding or not.
Yeah, that is legitimately right. Okay. Fitted Peak. 0 cost, 1 white rec. At immediate speed, banish a card from a discard pile. When this card is put into your discard pile from anywhere, you may pay 1, put this card into its owner's hand. So 0 cost, immediate speed, you think at sort of default, remove a golden parachute from your opponent's discard pile, which legitimately true. Also, various tricorns, and perhaps Big Hoof we talked about earlier in the stream, and I think there's enough cards that do things with their discard pile, decks that do things with their discard pile, to make this a legitimate option. Given the tiny opportunity cost, you don't even necessarily need to pay the 1 to get it back, although you will if you can afford it, I guess.
So my opinion here is that it's true that there are decks where you want to remove specific cards, but the problem is that in decks where you want to remove specific cards from discard pile, you kind of want to remove a lot of them, not just one. And this card removes the first card for 0, but the rest of them for 180. 180 for one card, which I think is way too expensive for what it does. So I gave it a 2.
Yeah, I'll admit that's generous. That's fine, and you probably don't run 3 of these, but I think that kind of similar. Wow, Grandpa's and Bugle both come in with the same point at the same time. Yeah.
I mean, sure. Like, okay, so I mean, there's Chrysalis and there's Celestia, but none of them deal with Golden Parachute, I suppose. And I mean, sure, this might be an answer to Golden Parachute specifically, but I think it's still like very expensive. Like, yeah, we're doing meta calls here, so maybe just on that merit alone, it will be a free. But I don't know.
Yeah, it
I'll
strikes.
be glad to be proven wrong.
Sure, it strikes me as kind of a similar argument as the one that we were having last for the very last card. That this is seems like a pretty good sideboard option in well, I guess in white decks, which yeah, that's your meta call. Whether you think white is going to be on the same level as orange, we were talking about for eyebrow raise, which you're perhaps justified in not seeing it that way.
Yeah, I will not budge in this one.
Yeah, Pages also has it at 3. All right, up to you for next.
Focused attention, 280, no Rex, 4 power. Choose a problem until the end of the turn. Troublemakers don't prevent you from confronting the problem, and while your main character is at that problem, you meet its confront requirements. I'm conflicted on this card because I'm sad that it exists, but also it's good that it exists. It's a good card. It lets you just if you have a main character, which every deck has, and you have it at a problem, you can just straight up confront that problem. As long as main character is there, you're just confronting it, barring like vexing and stuff. So for 280, that can be really, really good when you really need to confront a certain problem. So I gave this card a 4. I think it will see play in some decks for sure, because it's a nice tool to have. But I am sad that it's there because it makes my Troublemaker control sad.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I think it absolutely has enough use that it's going to see play in a variety of circumstances. This is anti-troublemaker tech that everybody can use. And your main doesn't have to be particularly it doesn't have to be particularly synergistic. Doesn't even have to be flipped. If it's there, then you're good. So and then there are certainly lots of colors that want to have some ability to do that. Purple aggro I've talked about a lot, and it is one of the colors. Yeah, purple has no anti-troublemakers tech of its own, at least not much. So certainly appreciates having this.
Finally, a way to confront blackmail.
Right, because everyone wanted that. Well, yeah, I mean, people playing against it certainly did. Anyway, so yeah, 4s across the board from us. Okay, Let Down Hard. The 0 cost orange event. I think every color got a 0 cost event in this set, right?
I think so, yeah.
It certainly seems like it, yeah. 0 cost, orange event with 2 rec and flips for 6. Add immediate speed, search your deck for a friend, reveal it, put that friend into your discard pile, then shuffle your deck. I've already seen this get used to good effect, both in farm and in well, I haven't seen it get used in Reanimator, but I know that's what it's for.
Yeah, like I think we can just say Reanimator and move on to the next card.
Pretty much. So, having actually, yeah. Now that you mention it, that is a fair argument. I mean, I have to apply my own logic from Royal Family. This card probably just has to have the same rating as Reanimator in general, and so it must be a 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tutor for Reanimator. You don't have to rely on Orchid Blossom discarding something anymore, which is, I mean, usually pretty reliable, but now you can guarantee it if you have it in your hand. And if you're playing Orchid Blossom at any point, you already have the orange to play this card then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there are other ways to do reanimation now. We'll get to, well, I mean, there was always, what's the card? Catchy Song. But now we have Golden Ticket as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good to have the other way to get stuff into your discard pile.
Okay, Light of your Cutie Mark.
I'll just add on that Pages was 3 on Let Down Hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, to you.
Light of the Cutie Mark. It's a blue song of the cycle. 3 cost, 3 rec, 6 power. Main phase, move one of your characters. It has Swift and Agile until the end of the turn. Frighten an opposing friend with 2 less printed power. Choose one. Frighten an opposing friend with 2 less power. Or pay 2 less for your next card this turn. So, as long as you're playing another card, this is a Defend the Hive, but not immediate, and not restricted to changelings. And also gives a Swift.
Yeah.
Which already makes, like, even without the Frighten thing, already seems really good.
Yeah, quick second. I have to deal with the chat here.
Like, just on those things alone, I think it's really good, and giving Swift Agile on some really powerful friend could be really, really good, even though you have to spend 380 on it. But sometimes that can mean that you pay 380 and you do a double face-off just for those 380. Like, if you have a main with a stick, playing this event alone without playing anything else, you know what? No, what you do, you play this event, and then you play a stick for free, and there you go. Easy double face-off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For 480.
Yeah. This card is kind of sick value in either of its modes. Move one of your characters with Agile. So yeah, you're guaranteed to be able to use that first one. Yeah, pretty much as long as you intend on playing another card, then you're gonna be able to find use the second one. This is pretty awesome event.
Yeah.
And so it's got to be. Well, yeah, we all have it at 4.
4, yeah, easy.
Okay.
Was the easiest card to rate, probably.
I don't think that, but it was one of the easy ones. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Pony Pet Playdate. 2 cost. 2 rec in pink and yellow. Flips for 4. At main phase timing, puts 2 Earth Pony friend tokens into play at a problem, and 2 Critter friend tokens into play at another problem. And then at the end of the turn, you banish those friends. Now, this is a card that we disagree on. And I am... Yes, Pages is on my side, kind of.
Yeah.
So, I think you should say why you gave this a 4.
Well, I mean, I think it's a really good card on value because it's 4 distributed power across anywhere. You get critter friends, which is important because there are critter synergies in the thing. In specifically pink yellow, we have retire synergies like Goldie Delicious. And with the super rare that makes like use of when like you play friends, you draw cards, this card becomes especially useful. So that's why I gave it the 4, but it's a weak 4.
Oh, you're referring to the super rare Griffin, right?
Yes.
That is a legitimate point that I didn't think about. Like yes, on the face of it, I think if you're playing this just for as 2 cost 4 power,
Yeah, it's not that good.
yeah, that's not good. You need to find a way to synergize with these tokens, and that is one way of
Yes.
doing it. That is a legitimate point.
I mean, another way to look at it is that people sometimes play Friends Always There for free creator tokens. So it's kind of similar, except without the modes, which is a downside. But you do get more power. You get 1 extra token, which can be very relevant.
right. Well, like you're gonna do that in yellow decks, like perhaps I think most of the time because your main's Thorax, and those critter tokens are worth a lot more than just being 3 critter tokens. Which admittedly, that's
seen
same.
it being.
Oh, sorry.
I've seen it being used in other than Thorax things.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I think to a broad extent, I'm not willing to go above 2 because I just still don't believe in these colors together.
Yeah, it's between 3 and 4 for me. I think it's a good card, but might not actually see play, but maybe it will. I will believe in this particular one.
Fair enough. And Pages was at 2.5.
All right, Princess Combo Meal. Cost 1 for orange rec, 3 power. Exhaust an opposing character or resource. So this is our Heat Wave reprint.
Kind of, yeah.
So I see you really like this card. I don't like this card very much. I mean,
I am very confused at how you can rate Flower Ponies out of 5 and not give the card that enables them, or at least works really well with them, a similar rating.
I mean, yeah, maybe that's a point, but I don't think no. I just run Handy. Just don't run this card. Run Handy. I mean, Handy can't exhaust friends, but Orange has so many other things that exhaust friends. There's heat waves. There are like grubbers and stuff. There's an Applejack main. Like, just so many options, other options. I mean, it is a cheap event, and it is flexible. Well, everyone thinks that you must run this card. No, I'm not convinced.
Okay, fair enough.
I think it's. I will remember this exact moment. Sure, I will change. I'm ready to change. Like, I'm open to change. I'm not convinced right now, but I'm not saying like. I mean, it's not like we've never been wrong on these streams, right?
It's true. Don't remind me.
So sure, I'm ready to eat my words. I'm fine with that, but I don't think this event does enough.
Yeah. I think, I mean, in isolation, yes, it's not a particularly good event. But for me, you gave Flower Ponies a 5. This card is basically.
I don't like cards that require other cards to work, and they don't work otherwise.
Fair enough. But yeah, I think this card's rating is tied to Flower Ponies, basically. And
yeah, like, okay, like you can apply the same logic that I just said to Flower Ponies, like, oh, but you need Handy for Flower Ponies to work, right? But like the problem is that this card specifically requires Flower Ponies, and Flower Ponies themselves work with variety of cards. If this card was useful with anything other than Flower Ponies, I would maybe change my mind.
chat reminds us that immediate speed exhaust for 1 is not nothing. It's true. That has been run before. Our minds are warped because of Heatwave, right?
Yeah, I'm just like I remember Bailout, and I remember Heatwave. I was like, yeah, but this is not them.
Anyway, I gave it a 4. Pages gives it a 3.5.
Sure, I will. I'm ready to change my mind on this one.
Alrighty.
It's yours.
Oh, it is. That's right. Rainbow Laser costs 1, colorless, flips for 5. at immediate speed during a face-off involving your main character. Flip an additional card. How good do you think Farm is going to be? That is the rating of this card.
Yeah.
I think it is going to be in the mix, but not necessarily consistently up there. Potentially because only Pancake is going to be playing it, which is unfortunate, but kind of the case. And so I think it's a solid 3.
Yeah, I agree. In core, anyway.
In core, it's true.
I do like to see more cards that flip you additional cards for Purple Twilight Farm in Harmony.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love that deck so much. It's probably one of my favorite decks.
It's probably the deck that has it has been surprisingly consistent. It has been good for years now. Premier Twilight Farm in Harmony.
The focused attention also helps that deck. Oh no! It's another card. Not focus. Another card that lets you turn over your main for 2 AT. That card helps Twilight Farm in Harmony. I think.
Which card is that?
I don't remember the name, but there's a card later on that lets you turn over your. It's a starting problem.
The starting problem. Playtime's over.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Because Twilight is annoying to take off because you need to flip her first, but that problem lets you flip her right away. So
okay, that makes sense.
I like that problem for that deck. Either way,
good job.
Number 3.
Hey, we need to fill time on this card. That's
yeah.
We do not need to fill time on this stream. Let's just get that out of the way. Anyway,
all right. Next card. I think this one was different. Yeah. Look at that. Yeah. Okay. I raise this barn.
I'm open to getting argued up for sure.
Okay. So raise this barn. 3 cost, 3 rec, 6 power, and let me focus your attention on the first sentence of this card.
You could probably focus my attention on one word because I think it's the important one in there.
Yes. Put a +1 power counter on each of your characters. Then choose one, and the rest is irrelevant. No, it is. A player puts top 6 cards of their deck into their discard pile, or exhaust an opposing main character, and that character doesn't ready during its controller's ready phase. The modes, I think the first mode is... I mean, maybe it will be used somewhere. I don't think Reanimator wants this, but maybe it wants. But either way, the second mode is alright. Exhaust main character and doesn't ready. That's pretty good against some decks. But putting a +1 power counter without any strings attached on every character in play is incredibly good, I think. It's incredibly good. And for only 3 AT. For 3 AT, we had in Sequestria put +1 power counter on things involved in face-offs only. This one is completely unconditional for 3 AT. And it gives you some control or whatnot. So I think this song is pretty good. I rate it at 4. I think decks will run it, especially since I have my belief in Orange. So I think it's really strong because of the character thing, because it consistently increases your main's power.
I don't know how afraid we should be. I know putting +1 power counters on mains is there's a reason we've specifically avoided doing it for so long. And putting up a +1 power counter on each of your characters, yes, we shouldn't ignore that.
That's your entire board, and if you play this card twice, your main character is now permanently 5 power.
Your opponent isn't going to let you play this. Well, some opponents.
What do you mean? How does it not? I just played this card. How does my opponent stop me?
You play it once, and you're going to get Wrath of Gilded if your opponent's doing that.
No, I think this is a 4.
I think 4 is overly generous, but I think I'm willing to go to 3.
Does Pink Orange not run this card?
I don't know. I don't think so. Broadly speaking,
this draws you cards. This draws you a card if you run Heaven Bay.
I suppose.
Now, maybe it is way too slow. But
Okay, like, yeah, you have other ways of drawing enough cards with Haven Bay. And you got a lot of removal because of flower ponies and everything. So like that's kind of your advantage over the opponent.
I believe in this. I think it's pretty good, and I think we will see it.
Fair enough. Okay, Royal Scorn. 2 cost, 2 wreck. At main phase, list for 4. Move an opposing friend. Add a problem to its controller's home. If that friend has 2 or less power, frighten it. When you discard this card, you may pay 1 to move or frighten an opposing friend. So this does have reasonably good utility. It is, let's see, just 2 cost, move an opposing friend, add a problem, has to go home, 2 main phase. I always have a sort of inbuilt negative reaction to purple events that I don't allow me to move opposing friends 2 problems, but okay, fair enough. And then the discard is not bad. Perhaps I didn't consider control enough when I rated this card, because I mean, obviously that's what this is for.
I mean, keep in mind that when you play this card, you don't discard it. And again, purple doesn't have a lot of ways to discard the cards.
I mean, that's true. You sound like you didn't rate this card higher than me, though.
Well, I just liked the main effect. Like, I think it's worth considering for the main effect, not for discard. Like, okay. I don't like discard particularly, but moving an opposing friend and frightening it can be really useful against some decks. For example, Bunny Imps are really good to do that on.
Well, I mean, when is a Bunny Imp going to be not frightened already on your turn?
When they on my turn, yeah. Why is it main phase? Oh, hereby I declare that all purple events should from now be immediate. Never shall a purple event be printed with main phase in it.
That's so bad for all the Magic Overload decks, though.
Good.
Yeah, I don't. I guess I don't believe in it to that extent. I think that purple.
No, you know what? I will go with you.
Okay. Yeah, I think purple has pretty good options in for its control events already. I will make it a 2.
Yeah, better than this.
Yeah. Pages is still 3. Okay. All right, so this is another one that I'm willing to hear arguments on.
Okay, Saddle Up. 0 cost, free yellow, free power. Name a trait among traits your main character has until the end of the turn. When one of your non-token friends with that trait enters play, you may draw a card. I mean... Well, so the problem is you can't name Critter, because there are no Critter main characters, right? Which makes me very sad. I think it's possible to do in Harmony somehow, maybe? No, not sure. Also, maybe Starlight Glimmer can be a Critter? Let me check.
Wait, does
she can't.
What's the exact wording on Philomena, the Premier Ultra Rare?
I think it's Friends.
Friends. Okay, then yeah, there's no way to do it.
But like even if you name like Pegasi, like you basically get that super rare Griffin effect for 1 turn, where you can, like, for every card you play, you get another card, which is like, I think it's pretty good for a 0 cost event.
Well, so you're gonna play probably 2, maybe 3 friends.
Yeah, 3 cards for 0 AT. Why not?
I guess. I have, like, yeah, I'll admit I've been a little bit bad at rating these 0 cost events.
But maybe I'm just I'm very optimistic on a lot of events here. Like, I was very pessimistic about Friends, but events is...
Well, I mean, Pages is on your side of this argument, even though he's not here. His number is closer to you. That innately makes me feel like it's my job to defend my stance. Which was that I didn't think like this effect was necessarily worth running, like worth including in your deck, having a card for it, which sounds kind of stupid when you think that Gunter is worth.
Also, Bugle mentions L2L, and you can name Earth Pony with this.
Earth Pony? Well, I mean, it has to be non-tokens.
Oh, it has to be non-tokens. That's very sad. Never mind then.
Yeah.
You can name Unique and Harmony. That's true too.
That is true. That is true. Wait. Are there mains that have unique?
Trenderhoof gives everything.
Right, everything unique. Fair enough. I think I'm gonna stand pat on this one. I'm gonna have this be my potential Eat Crow card.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep it at 1.
Sure.
Pages at 2.5. This is me, I think. Shock value. 2 cost, flips for 5, 3 rec in pink and purple. At immediate speed, search your deck for a troublemaker, reveal it, put it into play at a problem, then shuffle your deck. If there are 3 or more opposing characters at that problem, uncover that troublemaker. Seems pretty solid, especially in a set that gives us a new villain. We now have how many in core? This
3?
Maniac, Grogar, and what's the other one?
I mean, I think there's no third one, but there's Chrysalis as pseudo villain.
Oh yeah, Vicious Vengeance is still legal. Yeah, that's worth having on this effect. And by giving Discord a 5, I've said pink-purple control is gonna be a thing. So that necessarily pulls up the rating on this card. It seems certainly worth at least considering in that deck, and that makes it a 3.
It's immediate speed and cover, which on the whim, which is something we don't think we've even had before, at least this reliably.
On
one card, it's just on the whim. You just do it at any time. You find any troublemaker you want, and you uncover it. Man, imagine if Nightmare Moon was still legal in Harmony.
Oof. Yeah, that's a thing.
Would that go in your Fireworks deck, Vigo?
Anyway, well, Bugle saying he doesn't have faith in pink-purple control. Fair enough.
Well, I have discarded 3 anyway, so.
Yeah. Pages has it at 3.5. I'll bet you that's why Pages is more optimistic than us. I wonder, if you round down all of his ratings, will he actually be more optimistic than us or not?
I think so.
Maybe. Okay.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, this one.
Smile, smile, smile. 3 cost, 3 rec, 6 power. Main phase, search your deck or discard pile for a friend, reveal it and put it into your hand. Then choose one, replace a problem, or shuffle an opposing friend into its owner's deck.
You care to explain your number here, Hithroc?
It's kind of expensive for what it does, but I guess it is removal.
I mean,
maybe it should be a little bit higher than 2.
In the past, we've been willing to play 3 AT just for the replace a problem effect. In the case of which card was it? That's Twilight and Pinky Fishes.
Oh, but that one gives you a Centric and a 3 power friend. I don't think that's a fair comparison here.
I guess this card is not just the problem replacement. It's also a option to either be recursion or tutoring. which I missed
Yeah.
admittedly only for pink friends. But yeah, there's that, and the option to also have it do removal, unconditional removal, mind, shuffle any opposing friend into its owner's deck, is a legitimate concern as well. And given that pink's been so historically strong, and this, I can't imagine a pink deck that wouldn't want to run this. Admittedly, it is somewhat expensive. Maybe a super aggro deck wouldn't want to run it.
Okay, sure.
But yeah, I have this at 5.
I will increase my score by 1, but no more by 1.
All of that argued Hithroc up from 2 to 3.
No, you do bring good points.
Fair enough. Pages has it at 4. Okay. Song and dance routine. 2 cost, 3 pink rec, flips for 3 in the main phase. Gain control of an opposing friend until the end of the score phase. If that card is exhausted, you may ready it. So, the logic for me here is pretty simple. This card is too close to Berry Punch and Orange Swirl for me to be able to give it too small of a rating, basically. Like,
counterpoint, pink is present.
I mean, that's a good point, honestly. Kind of makes me wonder why Pinky's Present didn't.
Like, Pinky's Present doesn't see that. Like, I think we still see it.
Right.
But it's like, it's still, it feels bad compared to Berry Punch and Orange Swirl.
It's true.
For that.
The distance between 1 and 0, or 1 and 2, is that much, eh?
Yeah, and also a friend in play. 1 power friend, but still a friend.
Yeah, I'll admit, that's a good point.
That's why, like, the reason that Pinky's Present exists, and it's a song that has different modes, like drawing cards, and I actually don't remember what the other one is. What's the other mode in Pinky's Present?
Draw cards, gain control.
Doesn't matter then.
Yeah, no, I don't remember at all.
Oh, it's increase problem confront requirements by 2.
Okay. Anti, it's going to work.
Yeah. So, yeah, given Pinky's Present, like, this card has lower power, exactly the same cost and rec, and the only thing it has compared to Pinky's Present is it readies a friend it takes control of, which, I mean, can be relevant, but I would still think I would still rather run Pinky Sense. So I gave this card a 2. I think it's a fair 2.
Yeah.
Like, people might consider it, but I don't think people will end up running it.
I think you have a legitimate point, and you've argued me down to a 2 as well. Yeah, for whatever. I mean, I guess it was just late at night, and I forgot about Pinky's Present.
It might see play post-rotation, I agree with that, but however, we do not consider that in our ratings, because right now it is not post-rotation.
It's true.
A lot of the ratings would be different post-rotation, I think.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, next card.
Next card is Stunt Dive. This turn, players need to confront 1 fewer problems to start the multi-problem face-off to a minimum of 1 problem. I gave this card a 3, and which is higher than both of you. And I gave this card a 3 because it's a really fun card to play against Control. Because Control really loves to sit on that 1 problem and confront it forever, while not letting you do anything, and like building up the board. How do you deal with that? You play this card. And, no, it's main phase. Okay, never mind. And my dreams are ruined just like that. I didn't read that it was main phase. If it was immediate, it'll be so good.
I'll admit, yeah. If it was immediate, yeah, that would be pretty good. But no,
I loved this card as an anti-control play, where they sit on 1 problem and you force them into double face-off. But all my dreams just shattered.
It's true. Yeah, no, this is...
I mean, you can still use it against Control to confront 1 problem. I think I'll keep it at 3. I think 3 is still good enough.
That's fair. You've mentioned over the course of the stream your faith in orange. Yeah, it is only for breaking out of control. Well,
Yeah,
using your own confronts.
yeah.
But yeah, I think an orange probably has enough other ways of doing that doesn't properly consider this. Although it's a really interesting effect. It's a good thing to put on an SR, that's for sure.
Yeah. Like, I had my full faith in card because I thought it was immediate.
Fair enough. I don't begrudge you year 3, though. And pages.
It makes me so sad. Should have been immediate.
Is it 2? Okay, sudden fruition. 1 cost. 4 rec, flips for 5, pink. At immediate speed, uncover a face-down troublemaker, then draw cards equal to that troublemaker's point value. And I'm actually just going to quickly make a change here. Because for whatever reason, yeah, I was at 1 before. I was glossing over the immediate speed uncover a face-down troublemaker part.
Yeah.
Which is, yeah. Without that part, the card's really bad. But yeah, that's don't look at the draw card equal to that troublemaker's point value part. Look at the immediate speed uncover a face down troublemaker part, and yeah, that's totally worth playing.
Is it really bad if it's not? Even if it main phase, I mean, it wouldn't be. I wouldn't put it at 1 if it was main phase. I think I'd put it at 2. Because I mean, Legion of Doom exists. You uncover Legion of Doom, which is really, really good. And you draw 3 cards, which is really, really good. Man.
It's possible. Like
Grogger exists as well. Like, I think there's value in main phase of this card. Like, not a 1, for sure. And this is the reason, since it's also immediate uncover, I'm putting this at 3, and maybe I would even consider going up to 4. I think it's between 3 and 4 for me, actually.
Right. I'm just looking at Grand Paus's comment here. The distinction is that is uncover the good one or the bad one?
It's the good one. It's where you get all the villain stuff and other things.
Right. Yeah,
that's why I say like I'm. It's a strong between 3 and 4 for me, because it is immediate uncover and you draw some cards. If it was main phase, I think it'll still be a good event. It will be between 2 and 3 for me, not at 1. Do it.
Yeah. At 1 cost, that is a pretty legitimate point. 4 rec. Those decks are going to be running primary pink. Sure.
Like, if you believe in pink purple, that one definitely runs stuff like Legion of Doom and Groggers. Beagle mentions that he would rather have this main phase 3 rec over immediate and 4 rec. Honestly, I would agree with that. I think it will be a much better card then.
It's reasonable, yeah.
Next card.
Right.
Terrified Scream. 1 cost. That's 2 yellow rec.
That was. Both of us with the right there into it. Anyway. Go ahead.
4 power. Immediate. During a face-off, choose a character involved in the face-off. That character is no longer involved in the face-off. It's a removal, I guess. I would still run... what's the card name? I forgot. The one that bounces stuff for 180.
Wait.
You know the event I'm talking about.
I think so? This is... Well, obviously it's in yellow. Wait, is it? No. That's not Splash Attack, is it? That's main phase.
No, Splash Attack is a question on Odysseus, I think.
Yeah.
Unreasonable Demands, I think?
Oh, Unreasonable Demands. Yeah. Sorry. That's right.
So, I think I would run that card over this one anytime. So much better.
Right. So
Unsatisfactory work.
Yes. Oh, wait.
Well, then,
yeah.
Unreasonable Demands is some other.
It's it's 4 p.m. for me. This is we're into 4.5 hours. It's starting to get we're starting to get into that portion. The length is taking a toll on us here.
Yeah. 4 p.m. It's 1 a.m. here.
Yeah. But Grandpa's points out the little trick, super secret tech with this card in being able to dynamically remove your Queen Novo ultra rare from the face-off if you're going to win. Win versus lose.
Sure. You know what I think of Queen Nova decks in the current meta? 1. Sorry, Queen Nova.
I mean, 1 fun out of 5. But yeah, I don't begrudge you that word. Okay, right. Well, for what it's worth, I gave it a 2 for the sort of fringe use, and so did Pages.
Yeah, I do think it's a fun card with a unique effect, though. We don't really have cards that remove things from face-offs. Like we do. I think there are like a couple of cards, but it's quite rare.
Yeah, not that many. Anyway, To the Moon. Flips for 4, costs 1, 3 requirements in purple and white. Add immediate speed, banish an opposing friend involved in a face-off. So, high requirement, but cheap, immediate speed, unconditional banish. Not unconditional, it has to be involved in a face-off, but functionally unconditional banish.
Mm-hmm.
In these colors, and these colors have been, well, white has unconditional banishes before. It's
Old money.
Okay, fair enough. Oh yes, okay, fair enough. Good point. But yeah, this seems like a really solid card. Admittedly, though, the Rex are a little bit high to be able to play it consistently. But yeah, you bring up lessons may have been learned. Effects like these probably need to be well measured. This is the kind of thing that your control deck is playing when it's properly set up and, well, yeah, got everything good to go.
I think Rex are not a big deal for this card. I think, I put 3 for this card because if, maybe it should actually be 2 even, because, so I don't believe that purple-white will be a thing, as I've mentioned earlier in the stream. If purple-white was a thing, this card would easily be a 4, I think. But since purple-white is not a thing, or is not going to be a thing, I think.
Well, I mean, there are levels.
3 to 2.
There are levels of a thing that are not getting second place or continentals.
I mean, sure. I don't think purple-white will see consistent play.
Fair enough.
So this card is amazing, but it's not right now. Maybe later. Maybe after core rotation.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. We are all giving it a 3, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Tranquility. Oh, yeah. Tranquility. 1 AT, 1 purple, rec, 2 power. Main phase, gain 1 AT, then gain an additional 1 AT for each card named Tranquility in your discard pile. Draw a card. So, it's a very nice purple event that's easy to splash into as well. It's only 1 rec. It has very low power though. But yeah, it's just some free AT, to be honest.
Oh yeah, it has low power because otherwise it would be far too good with Celestia.
Yeah.
Pretty much. But yeah, this is, as kind of has been stated in other places, and similar to what we said with Rainbow Laser, how good do you think purple will be? That is this card's rating. Because
he just gives it at 4. I would kind of agree with him. I have it at 3. It is between 3 and 4. Yeah, the thing about this card is that it recycles itself completely. Even if you don't have any tranquilities in your discard pile, you play 1 AT, you get that AT back, you lost the card from your hand, you gain the card from your hand back. It's kind of like running that pink event with 0 cost that drew your card. It basically reduces your deck size, effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Another point, though, is that it's an event that does not banish itself, and it says gain on it. And not only that, it gain additional as well. So it can gain you free AT, like when you play it, if you play it at most.
Right. So combo senses are tingling, I'll admit.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing it right now, but I'll admit that's your department.
I mean it's kind of hard in core to recycle events right now, so
Yeah.
it's very sad. It's an
Okay.
adventure.
It's
Yeah,
an adventure. Well, fair enough. I have this card as a 3, and that is, again, pretty much as I said. I think purple, and in particular the kind of purple decks that really want to run this, are a little bit on the outs. They're not going to be consistent top performers. But it is it's a super solid event that's going to be in lots of purple decks for the foreseeable future.
you know what? Imagine if F-stop was still a thing.
I mean, oh wait, no, he is Man in Harmony. How did I forget that? Anyway.
Where else would it be banned?
But yeah, if that stop's still a thing, you'd be looking at some good stuff here. You have to get a few of them into your discard pile first, but
Yeah.
Okay.
It's yours.
Here's mine. Want to bet? Our 0 cost blue event. Zero cost, 3 rack, flips for 4. At immediate speed, but what that really means is after you've flipped cards for a face-off and have just decided who wins or loses, the next time a player, the winner of that face-off scores an additional point. Or, well, no, right before the priority window where you decide who wins or loses, basically. Because I don't believe there's any other reason to play this in any other priority window.
Yeah, like, oh, I won the face-off, I play this event. Oh, well, like, I'm about to win the face-off.
Yeah. Now, it's true. I have heard the rumblings of the Gallus synergy, which is true.
Mysterious Unicorn Gallus.
One of the best. I suppose I need to ask forgiveness for not believing in Gallus. He squandered all my belief 2 or 3 sets ago. I don't know how many sets has it been since he was a main that was released.
You don't trust Gallus anymore.
I'm afraid that I don't, and I'll be happy to be proven wrong. Yes, so the opponent gets 1 priority window to make you, well, to win the face-off, basically. And it's well not beyond the question that the opponent's going to have a trick. They tend to do for face-offs. And I'll admit again that I feel like I've been really wrong about these 0 cost events. So maybe I should bump it up. But I have it on 2 right now.
I have it on 3 because Pancake exists.
That is a legitimate point. That is a legitimate point. 3, put this on 3 for the same reason that we put Rainbow Laser on 3, yeah?
Yeah. Like, I think Pancake would run this card.
I mean, you put it that way, it really is hard to argue with it. So sure. And Pages has it at 2.5.
Cool. Next card is Wrath of Gilda. 5 power, 4 cost, and 3 blue-purple rack. Blue-pink rack. If an opponent has more friends than you may pay 1 less to play this card. Frighten all friends, then dismiss all friends. This is Discourse Party 1, isn't it?
Yes, basically.
And I have it at 3. I put 3 on this card with heavy heart. Like, I thought, like, yeah, I'm gonna get, like, scolded for this. for putting 3 on this card, because this card is like, it is party 1 of the core, but the problem that I see with this card is in its colors. I just don't believe in particularly pink blue.
Yep, that is the one. Well, I don't know. Maybe people can think of other legitimate arguments against calling it a 3, but that's the reservation to the score that I was prepared to make. These are not the right colors you would normally think for a control event. But I even with that in mind, I could see no reason, no world where I could be okay with giving an unconditional board clear anything less than a 4.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, that's
maybe
fair.
no deck exists right now, but there will be a deck because this card exists.
Okay, so for me, this card is weird because, so I give it a 3 because I don't believe in these 2 colors. So I don't think it will see consistent play, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I don't think it's a 4. But if I did believe in these colors, and if these colors were meta, then it'll be a 5. Like, this card for me kind of can't be 4. It's either a 5 or a 3.
Huh. That's well. In that case, it can be a 4 if you want to hedge your bets and you're not sure if it's going to be. You're not sure. 4 means you're not sure if it's going to be a consistent play or not.
I'm not gonna hedge my bets. I don't think. Well, like it. Maybe in the next set. That's what I think about this card. This card is definitely the card to keep in mind. But
that is super legitimate. I think this is laying a foundation for maybe some slower blue-pink stuff. Pages.
I mean, not necessarily even slower, because I mean, for free AT board clear, some aggro decks might want to do that.
Well, your opponent does need to have more friends than you if you want to pay 3 AT for it.
Yeah. But yeah. It's kind of like that Chrysalis, you know? It's a card you keep in mind. You have to keep in mind that it exists. But I don't think it will actually be played.
That's legitimate, yeah. Okay. And Pages was 4 on that one as well. You'll play your part. Our last event. Flips for 6, costs 3. 3 purple wreck. In the main phase, gain 1 for each of your non-token Alicorn characters, then choose 1. Look at the top 5 cards of each deck and your deck, and put them on the top or bottom of your deck in any order, or banish up to 1 card of each card type from your opponent's discard pile. I think this card was definitely one of the 5 hardest cards to rate in the set for me.
That's fair.
Because the choose 1 effects I view as largely irrelevant. Certainly, well, okay, banishing stuff from the opponent's discard pile, that's not nothing.
Looking at the top 5 cards for you is not enough?
It's not a lot. Like, you're not drawing any of them, you're just stacking them, and like it's not
that's
nothing. Okay, I'll admit it's not nothing. It's not nothing. But primarily, like, and you're not going to play this unless it's AT positive for you, or at least AT neutral, and that's not hard to do.
Okay, so
right, I think you've kind of argued me already up to 3, because like a lot of my uncertainty was built on the principle of this being functionally just an AT gain card. But yeah, if the later verses are actually relevant, then well, there you go. Yeah.
I think looking at the top 5 cards is pretty good. Like we had the card that doesn't Twilight Ink, was it? Something.
That's 3, but it did get you 1 of them.
It did get you 1 of them, and it costed 1. So if you play this card for 0, that's like you don't get 1 of them, but you do get that effect. And you can get more than, like, you can have it as an AT gen.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's kind of hard to get it into, like, you need to have 4 alicorns. It's kind of stretching it.
Right. I mean, one of them can be your main.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason I gave this card a free, and not the reason I gave this card a free is because I think some people will try running Alicorn's list that are not reanimator, because people have been doing that before. and it's been fairly successful. The yellow-purple Aldecarns.
That's true. Yes.
So I think that this card goes into that deck. I think you can include it, and that's why I gave it a free.
Yeah, that's fine. Page was right between us at 2.5. Now he's slightly below us. Okay, we're done with the events.
Hooray!
The resources. Only 63 cards left to go.
Yep. Dear Princess Celestia, 1 power, 1 cost, 5 power. Play on a problem. When the player confronts that problem, you may exhaust this card to draw a card. I mean, I've never been a fan of report resources because they just go away so easily. They don't stay for very long. They will be gone eventually, for sure. And I mean, I can see maybe it's worth to do it in some control deck or something. But at the same time, there was this report resource in Harmony that gave you AT. When you confronted a problem or something like it gave you AT and you put it on a problem, and that's better than drawing a card. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah, by definition, in order to be anywhere near playable, this is going to want to get you more than 1 card, because otherwise you should have just paid the AT to draw the card.
yeah,
and it's. I mean, we can come up with situations where that's where you can do that. Yeah, you play this on the problem that the control player is confronting, say, for example, or you play this, or you as the control player play this on the one problem of yours. But yeah, it seems a little bit low impact, and yeah, as you said, easy to get rid of in ways that aren't even just resource removal. So it's a 1.
You get rid of by playing the game.
Yeah. Pages, though, does have it at 2. Alrighty. Big Bads. Cost of 2, 3 pink rec, flips for 5. Goes to your home at the end of each player's turn. If this card is ready, that player retires a friend with the least power among friends they control. And at immediate speed, exhaust this card. And it's not quite Fashion Disaster. It's close. You do need to play it in the right deck, because you are going to be retiring your own stuff, unless you do some really tricky stuff with exhausting and readying, which admittedly you can do. But I've already seen this used effectively in orange-pink for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seems like a good fit there. So it's a pretty solid 3.
Yeah, I agree. I don't really have anything to add.
Okay, good. I'm thankful for the ability to move quickly on a card.
Next.
Speaking of moving quickly.
Oh. Is this another 5? Yeah, it is another 5. It's my second 5. Well, third, technically. Bloodstone Scepter, 4 power, 1 cost. Playing your main character. When this card enters play, choose 2 different colors. Main character has those colors. That main character has -1 power. So, even if this card is not good, this card is at least, I think, meta-defining just because it allows certain decks to exist that wouldn't exist otherwise.
Yep, pretty much. And for what it's worth, I think it is good.
It is really good, yeah, I think so too. A lot of decks build around having 2 power rec anyway, because a lot of entry cards are 2 power, which is why I think the 3 power is not as relevant as people might think for entry cycle in this set. And with Bloodstone Scepter, it will be even more so. It will be even more so that people will think about, oh, maybe I can easily go into 3 colors, and I just have to make sure I have enough 2 entry color cards. So I think this deck is I think this card is really good, and also makes songs really easier to play, and maybe some tricorns, but I don't think people will play tricorns still.
So what I want to do, actually, and this gets a little bit back to a a theme that I mentioned earlier when we were talking about the yellow and white friends, is play this on Thorax. Because then the main character has -1 power thing is literally pointless. If you played a friend to flip him over, then you're just taking him down to 3. And this, like, yes, you're thinking, oh, but what's the second color you're going to go into? It's purple, so you can play Magic Overload. Absolutely.
Oh. See, that's why that song Orange event is good. You can increase your main character's power.
That's
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
But yeah, really good event resource.
Resource. Yeah.
And it's 5 across all of us,
It
and I
is.
think it's pretty definite.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's here's the question. Like, I know we're running out of time in this card, but what do you think was more impactful, or is going to be more impactful? This card appearing in this set, or Rushed Makeover from the previous set?
Ooh. Oh, that is tough. That's a tough question. Are you talking about like just in the set that they came out, or?
Yes. Like, do you think this card will be more impactful appearing in the set than
Rushed Makeover was?
Yeah.
That's a high bar. Rushed Makeover was huge in New Dawn.
It was. I think it will. Here's my hot take.
Okay. On instinct, I would say probably not, because maybe actually no. I was gonna say because people are gonna be running lots more resource removal, but it's not strictly speaking important. You establish your colors, and then you actually want this thing to go away. I'm going to stand by saying I don't think so that we have opposite opinions, but it's really close.
Safe play. One of us will be right.
Yeah. Okay. Next card.
Mm-hmm. It's yours.
It is mine. Crocodile Swamp. Costs 1. 3 rec in orange and yellow. Flips for 4. Plays on a problem. If you would put any number of critter friend tokens into play here, you put that many 3 orange rock friend tokens into play here instead.
Hold on, this is on the problem. 1 sec.
I was about to say. There we go. Like, yes. Yeah. If this was a global effect, play to your home, your critters are now rocks. Oh, that's incredible. That's beautiful.
My problem is not that it's a local effect. My problem is that it's on a problem, which is incredibly unreliable.
That's also true. Yeah. The fantasy of the card is great because there's so many cards that generate a large number of critter tokens in a single go and turn them all into rocks. Oh, that's awesome. But yeah, having to put it on a problem is a big. It's been a big problem for resources in general. I'm struggling to think of resources that have been played on problems that have been widely played. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, admittedly, my one may be a little bit pessimistic because that is a pretty powerful effect. But
well, I think it's a 2 because it's a fun card to play with. That's why I didn't bring it down all the way to 1. I think someone will try to run it. Just like, you know what? I can definitely see Living Silver running this.
Could be. Yeah. That's a good point.
Just like that blue event is Pancake, this one is Living Silver.
Could be. Yeah. Pages has it also at 2.
Okay, next card is Diurnal Amulet. I'm not sure if I pronounced that right, but
Diurnal, I'm pretty sure.
Diurnal, okay. That's a word. 3 power, 2 cost, 1 yellow rec. Resource artifact. Play in one of your characters. While this card is ready, characters here have +1 power. while this card is exhausted. Characters here have -1 power. Exhaust this card. Activate this ability only during your turn. So it's kind of chicken, but not really. Like, you don't do it in response to the opponent. You usually probably do it like after your score phase.
Pretty much. Yeah.
And characters here have +1 power is quite alright. I do have discarded 2 because I don't like this location restriction thing.
Right. Well, I mean, that location could be your home with nurturing nature and a bunch of Candlelight citizens.
And Jonas.
Mm-hmm.
You bring up a good point. Because, but then you don't use the second effect at all.
Well,
it's kind of sad.
I mean, that's fine.
Are there better ways of doing this?
I mean, kind of. Like, if you're willing to be in blue, then you play Cloud Chaser and Flitter to home, and then you also have the cost reduction.
BT Gen. I will remain at 2. I'll be the pessimistic one.
All right, yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I think.
But you do like the Fluttershy, like location being your home. I didn't really think of that, but yeah, it's a good point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was kind of the tip over for me that took me to 3. And Pages is between us at 2.5. Okay, Stream Obstacle Course. Cost 2. 2 Rex in blue and orange flips for 5. Place to your home. Your friends have Diligent 1, and at immediate speed, exhaust this card to remove 2 +1 power counters from one of your friends at a problem to frighten an opposing friend at that problem. So, your friends have Diligent 1 is not nothing, for sure.
Blue and orange.
Blue and orange, yeah. Those are going to be good friends at winning at face-offs. The immediate speed ability, excuse me, is like, you may think it might look a little bit like it's going to go slow, but I mean, you're going to have friends with 2 +1 power counters on them. I assume that's not hard to do.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of wondering why we gave it such a low rating now that I'm here and having said all that. I have it
I think it should be a 2 because blue-orange, someone will try to play with it, I think, for sure. And I think this card can be an inclusion there.
Yeah. I'm blue-orange, like, has historically been worse than we feel like it should be. Like, every set, blue-orange gets these amazing cards and then doesn't actually be good.
Yeah, maybe it's hats.
No, it could be. But yeah.
We need Muffin Mare back.
I mean, you can play Adventure.
Yeah, I can, but I want Muffin Mare in core.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, apparently it's 2 from all of us.
Yeah. Well, it's 2 from all of us now. Yes.
Next card is Flash Bee Swarm. 2 cost dilemma, 5/5 confront requirements. 3 yellow rec. Your flipped card have +2 power, and I can definitely see why you put it at 1. And I put it at 3 because it's a yellow dilemma, and we can't ever have enough yellow dilemmas.
Sorry, go ahead.
And I know they're like very good competition in that department, but I still think this might be worth it to play, even though it is kind of counterproductive towards yellow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough. You saw to the heart of my argument right away. I think it is absolutely possible to have too many yellow dilemmas. I think there are enough, and the ones that we have are pretty good. And so this doesn't make the cut into yellow decks. Bonus 2 is legitimate. Appreciate that, Prism Light.
Yeah,
it's true. It's true. In general, like, again, yellow doesn't try to win face-offs. So the bonus, like high bonus, is actually a bit of a a negative. Well, at least to nurturing nature decks.
But
Thorax,
it
admittedly,
can.
appreciates higher bonus.
I have my beliefs in this card. Free for me.
Yeah, that's fair. And Pages is at 2.5, and I am at 1 for that reason. Wait, you're at whoa! You're at 1 here?
Oh yeah.
Okay, Golden Horseshoe. Costs 1, 3 rec, flips for 4, plays on one of your characters. Exhaust this card to move one of your characters to this card's area. When this card readies, you may reattach it to another character. So like this seems like something that blue wants a lot of. I always have to like think my way through the abilities here. Play on a character, and then you exhaust it, and you to move somebody else there, and then next turn you
Yeah.
put on another character. Like, yeah, that's really efficient.
So is Pirate Ship.
Is this any like well this is 1 AT better than Pirate Ship every turn.
Yeah, it is free, but it has a lot of strings attached. Like you gotta have a character there, and like all this other stuff. You need to keep reattaching it. Like I think it has a lot of strings attached to it, so I don't believe in this card.
Fair. I mean, okay. Like this was the reason that I was willing to put some belief into the new blue white Coco from L, because obviously it has
Okay.
amazing synergy there, because every reattach is a move, and so that helps you out on your turns pretty much as well.
Yeah. Okay, I will. I don't think it's a 4, and like people say there in chat that it's crazy good. I will eat my words on this one too,
Okay, fair enough.
but I will give it one more. Sure, 2.
Okay, fair enough. And that means that Pages is between us at 3.
Yeah, just don't. I don't know. I think blue has better things to do than this.
I mean, I guess I won't hold that against you. All right.
Infiltration orders. 2 cost, 3 yellow rec, 4 power. Play to your home. As one of your token friends enter play, you may exhaust this card and choose another of your token friends. If you do, those token friends enter play as copies of the chosen friend. It's a really fun card. So many, it's like you just read this text, like, oh, so many things you can be doing with this card, so many fun things you can be doing with this card.
Mhm.
But I don't think it's actually good enough by itself.
Yeah. We talked about this a fair amount last stream. And yeah, how super cool of a card it is, how much ideas it gives to people, but after after a couple of weeks of thinking about it, there are some interesting ideas. There's not a lot that jumps out as being actually really good.
Yeah.
And so yeah, seems like yeah, you'll run into it. People are gonna try it. But definitely a card to look out for in on the casual kitchen table and not on the stream table.
Not in this set, anyway.
Yeah.
And that's good. I think it's kind of one of those cards that are either fun and bad or OP as hell.
Yeah.
Like I think it's one of those cards. If someone breaks it, it breaks it hard, I think.
Yeah, that's probably the case. Yes, it definitely has that I don't know if you call it upside potential or downside potential, really. Side potential of yeah, when it gets good, it's gonna get real good, and that's why us Johnnies have to keep trying, basically.
Yep. That's why we have it at 2.
Yep, 2s across the board. Okay, library card. Cost 2, 4 purple rec, flips for 3. Goes to your home. At immediate speed, you can exhaust this card to choose an event in your discard pile. If that event entered your discard pile this turn, shuffle it into your deck. I'm not super sure why you would want to play this, frankly. like you're getting an event back eventually that you played.
Yeah.
Seems unlikely to be worth the 2 AT, even over the course of a whole game, really.
Yeah. I mean, because as it's recursion, kinda. Yeah, it's like very, very kinda.
Yeah, like it's
Like you need,
when you draw the event that you shuffled back in, then okay, the recursion is finally finished. But like that could be a while.
yeah, you have to play exactly the same event as well in order to get the other one back, which is, I don't know. Like this card is extremely specific,
Mhm.
and I'm not sure what the application for it is.
Yep. But,
Not for 2. Like at 1 AT, maybe I would think about it, but for 2 AT, there's so many other things. Like you better be doing something else with those 2 AT, I think,
mhm.
than to get a card back once a game, maybe, kinda.
Yep.
I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I just kind of spent some time looking at it and struggled to think of a situation where I would want to have it in play, frankly.
Yeah.
So
Like,
yeah.
if you hide the text box and you see 2 cost, 4 rec, 3 power, what the hell is a text box?
Mm-hmm.
But apparently, text box doesn't do anything useful. So many restrictions on. I don't know. Weird card.
Yeah, 1 from
Maybe
me,
in the future. Yeah, 1 for me as well.
2 from Pages.
Pages has it as 2. Yeah. And here we are.
Here, yes, I've mentioned this a few times. Well, it's your card.
Yeah, Magic Overload, 6 power, 2 AT, 3 purple, 3 yellow. Play on your main character. Oh, unique as well, which is,
Yeah.
it must be. At the start of your turn, gain 2 AT. At the end of your turn, lose all your action tokens. You know what? What it should say, for every unspent action token, your opponent scores a point.
Well, I mean, you have unspent action tokens. You just draw some cards.
Yeah, Magic used to have mana burn. Remember?
It's true. I'm taking your word for it on that. But yeah,
Mana burn is when you didn't spend mana in Magic. You actually took damage for every mana point you didn't spend.
Oh, interesting.
So this card, get out this Magic from my MLPCCG.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah. Having tried this out already, I can say that yeah, when you land it early and your opponent doesn't deal with it, it's fire. Your deck goes real fast. And yes, you do give up the potential. Well, except in certain situations, you give up the potential of ever doing stuff on the opponent's turn. With the exception of doing like the Luna's Future Peas trick to have some AT on the opponent's turn. But you're going to build your deck with no immediate stand anyway, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I don't think it's going to be super competitive, because it's going into a meta where people are going to be running lots of resource removal, and this is a deck that's built around one resource, and so if it goes away, then well, you're kind of stuck.
Does it have to be built around this? Like, if you look, if I remember correctly, the purple yellow alicorns list didn't really have any responses to the opponents. Like, there was nothing immediate in them. So I think you could easily just put that card in there.
Could be, I guess. And I guess here I am wanting to put this into a Thorax Yellow Changelings list, or a Thorax White Changelings list as well. So fair enough.
Still have it at 3 though.
It's true. Like I think this is like the perfect example of a card that like it's gonna enable some amounts of aggro, and like the decks that use it are gonna be good enough to beat like sort of the casual stuff and make waves, make ripples, but probably won't be consistent enough to get into the upper echelons. and
Okay,
make this a 4.
Beagle points out that the Alicorn's list ran unsatisfactory work. My answer to that, run Sunburst.
I mean, that's legit, frankly.
Or Starlight. Like, Purple has ways of having AT after losing all of its AT, which is nice.
It's true. Okay, yeah, 3s across the board. All right,
Next
Mirror
one
Fool.
is yours.
It's true.
Oh, I love this card.
2 cost, 3 Rex in orange and pink, flips for 4, is unique, goes to your home. As one of your friend's triggered abilities triggers, friends, important, you may pay 1 AT and exhaust this card. If you do, that ability triggers an additional time. There's already been significant amounts of discussion, I know, about this card and about the specifics of how it works and what it's allowed to do. I've spent a fair amount of time trying to think about the best ways to abuse this, and there are some interesting ideas. Like, I guess, well, you do have to be constricted to these colors, so think primarily about orange and pink.
Yep.
Been some cost reduction things, some power counter things, I guess. I'm. Tell me, what's your number one thing you want to do with this?
Include it in my deck.
But for what purpose?
So I mean, like, it doesn't, like, you said you've thought about ways of abusing it, but I don't think you have to abuse it for it to be good. I think just having, like, even minor effects, getting minor effects for 1 extra AT can be pretty good. Like, I think Rockhoof works with it, right?
That was a question. I don't quite remember what the resolution to that was.
Then Big Mac works, which is for 1 AT, you dismiss an extra resource. Sounds amazing to me.
That's legit, yes.
Then the flower ponies don't work because they exhaust themselves, right?
Mhm.
Then handy triggers, you can double them for 1 AT, which can be also pretty impactful. I don't think this card's power comes from it being abusive. I think this card's power comes from minor effects, which accumulate over time into significant thing. Which is why I have this card at 3.
I see. Yeah, okay, so
Miss Main is pretty good too.
I guess it does work that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you just double her thing.
So what is that? Let me see here. 7.
It lets you get
7.
2 cards and 2 points, I think.
Yeah. So that means that you're on. That takes you down to 31 AT to win the whole thing through Miss Mains. Because 7 of your points only cost 1 AT.
Well, it has to be over time, right?
Oh, right. This thing exhausts.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, still. Anyway, that's a legitimate point. It's a legitimate point. This is
like, if this card's upfront cost was cheaper, like 1 AT, it would be a 4 for me, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the only problem with it that I see is that it's too, like, to get your first double trigger, you invest 3 AT, which is a lot of AT.
Right. Yeah, I think I'll give you the moral victory of a 2.5.
Sure. Next card.
Right, and then Pages has it as a 2.5.
This one is mine, I think, right?
Yes.
Pi Family Rock Quarry. Cost 2, 1 orange rec, 5 power. Play to your home, main phase, pay 1 to exhaust this card. When this card rages, put a free rock token friend into play. So it's basically delayed free power friend for 1 AT. I mean, limited, I guess.
Limited for sure. Yeah. Like it doesn't necessarily have to be super delayed, because you can handy it up.
Yeah.
And it's worth noting that you don't necessarily have to pay for it if you're handying it up. because you get the token when the thing readies, and you have to pay for it to exhaust. So if you exhaust it through some other means, then you get the token for free.
Well, if you exhaust it for some other means, you kind of like that's the cost of exhausting it.
Kind of, yes.
It's an opportunity cost at that point.
I guess so. Yes. Which,
even if this card costed 1, I don't think anyone would play it.
if it costed 1, I would give it some more thought. But yeah, at initial investment of 3, just for rock tokens. Yeah, pretty solid one.
Yeah. A solid 1 is in 1 point, not 1 solid
correct.
1.
Yes. Solid 1 point. That's right. But Pages does have it at 2.
Prisma Light is absolutely correct. Given the flavor text, it should be, this card doesn't ready for the next 6 turns. And that's why it's so good, would be better with the readying handy. Because you can ready it earlier.
True point, yeah. Okay. +1. Costs 3. 3 wreck in white, 3 flip. Goes to one of your friends. When you play this card, I have to read through this. This one's got a lot of abilities. You may put a friend from your discard pile into play if you do attach this card to it. When this card leaves play, retire the friend it was attached to. Right. So it's a redeeming qualities that attaches to the friend it was attached to, or that it was played on. In fact, almost exactly same cost, same wreck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's pretty close to just being redeeming qualities in core, with the exception that the opponent can use resource removal to get rid of the friend that it's attached to.
Or frighten.
That's right. Oh, that is right. Yeah. Legitimate. Yeah. For me, this was, again, it's just give this card the same rating as Reanimator. That was basically my logic.
Yeah, I guess Reanimator is a thing. You do have to have a friend in play already, though. You can't just pop it out of nothing. Because you gotta play it on some friend. Which is a really weird, it works, this card works really weirdly. You play it on another friend, and only then it reattaches to something else.
Right. Bugle brings up a good point, and I assume you're in the know about this, but it's true. The whole thing about Frighten, it isn't immediately obvious.
Oh, it becomes a new card.
It becomes a new card, and the modifier forgets that it exists, or that's. I don't know if Grandpa's is still here.
When this card, yeah, I think it will be a new card at that point, because it would trigger. Well, I don't like.
Nope,
let's not go there.
He is here.
Okay, hello.
So if you frighten the friend that +1 is attached to, does that friend then necessarily leave play when the +1 gets dismissed? Or does the +1 modifier forget about it?
While he answers the question, we can go on. I'll budge on 3.
Okay. You're at 3, I'm at 4, Pages is at 3.5. Next one.
Next one is Secret Bookshelf. It's Purple Dilemma. Purple Dilemmas are always interesting.
Purple Dilemmas are always bad, generally speaking.
They're always interesting, I said.
Yeah.
3 purple. You may pay 1 less to play your first event each turn. I mean, it's a pretty good thing. It's a pretty good effect, but it's you need to play 2 events to at least get back your AT for this dilemma.
Mm-hmm.
And purple doesn't like to give dilemmas to the opponent.
Generally speaking.
Granted, it has 8 confront requirements, but still, it's better to not have a problem at all than to have a problem with that 8 confront requirements.
Right. I mean, the confront requirements on Nightmare Scenario were bigger than that, right? It was
I think it was 6 and 10.
Yeah. And the same logic held. purple just is not a color that likes to play dilemmas.
GP says friends gets retired for +1, so Frighten does work.
Frighten does work. Okay. But yeah, it's like I understand the color needs to have dilemmas because every color needs to have dilemmas. Fair enough. But yeah, purple dilemmas just haven't worked, and this one is I don't think it's an exception to that rule so far.
Yeah, the problem with purple dilemmas is that usually purple doesn't like playing dilemmas, so you kind of play dilemmas for their effect. And if you remember, was it restricted section? No, that's the Celestia. The purple dilemma with meticulous, and you can't confront it. So that was actually an interesting dilemma. But the problem is that dilemmas like this, they're kind of like report resources, but worse. Like the problem with the report resources is that sure they have effects, but they last only for so long, which usually isn't very long. And with dilemmas, it's even worse. We not only they don't last for very long, you also kind of help your opponent to get rid of it. So it's kind of weird for purple anyway.
Yeah, and as a 2-cost 8 to confront dilemma, this ain't going to be helping purple aggro anytime soon either.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I did like the meticulous dilemma. That was an interesting thing. But at the same time, if you think about it, that dilemma is just a report resource with a little better than report resource, I suppose, because single face-offs don't get rid of it.
It's true. But anyway, yes, 1 for me, and 1 from you, and 1.5 from Pages.
Snack stand.
Snack stand. 2 cost, 2 flip. Colorless. Ghost your home. As this card enters play, choose a color, and at immediate speed, exhaust this card to pay 1 less to play your next friend with the chosen color this turn. So I've already seen this get used to good effect in orange-pink, or pink-orange. I don't remember what the exact composition of Bugle's deck was. And it sure seemed like it could be a general purpose. Like, obviously not every deck's going to play it, but it seems like the right choice for some decks.
I think I should definitely give it a 4 because, I mean, it is a 2-cost AT gen. That's what I see. That.
Yeah, as long as you're playing friends.
Yeah, and it's unlike like Wonderbolt Stadium, which was similar to this one. It's no requirements. 1 more AT, but no requirements.
This actually is Cloud Chaser for a chosen color.
Yeah. But I mean, you usually like choosing a color. I mean, it is a little bit of a restriction. But if you put this card in your deck, you probably know what you're gonna name and what cards you want to get cheaper.
Mm-hmm. And as we've seen, actually better to some extent because Handy exists, and so you can stack modifiers.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So yeah, good card. Good card.
Prism Light. Does this go in Blue Farm? Does this go in Blue
Does
Farm? It flips
Does
for
Blue
2.
Farm play a lot of friends? Yeah, it flips low and.
I mean, it does play some friends, but probably
some friends is not a lot of friends.
Some friends is not a lot of friends. That's very true. Okay, so 4 for me.
Okay.
You
4
were going
for me
to.
As well.
You haven't made it a 4.
Did I not? Oh, what did I change? I changed something.
You changed +1, I think. Okay, 4 for you, 3 from Pages.
All right. So next card is Storm Warning. Play on a problem, so it's a 1.
Is that all you're gonna say? I mean, that's.
Do I have to say anything else?
It's fine. Like it's not like I disagree with. Well, I mean, I disagree with you about the number. Like, yeah, your opponents can't move characters to or from that problem unless they pay 1. That's not insignificant text.
Sure.
Like, that's a can't move. That's not a showy. Now, yeah, sure, they're gonna play stuff to that problem. It's a can't on characters. I think that legitimately has a chance to get in the way of what the opponent's trying to do. You play this on a fresh problem
280.
for 2AT. I'm only giving it a 2. I'm not telling you this is going to get widespread play, but I think it has enough potential to be worth considering. Again, maybe you play it only to get proven that it is actually as bad as report resources always are. But I think I would need to prove that to myself.
I don't know, what needs to be done to make report resources good. Do they have to be very powerful? I don't think so. I don't think having powerful report resources would. I don't know. Report resources are such a weird thing,
mm-hmm.
Or not just location resource and stuff like that gets played on a problem. Control reports are indeed better than non-control reports because control reports at least try to keep themselves in play, unlike the non-control reports. But it's they're still such a I don't know. These cards are weird. I think it's weird to I don't think it's easy to design a good report card.
That's fair. All right, you have it at 1. Pages also at 2. Okay, Summoning Bell. Cost 1. Is 2 rec. Flips for 5. Plays on one of your friends. At main phase speed, you exhaust this card, and you get to put a Unicorn Friend token with Prepared into play. At the problem of the friend that this is attached to. Oh.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Didn't notice that restriction. That's enough to take it off of 4 and bring it down to 3 for me for sure. That this doesn't work if the attached friend is at home. That is true.
It is pretty cool if you get a lot of copies of it, though.
Yeah. There's some good things that you can do with it.
Handy is pretty alright as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But it's also a resource that gets exhausted, which means flower ponies. So 2 from me.
Yeah. It is a bodyguard is great, and you don't have to dip into pink for it. And this is just you're just getting it every turn as long as you can hold on to it. You have that initial period where it's not particularly good, but as we know from Bodyguard, once you reach a point with a certain number of unicorn tokens, the opponent has to deal with it. This could be viewed to some extent as being a slower Bodyguard. Bodyguard has the advantage: you play it, and then you can make a big play, and suddenly you've got 5 unicorn tokens. Whereas this is going to take some time to get there, unless you make copies of it or do handy shenanigans or whatever. But it's hard for me to disbelieve that this is going to have some impact on the metagame for sure.
Sure, I will remain unmoved.
Yeah, but the realization that it doesn't work if the friend is at home is what brought me down from a 4 to a 3 for sure. And Pages is also at a 3.
Next card is Twilight Sparkle's Balloon. 4 power, 1 cost. 2 blue-purple rec. Play to your home. When you move a character, look at the top card of your deck. You may put that card on the bottom of your deck. So sad it doesn't say put back on top or bottom. So sad.
There may not be reasons.
I don't know such reasons. But yeah, I think it's a pretty good card. I gave it a 3, just because I don't believe in purple blue in this meta. If I did believe in purple blue in this meta, I think it's a good inclusion in such a deck because no matter if you're playing aggro or you're playing control blue purple, you're gonna move things. And looking at the top, filtering your deck, this is basically like Meticulous but better, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, not better in every way because you don't put the thing back on top, but it's a repeatable Meticulous.
Right.
So yeah, I think this card is pretty good, and I think it's a good inclusion in most of the blue-purple decks, be that aggro or control.
Yeah, it's interesting because Blue Purple's whole thing has always been about moving stuff, moving both your stuff and the opponent's stuff. Think about Pegasus
Yeah.
Chariot and such and such. Yet if I think about the blue-purple decks that have been good, I don't remember them like it wasn't those cards that got ran. Yet by the same token, this is one cost. One cost resources with repeatable effects like this. You can't discount that. Can't discount that.
I think you gave it 2. I think that's also a fair rating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's on the high side of 2.
Yeah, I think 2 is a fair rating just because blue purple doesn't seem like a lot of play right now, and I don't think in the set that will change. Too much of my sadness.
Right. And Pages
because next set, Daring Do will rotate out.
Yeah. Much will rotate out next set.
And Ultimate Organizers and Ember, there's no point playing blue purple here.
I hope we don't lose you to Adventure, Hithroc.
Yeah, I'm going on an adventure and I'm not coming back.
Okay, yeah, and Pages also has this one at 3. Okay, we've done resources. This is the traditional home stretch where you look and realize that it's still 33 cards to go. Anyway, Cutie Campers, Blank Flanks Forever, is a 4-power troublemaker worth 0 points with your friends with no play requirements at +1 power. Limited troublemaker, right?
Oh, so this is why everyone loves this entry friends.
This is not why everyone loves the entry friends. It is legitimately okay with those, but no, this is one of those troublemakers that exists for limited. I'm sure.
Yeah. 1. Next.
1. Yep. Pages still gives it a 2. Potentially see something we do not.
Sure.
Next.
Derpy Hoops could not deliver. 3 points, 1 point. 1 next. I'm kidding. At the start of each player's turn, banish the top card of your deck face down beneath this card. Pay 1 AT and retire this card to discard your hand. And then put all cards banished beneath this card into their owner's hand. That's a really weird ability to have on this card. And I don't think... it's an interesting ability, but given that it's a free power and 1 point, it will just never worth it to even gamble this. And if something happens to this Derpy, those cards remain banished as well.
Right. Do you... No, the card... the card isn't revealed, so nobody knows what's underneath her until either her effect is... Well, yeah, wait. If she goes away, the cards stay banished face down.
Yeah.
Huh, that is interesting.
So it is a cool effect, but I don't think anyone ever will play it.
Yeah. As a 3-power troublemaker with 1 point, that is... I don't think that's a very justifiable piece of text. Probably.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 1s.
I need to be back in 1 minute.
Okay. And Pages did give that one a 1.5. I will move on. Iron Will, Cash Grab. Costs, 7 power, 3 points. Ho ho. Prepared, Troublemaker, always an interesting ability. And immediate, pay 2 to reduce this card's point value by 2 till the end of the turn. What an interesting troublemaker. So feels like an okay, or at least somewhat okay, control troublemaker. You kind of think about it on the surface. You could view it as a let's see, it costs 3 but then it's prepared, so it's a 2-cost 7-power troublemaker that's worth 1 point. You can think about it that way, because you paid 2 to reduce its confront. Actually, I guess you could pay 2 twice if you wanted to cost 0, but that's probably not worth it. You paid 2 to get its point value down to 1. You got 1 AT back, and your opponent challenged it. You paid 1 to play it, obviously. So in that sense, it's not awful. In that sense, there is obviously the possibility that your opponent spitfires it off the board and gets the 3 points. That is a situation that's a little bit tricky to manage. I'll admit, actually, having looked at it, I had given this card a 1, but there's enough to it. Like, was that 7 power?
I'm back.
Hi, I am in the process of arguing myself up to 2 on this card.
Well, it's a troublemaker with prepared, and if you're definitely not running it in an aggro deck. You're running it in a control deck, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're running it in the control deck, you have means of protecting it, which means the point value probably does not matter because they will not win against this troublemaker. They will try to work around it. I mean, it does matter, but ideally you don't want them winning face-off against this troublemaker ever. And having prepared on it is a extra deterrent even. Like, they will probably not even challenge it.
Right.
Unless they are sure they can win.
And yet, by the same token, you're going to get that prepared. Well, if there's a double face-off at all, unless the problem gets replaced underneath it.
Yes. So, like, if they're sure they can win against it, then I think the problem is not in this card. The problem is in your board state.
Yeah.
Now, the counterpoint, like, I still gave this card a 2, and, like, I think it's a fair card for a control deck. And I still gave it a 2 just because other troublemakers exist, and then they're much better, and there's only so many slots in your deck.
Yeah, that's legit. But I think I haven't actually done the math. I think 2 is probably the correct number.
You know the cool thing about prepared on troublemaker?
Uh-huh.
They will not fight this troublemaker unless they win, so you don't have to spend tricks defending it. You can just bluff that you have a lot of tricks, and they will never challenge it.
I mean, as long as they're 1 AT tricks.
Yeah, I mean, you can bank AT as well.
Fair enough. Anyway.
Next card is Old and Pony. While it's a 4 power troublemaker, 0 points. While your main character is in its start size, this card has plus 3 power. I mean, it can be useful, but at the same time, not many decks don't flip their mains and play troublemakers.
Let's see. Which mains could do that? Chrysalis.
At least for a while.
I mean,
Chrysalis.
Yeah, Chrysalis, the mains that can get unflipped.
Grogar, I think, can stay in the start for a little bit.
Oh, yeah, Grogar. He's probably going to stay on the start side most of the time.
Capper.
Capper.
Anybody remembers that card?
It's still a card. It still exists.
So I think there are some decks that might want to think about this card maybe a little bit, because 7 power 0 point troublemaker is a good troublemaker.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think, like, I gave it a 2. I think people maybe will think about this card, kinda.
Yeah.
But I think ultimately it will not see play.
There is admittedly some potential. I don't know if I'm willing to say it's enough to get it up to a 2, but
that's fair.
It's credit to Sim. These are not just pack filler troublemakers only for limited anymore. There's some actual thought here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Speaking of troublemakers with some real potential, Sirens, repeat offenders, 5 power, 1 point. When this card leaves play, if it wasn't a token, but a token copy of this troublemaker into play face up. Having played against this, I can tell you this is infuriating, frankly. Like, for all the work it takes to beat it once, and then just not even get anywhere, really. It sucks.
What I really like about this card is that it says when this card leaves play and not when this card is defeated.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes this card good for me.
Yep. that will activate if the problem gets replaced. It'll activate if you play a dilemma and there is a face-off. It'll activate if it was gotten if it was taken away due to uniqueness. Yeah, if it leaves play for any reason.
Yep. I still gave it a 2 though, because I don't think it will actually see play. Like, it's an interesting card to play around, but I think, again, there are better troublemakers you could put in here.
That's admittedly a possibility. Like, this is probably going to be one of the better troublemakers in core after rotation.
Perhaps.
It feels like it's been so long since troublemaker control existed in core that I have a hard time even thinking what the other troublemakers are in core these days.
Grogar, Legion of Doom.
I mean, yeah, Grogar, Legion, Vicious Vengeance, a big mimic-shaped hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to make troublemaker control good and also not frustrating to play against, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, I have it on 3. Having seen serious people experiment with it and knowing that it can be done.
I have it on 2.
Yeah, Pages has it on 3.
Next card. The Maniac, Crazy Curls. It's weird that the flavor text gets cut off there at the bottom, but
I mean that is for a reason.
Is it?
Yeah, it's admittedly the closing quote kind of ruins it.
Yeah. If there was no closing quote, I would get it, but
yeah, like it's meant to be that she's just kind of trailing off and going on forever. Yeah, but the closing quote does kind of ruin it. Yeah.
Anyway. Either way, 1 point villain. It's a non-epic villain, the first of a kind.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, non-epic villains must be pretty good, because you get to frighten everything and still can confront problems. So I gave it a 4. I think we will see this card in pink purple. That's my guess.
Yep. Villain is probably one of the most effective keywords this game's ever had.
Meticulous.
Okay, that's fair enough. Well, think about it in a different metric. Can you think of a villain that hasn't been played before in top level competitive decks?
This one.
Okay, fair enough. Fair point. But yeah, it's villain is also a keyword that there aren't very many. There's only the 2 of them, counting this one in core right now. And it's super useful just at the point where the opponent might not be thinking, oh, that's probably a villain. Here's a villain, and yeah, you can still confront with it. And honestly, 5 power 1 point, that's not awful, given that it's a villain. That's pretty good numbers.
Our previous card was 5 power 1 point.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think 4 is right. I'm not willing to give it to 5. Given that
I don't think it's like
generally applicable and not gonna define the decks per se, but yeah, solid 4 for sure. And Pages also has it to 4. Okay, the bottom of the spreadsheet has scrolled into view, but we gotta go problems first.
This is yours?
This is mine. Alternative solution. 6 for the opponent. Bonus 0. 2 purple and 2 not purple for you. If you would perform a confront step at an opposing problem, you may perform an additional confront step at this problem instead. It's got a slightly low confront rec for the opponent, but otherwise, this is an amazing control problem.
Yeah.
Because now, you're still going to be running your same old thing, sitting at a problem, but guess what? You're getting 2 points per turn instead of 1.
It's a way of double confronting without double face-off. That's the way I see this card.
Yep, totally agree. Heck, you're getting 3 if you have Lustrodon and you're using her.
Yeah. I gave this card a freeze just because I don't believe in control in this meta.
That's a legitimate play
In
to
purple
make.
control.
That's a fair call. I'm sure Pages and I, well, I know I disagree, and I think purple has some legs to stand on.
I love purple. I truly do, but I don't believe in it.
That's totally fair. But yeah, super solid problem. I'm sure. Okay, yeah. So Prism Light brings up that if you have lots of dilemmas in play, there is some legitimacy to that. Oh, right, opposing problems. Yes,
Yeah, it's only they have a lot of dilemmas, which you
right.
hope they don't.
Yes, and you can't. Dilemmas aren't resources, so you can't donate them with bone rarity. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, only for control, but good for control.
Yeah, it's a good problem. Kind of low rec on the other side, but for a 0 bonus, really good.
We're not going to get another blackmail. It just isn't going to happen. All right, and Pages also has that at 4.
Maybe Symbol jump the perk once. Who knows?
Who knows? All right, yours?
Yep, Diplomatic Debacle. Debacle?
Debacle.
No.
Generally debacle, I think.
Okay. Your flipped chaotic cards triggers abilities trigger an additional time. 2 bonus for not being +2 and 6. I gave this card a 1 just because, well, there's Pinky Sense, I suppose, but there aren't that many really good chaos effects. Like I can think of Tender Taps at most, I think, and having it on a problem is a little like unreliable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so the thing is, chaos control doesn't exist in core right now. Correct, I think.
Yeah.
And I can see this problem being like in a chaos control deck, right, where like, oh, when it comes up it's like a nice bonus. But here it's just like, since we don't have chaos control effects, you need to flip chaos cards and you need to have this problem in play, and it's also 2 bonus with like 6 rec. It's kind of it's not like, it's a lot of things on it, and 1.
Yeah.
I gave it a 1.
Yeah, this is one of those problems where like the tension between the not pink and the ability is really getting shown, because like it's unreliable, because they'll probably think, oh wow, I'll just search for it with Discord. That's not a problem. Oh well, now you're playing pink, right? That's
Yeah.
And yeah, it's that text makes it kind of hard. Now, admittedly, as if you ignore the text and just treat it as a 6/6 2 bonus point problem, that's not awful for aggro.
That's,
frankly.
we already have such problem.
I mean, yeah.
It's
You can definitely find problems like that have text on
real
them.
heist.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I agree with you on the 1. So
Pages had this at 2.
correct.
Ooh,
all right,
yours.
Fashion intervention. 8 for the opponent. Bonus is 3. 4 white plus 3 not white for you. When you banish a card, your characters here have +1 power until the end of the turn. So I see a lot of interesting things on this card. Given high rec for the opponent, but high bonus, so it's in that control aggro odd space. You're paying for the requirement with the high bonus. How many different ways are there to banish cards these days? There's some number, but I feel like it's hard to get too many triggers of that on a given turn.
Yeah.
Given the 4 white and the 3 not white, you need to have at least 2 characters there if you're going to try to confront it.
Yep.
So like, yeah, it's I have a hard time thinking of a white deck that's gonna like want to fit into that niche. That's gonna want to use this problem.
Yeah, control doesn't want it because of high bonus, and aggro doesn't want it because of weird rec, and the ability doesn't really help that much.
Mm-hmm.
So 1.
1. Yep. And Pages with a 1.5.
When Pages puts 1.5, you know it's not good.
Well, he's got some actual ones coming up here.
Oh yeah, true. Late return fee. It's a not purple wild problem, -1. At the start of a face-off, each opponent banishes the top card of their deck. 6 on the other side. I mean, like the way I see it is, it's kind of a 6/6 vanilla card because that ability is not really relevant. It's not going to be relevant in a lot of decks, I think.
Yep.
So it's
it's one card that in the decks that aren't doing top deck shenanigans, it's just one card that you may as well have just shuffled the deck and picked a random card out of it.
Yeah. And if decks do top deck shenanigans, they probably can stop them for a while, like for a little bit, until this problem is away.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And if that text isn't relevant, then 6/6 bonus is a very unimpressive problem.
Yep.
So
can run lacking lesson plans.
I guess, yeah. The purple tension is that, well, you're putting stuff on top of the opponent's deck before the face-off. But even purple doesn't have that many ways to do that these days.
Yeah, it has some, but
yeah,
putting things on top is like it's as good as gone. You don't have to banish it on top of that.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, this one is ones across the board.
Yep. So is the next one.
Well, geez, ruin all the suspense.
Sorry. I wonder what the score will be for this card.
Let the rainbow remind you. 8 for you, 8 for the opponent. As a starting problem with 2 bonus, you need -1 power to confront this problem for each color among your characters here. So you would like 8s on and on. This is going to be a control or a slower problem to start with. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Now. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Grandpa's brings up Reanimator, which is a legitimate point. Bring a 3-color friend into play, and you're confronting it with one thing. That's a legitimate point. And in the version, this is assuming we're playing a version of Reanimator that doesn't start infiltrating. Which I guess
it doesn't have to start with it.
I guess, yeah, you can just have it be in play in general. That's a fair point.
What I was thinking of is that you said that this card is not good for control, and it's not good for aggro.
Sorry, I was saying that this, well, it has a high bonus for control, but you would assume that it would be in a control deck because it has such a high.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't agree with that because I think people have been experimenting with tricolor mid-range decks. I think for a mid-range deck, this will be a pretty good fit because it would have, as long as you have enough colors, it will have a fair amount of, it will be 5 for you, or something like that, and it will be 8 for your opponent, very difficult to confront, and you get -2, which you also like, so it can be a fit there. But I still keep this card at 1 because a lot you need to have 3 colors. That's a lot of colors, and I don't know.
Yeah, I'll admit that I didn't think of Reanimator, and I'll admit that is gonna bring me to 2. I'm willing to take it to 2 because it's true. It is a pretty good fit for any deck that's running tricorns, and is going to confront problems like Reanimator does.
I will remain
fair
untouched.
And Pages isn't here to change it. He's won. And this one's all yours.
Method of overacting. Opponents can't exhaust resources. Not yellow, wild 2. 3 not yellow, wild 2 for you, 5 for the opponent. -1. Now this card is interesting because as I've mentioned before, there'll be a lot of like with orange really likes to exhaust resources, and there'll be a lot of that, I think. And there's like handy and stuff. So I can see people considering this card, but I don't think this card will have an impact.
Like, yeah, for my part, it seems like a pretty standard. Like, you'll put it in your deck as tech, because those decks are around, and yeah, sure, you're not. It's not something you're going to consistently be able to get. Um,
I just don't think it hinders them that much. Look, I think the effect is nice, but it's not that nice. I think you have better things to have in your problem deck.
I mean, this is a 5 wild problem. Doesn't depend on any. Well, as long as it's not yellow. Like, yeah, maybe it's not super impactful, but how about I make a meta call right now and say that people are going to be super impressed by all of the shenanigans that those handy decks are doing at the start, and people are going to run it because of that. People are going to be scared of Bugle, basically, which is usually
That's why this card is a 2.
fear. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, Pages and I have it at 3, a little bit. I guess we imagine it'll have more staying power than that. Okay. Playtime's over. We alluded to this one earlier. The other starting problem. When you challenge a troublemaker here with your main character, if your main character is on its start side, you may pay 2 to turn your main character over.
Isn't this great?
It is, probably. I'm willing to say so. Tell me which main character you're going to play it with.
Twilight, faithful student.
Right. In core.
In core, confront to flip mains could be fun with this. Like, Pancake exists.
I mean, that's true. Okay,
and the Rainbow Dash Wonderbolt exists.
In confront to flip mains have Buckball though. There are plenty of ways to do pretty good with Buckball if you're.
But you play Rainbow Dash Wonderbolt, and you play farm with it because it is a fair farm card. Because it gives bonuses to your flips. But it is a confront to flip, and in the farm deck, it's kind of hard to confront. But it's really easy to challenge a troublemaker and pay 2 to flip your Wonderbolt.
Okay. I mean, that's okay, I guess.
Also, Gallus.
Gallus is confront to flip, isn't he? That's right.
Yeah, but I guess for Gallus, Buckball is actually a more valid choice. But for Wonderbolt, I think you would run this card. Maybe.
Anime says they like this as a non-starting problem for confront to flip mains. Well, I guess if you lose your starting problem, and you haven't flipped over yet, then I guess it's good to have a backup plan.
Can we? I think I hear Leo screaming in the distance that Cadence is now viable.
This is what even is her boosted text? It's not super useful.
I don't remember, but at least you can flip it now.
Yeah. All right. So I'll admit, you mentioned a couple of mains, so that's fair. That's enough to take me up to a 2. But I'm leaving it there.
Okay. And Bubbly Mare with in Harmony, this card is just
but we're not rating for Harmony, are we?
That's why it's a 3 and not a 5. Bubbly Mare is just so much easier to flip now.
Yes, that's totally true.
Oh, so good.
Opponents play +2 to play friends. Right, yes, that's what Cadence does. That's actually not awful. But it's not amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's only here. It'd be cool if it was global. Permanent spoons.
Okay. Guess next one's me. Pranking opportunity. That's a 9 on the other side. And when you frighten a friend for the first time each turn, you may draw a card, then discard a card. At bonus 1 and 3 blue plus 4 not blue. So that's getting into being a pretty legitimate control stat line. It's in the wrong colors. But when has that ever stopped a control deck?
I mean, well, I think the intention here is to push frightened decks, which are blue.
That
so
is
it's in the right colors, I think.
I guess in that sense, yes.
But I have no belief in this card because I have no belief in frightened decks just yet. Frightened decks is another thing that was trying to be pushed, and I don't think it's there yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you would be running Tyrek main, and some other stuff that frightens stuff. That new maniac villain and some other stuff. I think there's enough there to be worth having a look at. But yeah, not a full deck yet.
And another thing is free plus not 4 is a very awkward deck.
Yes, tis true. It like those color plus not colors. I mean, they fell out of favor for a reason. They're awkward to some extent.
If this was free plus not free, it would be much better. But it does have 9 on the other side.
True.
I gave it a 1 immediately, and then I saw 9 and I was like, maybe it's 1. But no.
All right. No. You have more confidence than I. Yeah, it's a 2 for me. And a 2.5 for pages.
Yeah. So next card is a Rookie Mistake. During a face-off here, you may pay 1 less to play your first card during that face-off. Not 3 blue, plus 2 wild, and 6. So I gave this a 2. You guys gave it a 3, and maybe I should also give it a 3 because farm.
Because farm, yes.
Yeah, because farm.
Pretty much. Now, yeah, farms has always been a deck that, like, in farm, the starting problem is way more important than all the other problems because it's not your game plan to change the problems up. But you still are gonna want to have other problems in your deck that are good for you. Now, granted, only orange farm, only Grogar. Don't run this in your blue farm deck anytime soon.
Why not?
Well, I mean, blue farm does like to confront sometimes.
I guess it does, yeah. You can just confront opposing, probably.
I mean, maybe. But yeah, this is
also.
Go ahead.
Also, this is a purple control card. You just don't see it.
I mean, it's not a great stat line for control.
I mean, do you have better alternatives in core?
You make a good point, and I'm sad.
There are higher stat lines control cards, but and another counterpoint is that people were running trouble with Trixie and Entrance Exam. Admittedly, Entrance Exam has a much more powerful ability, but it did have 6 on the other side.
Fair point. It's a fair point. Oh yeah. This has its applications. It seems like
I think 3 is a fair thing for it.
Yeah, I agree, and so does pages. Okay. Just me?
Yep.
Silent treatment. 6 for the opponent. 1 bonus. When this problem is solved, I'll go 3 yellow plus 2 not yellow. When this problem is solved, you may put an opposing friend into its owner's hand. I am on the outs on this one.
Yeah, why?
Interesting. I see problem text that is questionable. I mean, it's not unuseful, but it's not great. The color plus not color is, as we say, bad for aggro. I don't think Nurturing Nature decks are going to run this anytime soon. They've got a very nicely set up problem deck.
Sure.
It's a low bonus, which I'll admit I have said yellow likes low bonus. So fair enough. That's a point in its favor. I don't know. I don't think this is better than the problems that yellow currently has access to.
Well, so Nurturing Nature, I think, would still think about this card at least, because, I mean, 3 yellow is really easy to meet, and 2 non-yellow is just a friend that you put in there.
Well, it has to
Like
be a non-yellow friend.
yeah, I mean, it is admittedly a little bit annoying, but it can be dealt with. And, I mean, yeah, I think yellow might have like other better options, but I'll be optimistic on this one. I think it has applications. I think getting a removal, even a soft one, every now and then is good, especially in Reanimator meta.
I mean, could be. I don't know. Like, Yona already exists and is your go-to bounce. And if you're not getting her to stick, well, I guess Reanimator is gonna. Well, I think the Reanimator player probably isn't going to do a DFO if this problem's on the board.
Sure. I remain at 3.
Fair enough. I'm gonna stay at 1 here. And Pages is with you at 3. All right, next one.
Stunning Expose. Expose. When an opponent retires a non-token friend for their home limit, you may draw a card. Non-white plus wild, 7 on the other side. So I gave this card a 3, not because of its text, but because of 6 on one side, 7 on the other side, and 0 bonus.
I mean, yeah, that's good. It is expose for what it's worth, by the way.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but yeah.
Weird.
7, 7, 0 bonus, 6 for you, and admittedly that's hard for you to confront, but whatever. It is.
Is it? I see that it's 6 wild.
6 wild. Yes. Wait. What did I say?
You said it's hard for you to confront, but I don't see why.
I mean,
just don't run white.
Sorry, it's not much easier for you than it is for the opponent. I guess is.
That's what you mean. Sure.
Mean to say, yeah. But yeah, not that super hard for you. In a control deck, which is absolutely what's going to be playing this 0 bonus after all. This is a relevant ability.
Is it?
Well, if you're, I guess, in a purple deck where you're moving stuff home, or if they're being forced to move stuff home because they're losing to troublemakers, I guess.
Yeah, I just don't know if people often retire friends to that. That's like not in my experience, but
yeah,
it's usually people retire stuff after double face off, which is, I mean, it's good when this problem comes up.
Yeah, that is the application. This problem comes up after the double face off, and now they're retiring stuff for their home limit. Which, you want to see that happen in a control deck, probably.
Yeah, I gave this card a 3. I think it's all right.
Yeah. This is actually another one of those weird ones where I'm arguing with you, even though I rated it lower than you. Yeah, I gave it a 2. And Pages is between us with the 2.5. Okay. Tagging out. 8 for the opponent. 1 bonus. 4 orange plus 2 not orange to you. When one of your friends leaves play, if that friend has had any +1 power counters on it, you may put that many +1 power counters on another one of your friends. This seems pretty good, I would say. As we covered, 6 to you is not bad. This is, again, has to be between 2 characters. But 4 orange isn't a big deal. One assumes you're running a deck with some amount of power counter synergy in it. So you probably have a 4 power character who can supply the 4.
Rock hoof.
Why not? And then the 2, it's a big number for the opponent. As we know, anything over 6 is big. Anything over 7 is real big when it's on the opponent's side, basically.
Yeah.
Maybe a slightly low bonus, but not that big of a deal. I suppose you think it's really good.
Yeah.
So
Well, I think what makes it good is a combination of things. First of all, the confront requirements are all right. Like four in not orange is a little annoying, but I think it's manageable. And on the other side, it's 8, which is very significant. And the ability is actually pretty good because a lot of orange cards, I think, will have a lot of power counters. There'll be Rock Hooves, there'll be Heaven Base in orange pink, and other good things. So, like, Shovel will just plop counters everywhere. So, I think transferring those counters can be really powerful, especially if you do that on purpose somehow, like by retiring a friend to move your power elsewhere or something like that.
hmm,
So, like, I think there are a lot of applications to this problem, and I think we will see it play in orange decks.
hmm. Yeah, I mean that's legitimate. It's a fair
Like,
point.
okay, so think this: you play that Griffin,
Uh-huh.
you play a friend, you retire some other friend with power counters, and you move power counters to the friend you just played, and you draw a card.
Ah. Oh, okay, I'll admit that's legitimate. That's in pink and orange. Those are
Yeah, I mean,
colors that do good things.
like,
Uh,
I think this can be played in pink and orange. The only downside that I see is that like it's hard to confront with like berry punch and stuff.
mhm.
So hard to confront requirement is the only thing that I see against this problem. Otherwise, it's really good. I think.
Yeah, I'm willing to see your side of the story on that. I'm gonna stick.
And like people were running hail base stack, and that gave you 1 power counter when it entered play. Amazing.
Fair enough. Yeah,
Or when you confront it, or something like that.
yeah, yeah. I'm gonna stay on 3, but I respect your 4.
Sure.
And Pages is with me on 3. Uh, it's you or me? Already
I
forgotten.
don't remember. I'll do it.
Unsparkling. Oh, go ahead.
Unsparkling Cider. When an opponent discards a card for the first time each turn, they discard another random card. 4 not orange plus 2 wild for you, 2 bonus, and 7 for your opponent. I gave it a 2 because, I don't know, this card doesn't particularly excite me. Like who discards their cards? And like discarding another random card is, I mean, I guess kind of good, but also not really.
Yeah. I'm seeing purely a 6 to confront 2 bonus problem, basically. Which is like I guess the upshot of what we've had this whole stream is that well there are better options for that, right?
Yes.
You could just like Final Question or
Pearl Heist is
Row Heist,
vanilla
yeah,
6/6 2
which is
bonus.
a pretty fair point, which makes me wonder why Pages has this at 4. Um,
I mean, you will see when he destroys you with the discard deck.
we'll find out, I guess. Yeah, I kind of feel a need to preserve consistency and join you at 2 here. Yeah. Next card.
Yep, it's yours.
It is mine. Uh, you're locked in here with me. If this problem would be replaced and isn't a dilemma, banish it, then put into play as a dilemma instead of putting it on the bottom of the owner's problem deck. 5 for the opponent, 2 pink plus 2 not pink for you, 2 bonus. The 2 bonus point problem that guarantees the next set of problems will also be a 2 bonus point set of problems.
With 4 rec.
With 4 rec, yes.
Hot Wings loved this card, like this kind of cards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This seems like exactly what granted, it's gonna have to be pink blue or some problem or deck, but yeah, this looks real good.
Yeah,
Particularly against particularly against control for sure.
yeah.
Um,
I think Pink Orange might also consider it.
yeah. It's like Pink's problems have been generally fairly lackluster, right?
Well, Party Science is pretty good.
Party Science is pretty good. Yes.
Other than Party Science, I don't even remember what pink problems there are. I know there's one in Sequestria that gives you an Earth Pony when you confront it.
Oh,
Or when you move there.
that's not. That's bank. No.
Bank and Baking, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But anyway, good aggro problem for pink. Confirmation from the chat that they're absolutely Hot Wings. Hot Wings likes it, and you never bet against Hot Wings, as we all know.
Yeah. On to the ultra rares, it is.
Yes. Pages joins us for 4, and we
Go
are
ahead, first.
on to the ultra rares. But there are a lot of ultra
Finally.
rares.
Prince Rutherford, Yak Smash. 4 power, 4 coast, free blue wreck. When you win a Hasty and Swift, when you win a Troublemaker face-off involving this card, you may reveal the top 5 cards of your deck. Put any number of Troublemakers revealed this way into your hand, then shuffle your deck. Farm.
Yeah. And we're actually like we've been giving cards like farm, and then give it a 3. No, this one gets a 4.
Oh, this one, like those maybe go in farm, but this one definitely goes in farm. Auto include, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It is it being a hasty 4-cost friend. We know that farm's willing and able to do that. Swift, admittedly less useful in farm, generally speaking, but still not nothing on a 4-power body. And if ever you were in a problem where you
run out of Troublemakers,
run out of Troublemakers, which we've seen it happen on stream during Continentals, then it's this is a good answer for you there. Top 5 cards of your deck. I sure hope you find a Troublemaker in there.
Yeah. So yeah, 4 for me.
4 for me. And Pages only a 3. Or
Fair
sorry.
enough.
Or wait. Yes. Yeah, I was looking
Yeah,
at the wrong
here's a
row
3.
there. Yeah. Alrighty. Tempest Shadow. Troubles in
this
Temp.
card.
Cost 2. 3 orange. 4 orange requirement. Play with the top card of your deck revealed. You may play friends from the top of your deck. And at immediate speed, you may exhaust this card to put the top card of your deck into your discard pile and pay 1 less to play your next friend this turn. I have seen people do cool stuff with this already.
Yeah, I will just go ahead and write like.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Do that.
Yeah, it is increasing the size of your hand. And in the right deck, yeah, you just kind of play stuff off the top of your deck, and if you hit something that's not a friend, well, exhaust this, see what's underneath it. Yeah, this is actually the reason why, well, at least in the fast clip game that I saw, Bugle put DJ Pony in his deck. Because he was going through his deck so fast that he actually just shuffle it back again.
That's fair, yeah. Yeah, this card is kind of like Apple Bloom Remarkable. A little bit more expensive, and the main downside of this card for me is that it kind of gives your opponent full knowledge of what you're getting.
Mm-hmm.
Like they know what you're drawing, and then they know your hand. So no more tricks. They know exactly what's coming. But the ability to keep playing friends it's basically free card draw without pink.
Yeah, pretty much.
And if you don't like what you see, you just discard it. Or maybe you just discard it every time, like discard cards every time, just to get the AT value. Like, I think that's valid.
Legitimate way to play it, yeah.
So yeah, good ER.
For sure. And, good power to cost ratio in general, and, 4 rec, but whatever. Yeah, good you are.
Yeah, she's card draw, meticulous, and AT gen all at once. Yeah, so true.
In orange! Who'd have thought?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, next one.
Next one is Minuet. When this card, pink friend, free power, free cost, free rec, When this card enters play, choose one. Gain the control of an opposing friend until the end of the score phase. Put 2 friends with cost one or less from your discard pile into play, or discard up to 3 friends and then draw twice that many cards. So I see you guys are at 4, and I put it at 3. It's got removed, but I'll put it back. So I'm not entirely convinced on this card because 3 is kind of expensive. So, like, you choose only one of the things, and gaining control of an opposing friend temporarily. I mean, maybe with that Griffin it's good, but for free AT, that's kind of a lot to pay, even though you're getting a free power friend. I don't know, like, that Griffin super rare makes things harder to, like, decide here.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Because you can retire her as well, which is another card. She's a song with a free power body. Yeah,
that is generally the correct way to think about it.
Another effect, the second mode, is putting 2 friends with cost 3 from discard pile into play, which is kind of good, but also kind of very specific. And discarding 3 friends and drawing twice as many cards. I think without this card, Pink has so much card draw. I think you don't need more. I think it's a free for me. I think people will play it sometimes, but it's not gonna be like in every deck out there.
Yeah, that's. I think that's a very legitimate meta call to make. Yeah, personally, I think that there's enough value here that it's you'd be a little silly not to at least try it. Because chances are you're going to be able to have a use for at least one of her abilities in pretty much any situation. So yeah, I think Pink is gonna be having her probably. And Pages is also with me on 4. Okay, Tantibus, Living the Nightmare.
You repeat the Tantibus?
Yes, 3 cost, 3 power, 3 purple wreck. With Chaos, when this card is flipped, you may banish an opposing friend involved in the face-off. At the end of the face-off, put that friend into play frightened. And opponents can't confront this card's problem unless they pay this card's controller 1 AT. So it's an interesting card. I guess you still have no faith in purple control, is why you've given it a low rating.
I have no faith in purple control, and even if someone plays purple control, I don't think there's a slot for this card.
It's
180 tax is not that much.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a little bit worth considering. Yes, it's not much, but it is. They have to pay that 1 AT to score a point. That's and again, it's not just a 1 AT tax; it's a 1 AT transfer. They're paying you the AT. So that's a 2 AT swing.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. I thought they just pay. Yeah, transfer makes it a little bit better, but I remain unconvinced.
Mm-hmm. Now, I remember during the Sim stream, people talking about the Chaos text being the real DLC here. Which is it's not nothing, I'll admit. Yes. Banish opposing friend, plan to play frightened. It is both getting a card out of a face-off and frightening it and moving it. It's sure as heck ain't nothing. I guess you're playing this in, pink purple, the thinky sense, setting up the chaos, which I have said that I have some amount of faith in.
I guess, maybe as a one-off. I don't know.
Yeah. But I mean, 1's enough. I think I will probably actually bump it up to a 3 for that reason.
I'll keep it as 1.
Fair enough. Pages also has it at 3. All right.
Okay, next card is Fluttershy, Birds of a Feather. 4 power, 4 cost, 4 wreck. Immediate. A Pegasus creature unique. Immediate. Exhaust this card to put a number of creature friend tokens into play equal to the number of creature friends you control. This is a very fun card. It reminds me of that other 4 cost Fluttershy that puts a creature at the end of every turn. and it doubles the amount of critters you have, which is pretty fun. But for cost, like it's some decks might like play with it, but I don't think it will see consistent play because even though you can do this every turn, I don't think 4 cost is worth it.
Yeah, I think we're thinking of similar Fluttershies. Yeah, I'm reminded of, I think, let's see, the Equestrian Odyssey's Fluttershy Ultra Rare. There was also 4 cost and did something, well,
It
big.
had your critters here have +1 power,
Yeah.
and at the end of the turn, it puts a critter into play.
Big critter synergy. Yeah. So it is, yeah. That the high cost is a problem for yellow aggro decks for sure. I see people mentioning yellow farm in the chat, which is an idea. You're playing what am I'm blanking on the card, and it's a Celestia, and I'm very disappointed in myself.
Raptor Razor.
Raptor Razor, thank you. Yeah, and that's your critter friend source, and you're not replacing problems, so I guess they stay in play. That's not a problem, I guess. It's not okay. And then you're getting this into play with Pony of Shadows. That's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
I think that maybe justifies my 2. It doesn't get me above a 2.
Yeah, I agree. Same. I think it's a pretty solid 2.
Mm-hmm. And Pages is slightly above us at a 2.5.
Rounded down to 2. Okay, next card is Gallus and Silverstream. Pink, purple, pink, blue. 3 power, 3 cost, 3 rec. Hasty, competitive 1, eccentric 1. If an opposing friend was frightened or dismissed this turn, you may pay 3 less to play this card, so 0. I gave this card a 3. I think the fact that you can play it for 0 is pretty good. And given that you're playing blue and pink, chances are you're going to dismiss or frighten something.
Mm-hmm.
And for that, you get basically. So, what do you get for that? You get for that a 3 power friend at hasty speed with a competitive and eccentric. And like I sat here and I thought about it, like a 3 power friend with competitive as eccentric is not like that good. It's pretty good for 0-AT, admittedly, but it's not that good.
But Hithroc, this is a Griffin.
Okay, it's a 5. Now, I think this card is amazing in Adventure with like Luna and stuff. Like in Hot Wings, in Adventure Hot Wings, it's really, really good. But otherwise, like I still think it's a fair card, but I don't think it will like see extremely consistent play, especially since I do not believe Blue Pink will be particularly present, as I've said earlier.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm totally with you on the 3. I think this definitely has enough value that you can't ignore it. It's in those decks. It's absolutely going to see play, and it's 0 cost, 3 power in a face off, or even in providing tricks for Griffin stuff. But is it good enough to be consistently all over the place to be a 4? That's a tougher lift.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're 3s across the board.
Yeah.
Okay, Vapor Trail, Wonderbolt Cadet, 3 cost, 2 rec in blue and yellow, 3 power, Calming 2. Your characters at dilemmas have +1 power. When a dilemma enters play, you may move one of your characters to that problem. Yeah, this is mini day shift, only on dilemmas, which is not nothing. Your characters at dilemmas have +1 power is not nothing either. Like, especially when you do play dilemmas, like you're usually on the edge of your math because you're trying to confront like the turn that you play dilemmas is super important to confront more than one problem because you're trying to DFO and get around those troublemakers. So like that +1 boost and not localized at all. That's significant. And well, we all know that calming is blank text, but calming 2 is not nothing, at least. And it is a Pegasus in blue and yellow. Don't discount that either. So I think this has enough significant value, similar to Gallus and Silverstream. It's going to be a necessary thought in those kind of decks.
I think it costs too much, so I have it at 2.
Yeah, that's
Like, I think 380 is a bit too much to spend for an effect that's only useful when you have dilemmas in play.
Bugle brings up a very good point. When the opponent plays a dilemma, you can move her there, and thus the calming is not nothing.
Well, not her, but yeah. Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I have it at 2. Like, I don't think. Like, I think 3 is too much ET to spend for an effect like this. Like, it's a nice effect, but it's not like wow effect. Yeah, I'd rather play Mullet.
It is true. Like I'm trying to like come up with the idea of like, oh, but you can play it earlier. Well, I mean, why are you playing it earlier? Yeah. If not for the whole dilemma thing, you're essentially just playing it as a 3-for-3, which
Yeah,
there are probably better.
like, it doesn't do anything except calming without dilemmas. And dilemmas, like, you play what, 3 per game?
Well,
I mean, sure, your opponent might play them, but
once upon a time we used to play more than that, back when Stunning Wonder was broken. But yeah,
let's bring back those times.
Pages.
Notably, this isn't unique.
This is true. Not unique. Pages is up at 3.5. Alrighty, yours.
Okay, next card is Diamond Tiara in our favorite colors of this set, I think. Orange pink, 1 power, 1 cost, 2 wreck. Eager. If an opponent would gain control of one of your friends, you may exhaust this card to retire that friend instead.
Mm-hmm.
I have no belief in this card. Like, I mean, like, I have it at 1, but I might bump it up to 2 just because of Eager. But I think opponents gaining control of your stuff, like, yeah, you're not going to have them either. Like, if I can't have it,
so
you can have it.
The interaction that I totally missed is, if when you take control of one of their friends and you're going to give it back, then this gets rid of it.
But like, there aren't many cards that do that.
I mean, there are some, and this makes them a lot better.
I think you have better things to do. Like, what, you have like shortage of removal in pink that you have to do all this like roundabout, like, I'd rather, if I'm stealing their friends temporarily, I would rather run that super rare Griffin and draw cards for retiring their friends.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's not nothing, but I'll admit I had thought that you would probably miss that interaction with you giving it.
I did miss that interaction. I didn't think of that, but so like Beagle points out that it's a 1 cost Eager friend that's removal. I mean, yeah, that is nice, but I have no belief in this card. I think it's not good.
Okay. Having seen what, and I admit that I've said this a bunch of times over the course of the stream already, but having seen what he's been able to do with it, I found it hard to rate it less than 3.
Okay, sure. I mean, maybe I will eat my words on this one too.
And the Pages has it at 2.5.
I think you're reading the meta, okay, and completely missing on card ratings.
Okay. Rarity and Trenderhoof, style du jour, 2 cost, 3 wreck of orange and white, 3 power. At the start of your turn, each opponent discards a random card. Until the end of the turn, you may play cards discarded this way, ignoring their play requirements. So I think the second half of that text is largely irrelevant. This is yellow Parasprite on a friend. which, Yellow Verisprite still wins games, however many years it's been later. And it's true, as an early play, which Grogar can do, Bugles brought up in chat, as an early play, it's as effective as an early Yellow Verisprite is, which, not exactly surprising there. To what extent is that going to permeate the meta? That's a good question. I guess I am thinking that it's not going to stick around, as I've given it a 2. You clearly disagree.
No, I agree. I will change my mind on this one.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Pages clearly disagrees with us both, though. I understand that it's been played and has a flashy effect. The question is that going to last for just this month in Vancouver, or are people still going to be playing it come Everfree and the Continentals and such?
Yeah.
And that is a question, and I guess we're saying no.
Yeah, I think it's just. I don't think it's the card that's bad. It's the colors.
It's the colors.
I think orange white is cool, but will not see a lot of play outside of Reanimator. That's what I feel like about orange white.
I mean, they are the handy colors, but yeah, as stated, the handy deck's pink and orange.
Yeah, I think people will try to play pink white for sure.
Right.
And pink white has a lot of really good cards, but still.
Yeah, it always has. Orange white's always had some cool, interesting cards. But
yeah,
not made the cut yet.
Okay. Twilight Sparkle and Twilight Sparkle. A lot of Twilight Sparkles. Closed loop. Pink, purple, 4 power, 5 cost. 2 pink, 2 purple. You may banish this card from your deck while you are searching your deck. If you do, you may play this card this turn. When a card leaves discard pile for the first time each turn, put a warning counter on this card and gain 1 AT for each warning counter on this card. Admittedly, it is a really interesting effect, but I think the cost of 5 is too much. Do you run this in Reanimator?
That was my thought.
If you run this in the Reanimator, the first ability doesn't do anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you banish the card and that's it. You're not going to play it.
Yeah.
Because you don't play cards in Reanimator.
Yeah, I'll admit, that was my whole thought process on this card too. Like, the search is largely irrelevant because it's so expensive, and then I was like, oh, but Reanimator. Yeah, I think Reanimator has a reasonable chance at playing this. It is a deck that likes to make cards leave discard piles. And so you get some amount of AT back over the course of time, and at 4 power, it's a relatively big body. I think it's a choice that could go into.
So the first time you'll get 1 AT, and the second time you'll get 2 AT. So I don't think it's worth the trouble, and I put this card at a 1. I don't believe in it.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. I think it's worth considering, and whether it's and I guess having given it a 3, I think it has a solid chance of potentially making the cut. There are some holes in Reanimator. Well, one big Cadence-sized hole, I guess, but yeah. So
yeah, combos nicely with Feek and Peak.
That's a legitimate point. Yes, it does combo nicely with Fit and Peak. But yeah, far too expensive to ever get played outside of Reanimator. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
And Pages has it at 2.5. Yes, me, Zipperwill, Puppy Dog Eyes. 2 cost, 3 wreck in purple and yellow, 2 power. When this card leaves play, if it wasn't put into its owner's discard pile, an opponent loses 2. I did really want this card to be good, or at least playable, or at least have something you could do with it, some trick, some weirdness. But it is hard to consistently activate this trigger.
Yeah. You need to bounce. Her basically bounces your only option.
Mhm.
Because, you can technically banish, I suppose, or put on top, but that's not really.
Yeah.
Yeah. So bouncing is.
Even making token copies of it doesn't work because they technically still go to the discard pile.
Yeah.
So sad.
Very sad. I mean, Portal works.
It's true. Yeah.
You know what? They just keep portaling here, and we get the Flutter guy.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think it's really hard to use, and there aren't a lot of things that bounce things back into your hand. It's a rare effect, actually. If you look at the yellow cards that do that, there's only a few of them. Most of them specify opposing, so there's no easy way to do this. And I mean, it's good that you can't make your opponent lose AT repeatedly.
Yeah.
That's a good thing, but
We
that's
learned
not
that
a
a
good
long
thing
time
for
ago.
this card.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a good thing for this card. So this card gets a 1. I think even even if purple yellow decks get played, they won't play this card.
They won't. Yeah, it's a very sad one, I'm afraid.
I mean, look at the art.
I know. I apologize. I'm too tired to be emotional at this point, and my voice is almost
Please play me.
gone. Cadence was willing to give it a 2. Okay.
Okay, next card. Maybe I'll change my mind about this one.
I don't know.
Saddle Row Storefront, 180, free white track. Play to your home. When you score 1 or more points, you may exhaust this card to gain an equal amount number of action tokens. I'm not convinced that that's an amazing thing.
This card was the hardest card in the set to rate for me. Because it's not like there really isn't much synergistic stuff that you can do with this card. You're playing this purely for the action tokens it can give you, and it'll give you some number of action tokens over the course of the game, right?
From 1 to 15?
Right. So I'm thinking, okay, this card exists purely for its static game impact value. So I'm okay, sure. I'll just watch the Sim stream and give it the same number as they give it. Easy peasy. And they disagreed on it. And now I'm like, I have to make up my own mind on this stupid card. And
You're cheating.
Kind of. And I think both sides of the argument, I think, have very valid points about whether this card is any good or not. You are right. It's my mind tells me that it's not actually going to be that much value over time. But it does have good upside, and it only costs 1. And a lot of people who I know are very good at this game and are really good at evaluating cards are convinced it's the best thing since sliced bread.
You're only gonna get so much AT from it, though.
Yes. Yes, that's true.
I guess it's non-unique. I guess there's that. I know. I gave it a 3. I think it's good enough for a 3. But I don't think it's good enough for a 5, that's for sure. It doesn't change the meta in any way. It's just a card that someone might play, and you might not even care that much.
I don't know if you're not going to care. I think if it's...
I care more about consistent AT gen. That's what I care more about.
I mean, that's okay. That's fair. That's fair. You would probably care more about a Starlight, or
yes,
than this. But it's not hard to get from 1 cost. It's not hard to get a good return on investment. And yes, you are going to be. We're already way over our time, by the way. It's not. It requires some amount of time through the game, but remember, players aren't running enough resource removal, so they're not going to take out this card. They're going to take out some of the other resources in your deck, and so this can stay in play for the time it needs to get its value off, which isn't that long because it only costs 1.
Guess you could also copy it if you want to. I don't know. I think 3 is a fair. Like, it's not a 1. People will definitely try to play it, and I think it will show up in some white decks if any exist out there.
Mm-hmm.
So 3, but I don't think it's like, oh, it's a card that we will see absolutely in every deck ever.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Is that I think you're absolutely right that 3 is a totally realistic thing to give it. That's why I'm happy that Pages gave it 4. So that way, at least one of us is going to be right.
Sim, all of them disagreed, and at Meticulous Talks, we also all disagree. 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Let's bring it home.
Final card.
Yep. Nightmare Moon. Night Vision. Flips for 6 and has 6 power and 2 points and is unique. Your opponent's maximum hand size is reduced by half, rounded down, and your maximum hand size is doubled. So, it's a pretty big effect if you can get into play early and your opponent hasn't played anything yet. Or even if your opponent has 7 cards in hand or something like that.
Yeah.
I think people are going to forget about the fact that it doubles your max hand size a lot. Because
I think that's the main thing that people will use it for.
I mean, it's true, but the instinct to discard down to 8 is so heavily ingrained in people. I am definitely expecting some well, I guess those are rules violations actually, technically. From this.
Yeah, you would have to revert it.
Mm-hmm.
Can't just discard cards willy nilly.
Yeah. But as a big epic, 6 power, 2 points. Admittedly, that's not the best farming ratio, but farm has kind of put up with that. 6 power, 2 points. And definitely has utility for control as well, I think. So yeah, I think it's got enough value to be a solid 3.
Okay, I forgot that it's an epic, so I'll give it a 3 just for farm.
Sure.
It was a 2 before, if anyone wondered. But yeah, it's an epic, so farm will run it, and I gave other things that are farm free, so this got to be free too. But outside of farm, I don't think this has a lot of application.
Hey, that's a fair call, perhaps. Maybe there are enough other good troublemakers that Control doesn't necessarily want to run this.
But you can't have 2 of them.
Cannot have 2 of them, very much so, intentionally.
Imagine having 4 of them.
Yeah. So, Bugle's trying to tell us something here. Which I guess is a... Oh, yeah. The last laugh is the pink event that puts a token in it into play for every card that's in your hand.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So that's the still partying synergy, which makes sense, I guess. Yeah, you draw off a big meta cards, and then that's
no, hold on. That's not the card. You're
Wait, what?
thinking of Song and Dance.
Okay.
The last laugh is the song that lets you draw up to your maximum hand.
Oh, that one.
Yeah,
that's also legitimate.
I know that I know that you can draw a lot of cards from this. 16, in fact, at most. But it's a 2-point troublemaker. That's what It's not pay 2, draw 16. It's pay 3, draw 16, and give your opponents 2 points. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, why limit ourselves to 16? This is a double. Remember how dependent modifiers work. Put some Wonellies in your discard pile.
Yeah. Just what you will have 24 maximum hand size. That's half of your deck.
I guess so. Yeah. Because that never caused any How do you even hold on to that many cards? That is, well, I mean, I guess the combo players have done it somehow.
Gotta have big hands.
Fair point.
By the way, we're overtime on this card.
Right.
But at least we're not overtime on stream.
That's
it's only
true.
7 hours.
That's true. It's only 7 hours. How long was the sim stream? It was like 7. It was like around that time.
So I think we did a good job. Really.
Yeah. For once, we weren't ridiculously longer than everything else out there.
It was 7 hours, 11 minutes, so we actually win if we end the stream within the next 15 minutes.
The next 15 minutes. I don't think even we can talk for a 15-minute tangent.
I can talk about Trixie.
Let's not do that. So yeah, thanks everyone for bearing with us through all of this. I brought this up earlier while you were gone. Where's the spreadsheet? There's the spreadsheet. But you are, even after adjustments, you are still the most pessimistic. You're actually now the most pessimistic by a pretty good margin. With an average rating of 2.26. Then myself in the middle with an average rating of 2.47. And Pages after us. Pages without the ability to adjust his rating, so I'm sure he probably would have stuck with what he had. An average rating of 2.69. The only one to be more than 2.5 up. There will be a more detailed spreadsheet with all the averages and breakdowns going up. Not today, because I am not doing any more work today. But yeah. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. I thought that this is actually surprisingly doable. I've been dreading this all year, obviously, but yeah. I think this one was surprisingly. I didn't really.
I think that's because you prepared for it mentally.
Yeah, that could have been that could have been it. But yeah, wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Time to start preparing for the next one, right?
Yeah. The earlier we prepare, the better it'll be.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's not go over the other stream here.
It's 3:22 a.m.
Yeah. Let's let you get to bed. So yes, thank you everyone in the chat who stuck with us. I know a good number of you were here for probably the whole thing, unless you skipped out for a few periods. Thank you for sharing your Saturday with us. And I suppose, well, yeah, we are going to take the holidays off. I'm pretty sure our next stream would be New Year's, but we're not going to have a.
Actually, I might not be available on New Year's because that's the holiday here. We don't have Christmas.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're not going to have a stream on that day, which would mean that we will rejoin you. At some point in January. That I guess.
Yeah, either 8th or 15th, I would assume.
Either the 8th or the 15th.
One of those.
For sure. So, I guess that means happy holidays to you and yours from us at Meticulous Talks.
Yeah. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
And we will see you in 2021.
See ya!